Hey there, night owls. Tonight we're tackling some of the most stubborn lies about the Middle Ages. You know, the ones that show up in school textbooks, costume dramas, and dinner party conversations like they're carved in stone. Spoiler alert, most of them are complete nonsense. We're talking about myths so persistent they've survived centuries, and tonight we're finally putting them to rest. From flat earth believers to filthy peasants who feared water like vampires fear garlic, we're about to separate medieval fact from medieval fiction. Before we dive in, go ahead and hit that like button if you're ready for some myth busting, and drop a comment. Where are you watching from and what time is it there? I'm always curious to see who's joining me on these late night history sessions. Now dim those lights, maybe turn on a fan for some background noise, and let's settle in. We're about to torch some seriously persistent medieval misconceptions, and by the end of this journey, you'll never look at the Middle Ages the same way again. Ready? Let's roll. Let's start with the granddaddy of all medieval myths, the one that refuses to die no matter how many historians try to bury it. The flat earth theory. You know the story. Medieval people supposedly thought the world was shaped like a serving platter, and if you sailed too far in any direction, you'd tumble off the edge into the cosmic void, probably landing on the back of a very confused turtle. It's a compelling image, right? Sailors nervously peering over the ship's railing, wondering if that dark line on the horizon was just a storm cloud or the literal end of existence. Maybe they imagined sea monsters waiting at the edge, or perhaps just an extremely long drop with no frequent flyer miles to show for it. Here's the problem with this cozy little narrative. It's completely, utterly, magnificently wrong. Medieval scholars knew the earth was round, not suspected, not theorized, knew. They'd known for centuries, actually. This wasn't some closely guarded secret whispered in monastery corridors or revolutionary idea that could get you burned at the stake. It was basic geography, the kind of thing educated people discussed over dinner while complaining about the quality of the wine. The ancient Greeks had figured this out long before the Middle Ages even started. Eratosthenes, a Greek mathematician working in the 3rd century BCE, calculated the Earth's circumference using nothing more than sticks, shadows, and some impressive mathematical reasoning. His method was elegant in its simplicity. He noticed that at noon on the summer solstice, the sun shone directly down a well in Sienne, modern-day Aswan casting no shadow. Meanwhile, in Alexandria, about 800 kilometres to the north, a vertical stick cast a measurable shadow at the same moment. By measuring the angle of that shadow and knowing the distance between the two cities, Eratosthenes calculated the Earth's circumference, and he got remarkably close to the actual figure, which is the ancient equivalent of winning a Nobel Prize armed with nothing but a ruler and good weather. This knowledge didn't disappear when Rome fell. Medieval monasteries preserved Greek and Roman texts like precious heirlooms, copying them by candlelight while their fingers cramped and their eyes watered. Monks spent years transcribing mathematical treatises and geographical works, presumably while wondering if there might be easier career paths available. These weren't just decorative books gathering dust on shelves. They were actively studied, debated, and taught. Universities across medieval Europe, from Paris to Oxford to Bologna, included geography in their curriculum. Students learned that the Earth was spherical as casually as modern students learn that water is wet. So no, your average medieval monk wasn't lying awake at night terrified of cosmic cliffs. He was probably more worried about whether the abbey's beer supply would last through winter, a concern that transcends centuries and remains relatable to this day. The educated class, which included clergy, scholars, and many nobles, understood perfectly well that the earth was round. They could observe it themselves. Sailors watched ships disappear over the horizon, hull first, then masts. You don't need a doctorate in astrophysics to notice that pattern. If the earth were flat, the entire ship would just get smaller and smaller until it vanished. But instead, it sank below the curved horizon in a specific sequence. Bottom first, top last. Flat Earth theory can't explain that without resorting to increasingly creative excuses involving atmospheric refraction so precise it might as well be magic. Medieval art even reinforced this knowledge visually. Look at paintings of Christ or medieval kings from the period. They're often depicted holding an orb called a globus cruciger, a golden sphere topped with a cross. This wasn't just a fancy paperweight, it symbolized dominion over the spherical earth. You don't hand someone a symbol of their power over a flat disc when everyone knows the world is round. That would be like giving someone a trophy shaped like a participation ribbon when they actually won the championship. the symbolism wouldn't work. But if medieval people knew the Earth was round, where did this persistent myth come from? Why do we keep seeing it in textbooks, documentaries, and classroom lessons? The answer lies in the 19th century, that wonderful era when people thought they'd invented progress and wanted to make sure everyone knew about it. Renaissance and Enlightenment thinkers had already started this trend, portraying the Middle Ages as a dark, ignorant period to make their own era shine brighter by comparison. It's a classic marketing strategy. To sell your product, trash the competition. Make the past look terrible, and suddenly your present looks like a golden age. But 19th century writers took this to new heights. They needed a narrative of progress, a clear story showing how humanity had climbed from ignorance to enlightenment. And nothing says ignorance quite like believing the Earth is flat. So they invented a controversy that never actually existed. The most influential culprit was Washington Irving, the American author famous for stories like The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. In his biography of Christopher Columbus, published in the 1820s, Irving painted a dramatic scene. Columbus, the brave visionary, standing before the Spanish court, arguing that he could reach Asia by sailing west. And arrayed against him, supposedly, were all these medieval scholars, priests and advisors insisting the Earth was flat and Columbus would sail off the edge. It's a great story. David versus Goliath. The lone genius against the ignorant masses. The only problem is that it's fiction. Irving made it up. He embellished, dramatized, and invented details to make his biography more entertaining. And it worked. The book became wildly popular, and suddenly everyone believed this was how history actually happened. The myth spread through education systems, popular culture, and collective memory, until it became an unshakable fact that wasn't actually factual at all. The real debate in Columbus's time had nothing to do with the Earth's shape. Everyone involved in those discussions knew the Earth was round. The argument was about size, specifically how big around the Earth actually was, and on this point Columbus was spectacularly, dangerously wrong. He believed the Earth's circumference was much smaller than it actually is. His calculations suggested that Asia was only about 3,700 kilometers west of Europe. In reality, it's more like 20,000 kilometers, a slight miscalculation that would have meant certain death for Columbus and his crew if the Americas hadn't inconveniently been in the way. The scholars who opposed Columbus's voyage weren't flat earthers. They were geographers who'd done their homework. They knew from ancient sources and more recent calculations that the Earth was significantly larger than Columbus claimed. They argued that sailing west to Asia would require crossing an impossibly vast ocean with no land for resupply. Food would run out, water would run out. The crew would die somewhere in the middle of the Pacific, having accomplished nothing except proving that optimism without accurate data is a terrible navigation strategy. These scholars were right. If the Americas hadn't existed, Columbus's expedition would have ended in starvation and disaster, probably followed by a footnote in history books as an example of tragic overconfidence. But luck favours the bold, or at least the geographically confused. Columbus stumbled into an entire hemisphere he didn't know existed, immediately misidentified it as Asia, because admitting error wasn't in his vocabulary and went down in history as a visionary. Meanwhile, the scholars who were actually correct got remembered as ignorant flat earthers who tried to stop progress. History has a twisted sense of irony. The size debate was actually fascinating and reveals how medieval scholars approached navigation and geography. They had multiple sources to work with: ancient Greek calculations, which were fairly accurate; Arabic geographical works, which incorporated centuries of trade route knowledge and astronomical observations; and practical experience from sailors and merchants who'd been crisscrossing the Mediterranean and beyond for generations. These sources sometimes contradicted each other, and scholars had to evaluate which ones seemed most reliable. Columbus, for his part, cherry-picked the data that supported his optimistic assessment. He relied heavily on a calculation by Ptolemy, the 2nd century Greek geographer, who'd underestimated the Earth's size. Columbus also trusted the estimates of Paolo dal Pozzo Toscanelli, a 15th century Italian astronomer who believed Asia extended much further east than it actually does, which would reduce the distance across the Atlantic. By combining these convenient errors, Columbus convinced himself that the journey was feasible. The scholars at the Spanish court, however, weren't buying it. They'd read the same sources Columbus had, plus additional ones that contradicted his rosy scenario. What's interesting is how this played into the economic and political realities of the late 15th century. Spain was looking for ways to break into the profitable spice trade, which was dominated by Italian merchants and Ottoman-controlled routes. Portugal was exploring southward around Africa, trying to reach Asia that way. Columbus offered Spain a Western alternative. His proposal wasn't evaluated purely on geographical merit. It was assessed as a business risk. Would the investment pay off? Could Spain afford to fund an expedition that might produce nothing but corpses? Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand eventually agreed to sponsor Columbus, but not because they were convinced his geography was correct. They took a calculated gamble. The cost of 3 ships and supplies was significant but not catastrophic. If Columbus succeeded, Spain would gain an enormous advantage. If he failed, well, they'd lost some ships, and a stubborn Genoese sailor who wouldn't stop pestering them with proposals. From their perspective, it was a high-risk, high-reward venture. The scholars advising them still thought the geography was wrong, and they were correct. But sometimes terrible geography combined with extraordinary luck produces better results than careful planning. This whole Columbus narrative reveals something important about how myths get created and sustained. Irving's fictional account of Columbus fighting against flat Earth believers served a purpose in 19th century America. It positioned Columbus as a proto-American hero, a rebel against European orthodoxy who trusted his vision over the establishment. It fit perfectly into American mythology about individualism, manifest destiny, and progress through bold action. The fact that it wasn't true mattered less than the story it told about American identity. The myth also served religious purposes. Protestant thinkers in particular loved portraying the medieval Catholic Church as backward and anti-science. The flat Earth myth became evidence of Catholic ignorance and religious suppression of knowledge. Never mind that most of the people preserving and teaching geography during the Middle Ages were Catholic monks and clergy. Never mind that universities where scholars studied the round Earth were Catholic institutions. The narrative was too useful to abandon just because it was false. By the late 19th century, the flat Earth myth had become so embedded in popular consciousness that correcting it became nearly impossible. It appeared in textbooks, encyclopedias, and popular histories. Teachers taught it to students, who grew up believing it, and taught it to their own students. Each generation reinforced the myth, assuming that if everyone believed it, it must be true. This is how historical misconceptions become immortal. They enter the educational bloodstream and prove almost impossible to remove, even when historians spend decades publishing corrections. The irony is delicious. We mock medieval people for supposedly believing the Earth was flat, while we believe something false about medieval people believing the Earth was flat. We've created a myth about them being ignorant, and that myth reveals our own ignorance about history. It's like accusing someone of being gullible while falling for a confidence scam. The real ignorance isn't in the Middle Ages, it's in our smug certainty that we're smarter than everyone who came before us. Modern flat earthers, those contemporary enthusiasts who genuinely believe the planet is flat, add another layer of irony to this story. They often claim they're reviving ancient wisdom that was suppressed by modern science. But medieval scholars would have laughed at them, or more likely, patiently explained using stick and shadow experiments why the Earth must be spherical, possibly while wondering what went wrong with modern education. The medieval church that supposedly suppressed round Earth knowledge would have considered flat Earth belief to be heresy, given that church doctrine incorporated ancient Greek geography. There's also a practical aspect to medieval knowledge of Earth's roundness that gets overlooked. Navigation required understanding the relationship between celestial objects and positions on Earth. Sailors used the stars, particularly the North Star, to determine latitude. This only works if you understand that you're on a sphere and that different positions on that sphere give you different views of the sky. Medieval navigation manuals explain these concepts. Port-to-land charts, medieval sea charts used throughout the Mediterranean, incorporated spherical calculations for accurate distances. If medieval sailors thought the Earth was flat, their navigation techniques would make no sense and wouldn't work. The same applies to astronomy. Medieval scholars didn't just study the stars for entertainment, they needed accurate astronomical calculations for practical purposes, particularly determining the date of Easter, which depends on both the solar calendar and lunar cycles. This required understanding celestial mechanics, which in turn required understanding that Earth is a sphere orbiting in space. The Church invested heavily in astronomical observatories and calculations precisely because getting the calendar right mattered. You can't calculate eclipses, planetary positions, and seasonal changes accurately if your fundamental model of Earth's shape is wrong. Trade routes also depended on geographical knowledge. Merchants travelling between Europe, Africa and Asia needed to understand distances, directions, and how climate zones worked. Medieval geographical texts describe latitudinal climate zones, explaining how temperature changes as you move north or south. This climate model only makes sense on a spherical Earth where the sun hits different latitudes at different angles. On a flat Earth, you'd expect climate to work completely differently. Medieval merchants knew from experience that as you travelled south into Africa, the climate got hotter, and as you travelled north towards Scandinavia, it got colder. This observed pattern matched the round Earth model perfectly. Even common people, the peasants and labourers who supposedly were drowning in ignorance, had observational evidence of Earth's curvature. Anyone who lived near the coast could watch ships disappear hull first over the horizon. Anyone who climbed a mountain could see further than they could from valley floors. Anyone who paid attention during lunar eclipses could observe Earth's round shadow crossing the moon's surface. These weren't advanced observations requiring special equipment. They were things you could notice just by paying attention to the world around you. The medieval period produced no shortage of geographical texts confirming Earth's sphericity. The Etymology by Isidore of Seville, written in the early 7th century and used as a standard reference throughout the Middle Ages, clearly states the Earth is round. John of Sacrobosco's De Sphera Mundi, a 13th century astronomy textbook, was used in European universities for centuries and explained both that Earth is spherical and how we know it. Roger Bacon, the 13th century English philosopher, wrote extensively about geography and explicitly described Earth as a sphere. These weren't obscure works gathering dust in forgotten libraries. They were standard educational texts, the medieval equivalent of textbooks that every educated person would have encountered. The persistence of the flat Earth myth says more about modern society than medieval society. We want to believe in progress. We want to see ourselves as enlightened compared to our ancestors, and believing that people used to think the Earth was flat makes us feel smarter by comparison. It's intellectual comfort food. We get to pat ourselves on the back for knowing something that supposedly took centuries to figure out, even though people actually figured it out millennia ago. It's a self-congratulatory myth that makes us feel good about being modern. This connects to a broader problem with how we view history. We tend to imagine progress as linear, each generation smarter and more enlightened than the last, marching steadily upward toward our glorious present. But real history is messier. Knowledge gets gained, lost, and rediscovered. Sometimes later periods are less informed than earlier ones. Sometimes people believe nonsense not because they're primitive, but because bad information spreads and institutional inertia prevents correction. The medieval period knew the Earth was round. The 19th century spread the myth that they didn't. Which era was more ignorant on this specific point? There's a lesson here about trusting received wisdom. Just because something is widely taught doesn't mean it's accurate. Just because it appears in textbooks doesn't mean it's true. The flat Earth myth survived for over a century in education systems despite being demonstrably false. How many other myths are we still teaching? How many things do we confidently believe about history, science, or society that are actually 19th century inventions or propaganda dressed up as fact? The Columbus story also reveals how hero narratives distort history. We want simple stories with clear heroes and villains. Columbus the visionary versus the ignorant scholars makes a clean narrative. The reality that Columbus was wrong, got lucky, and succeeded despite incompetent geography doesn't make as satisfying a story. We prefer legends to complicated truths, but those legends obscure what actually happened and why. They turn history into mythology, and mythology doesn't teach us much except how people wanted to see themselves. Medieval scholars deserve more credit. They preserved, studied, and expanded geographical knowledge during a period when Europe was fragmented and resources were scarce. They didn't have satellite imagery or GPS. They couldn't take photographs from space showing Earth's curvature. They worked with inherited texts, mathematical reasoning, and careful observation, and they got it right. They understood Earth's shape, estimated its size with reasonable accuracy, and used that knowledge for practical purposes like navigation and astronomy. That's not ignorance. That's impressive intellectual achievement under difficult circumstances. The flat Earth myth is particularly frustrating because it's so easy to debunk. The evidence is overwhelming and readily available. Medieval texts explicitly state the Earth is round. Medieval art depicts it as round. Medieval navigation techniques assume it's round. Historians have been pointing this out for decades, yet the myth persists, showing up in casual conversation, memes, and even some educational materials. It's like trying to convince people that water isn't actually dry. The evidence is clear, but the myth refuses to die. Part of the problem is that correcting the myth requires explaining nuance. Yes, medieval people knew the earth was round, but not everyone was educated enough to understand the evidence. Yes, scholars taught it in universities, but literacy rates were low and most people never attended universities. So you end up with complicated explanations when the myth offers a simple story. Simple stories usually win, even when they're wrong. Nobody wants to hear, well, actually it's complicated, when they could instead hear, medieval people thought the earth was flat because they were ignorant. One sentence versus several paragraphs. The myth has a marketing advantage. Another factor is that people enjoy feeling superior to the past. The flat earth myth lets modern people feel smugly intelligent by comparison to supposedly ignorant medieval folks. Correcting the myth removes that feeling. It suggests that medieval scholars were actually quite intelligent and that maybe we're not as dramatically more enlightened as we'd like to believe. That's uncomfortable. It's more pleasant to maintain the myth and the self-satisfaction it provides, even if it means believing something false. The educational system also has inertia. Teachers learned the flat earth myth from their teachers, who learned it from their teachers, going back generations. Curriculum guidelines may still reference it. Textbooks may still include it, especially older editions. Correcting widespread educational errors takes coordinated effort across thousands of schools and millions of teachers. It requires updating materials, retraining educators, and fighting against, but this is what I was taught resistance. That's hard work, and educational systems are often slow to change, even when the need is obvious. So here we are, well into the 21st century, still dealing with a 19th century myth about medieval beliefs. The irony is thick enough to cut with a sword. Medieval people knew the earth was round. 19th century people invented the myth that they didn't. And 21st century people keep repeating the myth despite having instant access to correct information via the internet. If aliens are watching human civilization, they're probably taking notes on how a species can have incredible technology and still believe nonsense. We can split atoms and sequence genomes, but we can't shake a 200-year-old myth about medieval geography. That's not a great advertisement for human rationality. The Columbus connection makes this even worse. We celebrate Columbus Day in the United States, commemorating a voyage based on faulty geography that succeeded only because of dumb luck. We've built a holiday around accidentally discovering continents while looking for something else entirely. And we've wrapped it in a myth about heroically defying flat earth believers who never existed. The whole thing is layers of misconception built on historical accident, and we teach it to children as inspiring history. Future historians are going to have a field day analysing what this says about our culture. The flat earth myth is also self-perpetuating because it fits into broader narratives about religion versus science. The idea that the medieval church suppressed scientific knowledge, including the round earth, supports a modern secular narrative about religion being inherently anti-intellectual. Never mind that the church funded universities, sponsored astronomical research, and preserved the very texts that taught round earth theory. Never mind that most medieval scientists were clergy. The narrative is too useful for modern culture wars to abandon. Both religious people and anti-religious people find ways to use or combat the flat earth myth for their own purposes, ensuring it stays in circulation regardless of its truth value. There's also a weird situation where correcting the flat earth myth now requires explaining that no, medieval people weren't that ignorant, while simultaneously dealing with modern flat earthers who actually are that ignorant. It's confusing. You're trying to defend medieval intelligence while pointing out that some contemporary people genuinely believe something medieval people knew was false. It's like correcting someone who says, people in the past believed foolish thing X, by saying, actually people in the past knew better, but some people today believe foolish thing X. The irony is so thick it's practically weaponized. The persistence of the flat earth myth also demonstrates how historical misconceptions can become more powerful than historical facts. The truth is available. Historians have published countless articles and books correcting this myth. It's easily searchable online. Anyone curious enough to spend 5 minutes investigating would discover it's false, yet it persists, taught in schools, referenced in media, and believed by millions. This suggests that historical truth matters less than historical narrative. We believe what fits our preferred story about ourselves and our world, and facts that contradict that story get ignored or rejected. In conclusion, medieval people knew the earth was round. They'd known for over 1,000 years. Educated people understood it. Sailors relied on it. Artists depicted it. The church taught it. The real ignorance is in believing otherwise. The flat earth myth tells us nothing accurate about the Middle Ages, but it tells us plenty about the 19th century's need for progress narratives and our own continued willingness to believe comforting myths over complicated realities. The next time someone confidently states that medieval people thought the earth was flat, you can smile and correct them, knowing you're fighting against nearly 200 years of educational inertia. Good luck with that. You're going to need it. Now let's tackle another myth that's somehow even more insulting to medieval people. The idea that they were all walking around covered in filth, afraid of water like cats at bath time, wandering the streets smelling like a combination of wet livestock and broken dreams. According to popular belief, medieval Europeans avoided bathing like it was a capital offence, living in such squalor that modern noses would file restraining orders. It's a satisfying image if you're trying to feel superior to the past, but like most satisfying historical images, it's comprehensively wrong. Medieval people bathed. They bathed regularly. They had entire institutions dedicated to bathing. In fact, they arguably took hygiene more seriously than many of their descendants in later centuries, which is one of history's more entertaining plot twists. The medieval period had public bathhouses operating as social and economic hubs in most towns of any significant size. These weren't rare luxuries for the wealthy elite. They were common establishments where ordinary people gathered to wash, socialise, conduct business, and occasionally engage in activities that we'll diplomatically describe as additional services. Public baths in medieval Europe were everywhere. In Paris during the 13th century, there were at least 26 licensed bathhouses, and that's just the official count. London, Bruges, Strasbourg, and dozens of other cities maintained multiple bathhouses serving different neighbourhoods. These establishments operated like a cross between modern gyms and coffee shops, minus the overpriced smoothies, but with more potential for negotiating trade agreements while sitting in hot water. People went regularly, often weekly, to wash and relax. It wasn't a special occasion activity. It was part of normal urban life. The bathhouse experience varied depending on what you could afford, naturally. Wealthier establishments offered heated pools, private rooms, and attendants who would wash you, which must have been convenient if you'd spent the week doing manual labour and could barely lift your arms. The cheaper options were more communal, with everyone sharing the same pool and bringing their own soap. But even the budget bathhouses provided hot water and basic washing facilities, which is more than you can say for many medieval activities. At least the bathhouse didn't involve anyone swinging a sword at your head, or trying to collect taxes you didn't have. These bathhouses served multiple functions beyond simple hygiene. They were social gathering places where you'd encounter neighbours, catch up on gossip, and hear about business opportunities. Medieval people didn't have social media or phone calls, so if you wanted to know what was happening in town, you went where people congregated. The bathhouse was perfect for this. Everyone was relaxed, relatively stationary, and had time to talk. Many business deals were negotiated in bathhouses. Merchants would discuss trade terms. Craftsmen would arrange partnerships. Political alliances were formed. All while everyone was wet and mostly naked, which you'd think would undermine the seriousness of negotiations, but apparently it worked fine. Some bathhouses offered services that went beyond washing, which medieval authorities acknowledged with varying degrees of enthusiasm. The line between bathhouse and brothel was sometimes blurry, not because all bathhouses were brothels, but because some entrepreneurs saw an opportunity to diversify their business model. You could get a legitimate wash and massage, or you could arrange for company that provided more personal attention, depending on your needs and budget. Church authorities periodically cracked down on this, issuing regulations demanding that bathhouses maintain proper decorum and separate facilities for men and women. The fact that they had to keep issuing these regulations suggests compliance was inconsistent at best. The existence of bathhouse regulations actually tells us a lot about how common bathing was. You don't create detailed rules governing something that rarely happens. Medieval cities had elaborate regulations covering when bathhouses could operate, how they should maintain water quality, what services were permitted, and how to handle disputes between bathhouse owners and customers. These weren't theoretical rules. They existed because bathhouses were significant economic and social institutions that required governance. The regulations treated bathhouses like any other important urban business, because that's what they were. Water for bathhouses came from various sources depending on the city. Some had wells, others diverted water from nearby rivers or streams. A few ambitious cities built aqueduct systems, inherited from Roman engineering or constructed anew, to supply water to bathhouses and public fountains. Heating all that water required substantial amounts of firewood, making bathhouses significant consumers of fuel. This created its own economy. Woodcutters supplied bathhouses, which employed attendants, which attracted customers, which generated revenue for the city through taxes and fees. Bathhouses were part of a complex economic ecosystem, not isolated luxury services for a tiny elite. Soap existed throughout the medieval period, though it wasn't the delicately scented baths we're used to today. Medieval soap was made from animal fat and lye, a caustic substance produced by filtering water through wood ashes. The resulting product was harsh by modern standards, more likely to strip skin than moisturize it, but it cleaned effectively. That was the point. You weren't trying to smell like lavender fields in Provence. You were trying to remove the accumulated grime from farming, blacksmithing, or whatever other manual labour had defined your week. The soap did that job adequately, if aggressively. Better quality soaps included herbs and oils to make them less harsh and more pleasant. Monasteries and wealthy households might produce soap with olive oil instead of animal fat, creating a gentler product similar to what we'd now call Castile soap. Some soap makers added rosemary, sage, thyme, or other aromatic herbs, both for scent and because medieval people believed certain herbs had medicinal properties. Whether or not lavender soap actually prevented disease is questionable, but it definitely made you smell better than the alternatives, which was probably enough to justify the extra cost. Rural areas without access to public bathhouses had their own washing practices. Rivers, lakes and streams served as natural bathing spots during warmer months. Peasants would wash in whatever water sources were available, which admittedly wasn't always ideal for thorough bathing when the river was freezing and you had to work in the fields at dawn, but it was better than nothing. In winter, washing happened indoors using barrels or large basins filled with heated water. This required effort, hauling water and heating it over the fire, but people did it because being clean was preferable to being filthy, a preference that transcends centuries and economic conditions. Wealthy households had more elaborate arrangements. Castles and manor houses sometimes included dedicated bathing rooms, with large wooden tubs that could be filled with heated water. The very wealthy might have servants whose job included preparing baths, heating water, and adding herbs or flowers to make the experience pleasant. Medieval royalty took bathing seriously enough to have it documented. Records mention kings and queens ordering elaborate baths with rose petals, perfumes, and heated rooms. These weren't necessarily daily occurrences, but they happened regularly enough to appear in household accounts and chronicles. The idea that medieval nobility sat around in their own filth for months on end is contradicted by the historical record. Eleanor of Castile, Queen of England in the late 13th century, had her own bathtub transported with her when she travelled, which suggests bathing was important enough to her that she wasn't willing to go without it even on the road. Edward III had bathrooms installed in his palaces with sophisticated plumbing systems. These weren't decorative rooms, they were functional facilities designed for regular use. The wealthy didn't avoid bathing, they invested in infrastructure to make bathing more comfortable and convenient. Monasteries had strict washing schedules written into their rules. The Rule of St. Benedict, one of the most influential monastic regulations, specified when and how monks should wash. This wasn't occasional or optional, it was required religious practice. Monks washed their hands before meals and prayers, they had regular bath days. Some monasteries had dedicated washing facilities with running water supplied by aqueducts or carefully engineered drainage systems. Maintaining cleanliness was considered part of spiritual discipline, not vanity. Being clean helped you focus on prayer without being distracted by itching, odours, or discomfort. Practical spirituality at its finest. The connection between cleanliness and medical theory also encouraged bathing. Medieval physicians, working from ancient Greek and Roman sources, believed health depended on balancing bodily humours. While their theory was wrong by modern standards, it led them to recommend bathing as therapeutic. Different water temperatures supposedly helped adjust humoral balance. Hot baths were recommended for some conditions, cool baths for others. Herbal baths combined washing with medicine, using plants believed to have healing properties. Whether or not this actually cured anything is debatable. but it meant doctors actively encouraged bathing as part of medical treatment, reinforcing cultural habits of regular washing. Even during the Black Death and subsequent plague outbreaks, bathing continued, though with some modifications. There was concern that hot water might open pores and allow plague to enter the body, based on miasma theory, which held that disease spread through bad air. This led to some reduction in bathhouse attendance during epidemics, and increased use of perfumes and aromatic substances to ward off disease. But this was a response to specific plague outbreaks, not a rejection of bathing in general. Between epidemics, people returned to bathhouses, and even during plagues, people still washed, just perhaps less frequently in hot water and more cautiously overall. The real decline in European bathing habits came after the medieval period, during the 16th and 17th centuries. This is one of history's great ironies. The period we think of as emerging from medieval darkness into Renaissance enlightenment actually saw a decline in hygiene practices. Several factors contributed to this unfortunate development. The Protestant Reformation led to the closure of many bathhouses, which were associated with Catholic culture, and sometimes fairly, sometimes not, with immoral behaviour. Protestant authorities in many cities simply shut them down as part of broader moral reforms. Syphilis also played a role. This disease appeared in Europe in the late 15th century, spreading rapidly and causing panic. Nobody understood how it transmitted, but bathhouses seemed like plausible vectors since they involved many people in close quarters, often naked. Whether bathhouses actually contributed significantly to syphilis transmission is unclear, but the perception was enough to make people wary. Combined with ongoing plague concerns and religious objections, bathhouses closed across Europe during the 16th century. Once the infrastructure disappeared, bathing habits declined sharply. Medical theory shifted in ways that discouraged bathing. 16th and 17th century physicians became convinced that water, especially hot water, weakened the body by opening pores and allowing disease to enter. They recommended avoiding baths and instead maintaining a protective layer of dirt and body oils as a barrier against illness. This advice, which sounds insane to modern ears, was taken seriously. People stopped bathing regularly because doctors told them it was dangerous. The result was that your average 17th century French courtier was likely filthier than a 14th century baker, though the courtier probably had better perfume to mask it. The stereotype of filthy medieval people actually describes early modern people more accurately. By the time of Louis XIV and Versailles in the 17th century, bathing had become rare among the French aristocracy. They used perfumes, powders, and frequent clothing changes to manage odours instead of washing. The elaborate wigs popular in that period were partly a response to lice problems caused by infrequent washing. The medieval period, by contrast, had fewer lice issues because people bathed more often, and had shorter hairstyles that were easier to keep clean. But somehow the later period, when hygiene was actually worse, escaped the filthy label that got attached to the Middle Ages. This shift reveals something important about how historical myths form. The people who created the image of filthy medieval peasants were often describing their own experiences or recent history and projecting them backward. A 17th century writer might observe that common people rarely bathed, assume it had always been that way, and write about medieval filth based on contemporary conditions. Later, historians read these accounts and assume they were accurate descriptions of medieval life, not realizing they were actually describing post-medieval decline. The myth built on itself, each generation of writers reinforcing earlier errors without checking whether they matched actual medieval evidence. Medieval bathing practices varied by region and period, of course. Early medieval Scandinavia had sauna culture, with hot steam baths being common. The Vikings, despite their reputation as rough barbarians, took hygiene seriously enough to have a specific day of the week, Saturday, named for bathing. Archaeological evidence from Viking sites includes combs, tweezers, and ear cleaners, suggesting regular grooming practices. These weren't people who viewed cleanliness as optional. Muslim-ruled areas of medieval Spain had hammams, public bathhouses inherited from Roman and Islamic traditions, which continued operating throughout the medieval period and set standards that influenced Christian Europe. Italy maintained bathhouse culture more consistently than Northern Europe, partly due to Roman architectural legacy, and partly because Italian cities had the wealth and infrastructure to support them. Italian bathhouses were often elaborate facilities with multiple rooms at different temperatures, following the Roman model of caldarium, tepidarium, and frigidarium. These weren't simple washing rooms. They were sophisticated establishments offering graduated bathing experiences. The wealthy might spend hours at the bathhouse, moving between rooms of different temperatures, getting massages, and socializing. It was the medieval equivalent of a spa day, minus the cucumber water and ambient whale sounds. The social aspect of bathhouses can't be overstated. These were places where social hierarchies relaxed somewhat. Not that they disappeared. Medieval society was too status-conscious for that, but bathhouses created a space where different classes might interact more freely than in other contexts. A merchant and a craftsman might discuss business while both sitting in the same pool. Women had their own bathing times or separate facilities, creating spaces for female social networking outside male oversight. These women-only bathing sessions were opportunities for conversation, advice sharing, and relationship building that were harder to achieve in other settings where men were present. Bathhouses also served medical purposes beyond general hygiene. People with skin conditions, joint pain, or other ailments visited bathhouses seeking relief. The hot water and steam provided temporary comfort even if they didn't cure the underlying conditions. Some bathhouses specialized in therapeutic bathing, offering specific herbal treatments or water from sources believed to have healing properties. This created a medical economy around bathhouses, with physicians recommending specific establishments for particular conditions and bathhouse owners advertising their therapeutic benefits. The economics of bathhouses reveal their importance to medieval urban life. Operating a bathhouse required significant capital investment. You needed a building, water supply system, heating equipment, and staff. The potential returns justified this investment because bathhouses attracted steady customer traffic. In larger cities, successful bathhouses could make their owners quite wealthy. This created competition, with bathhouse owners trying to attract customers through better facilities, lower prices, or additional services. The market for cleanliness was competitive, which tells you something about demand. Guilds sometimes operated their own bathhouses for members, adding bathing facilities to their guild halls. This served both practical and social purposes. Members could wash after work, which was particularly important for trades involving physical labour or materials that left you dirty. Dyers, tanners, blacksmiths, and other craftsmen whose work was messy had particular reason to appreciate guild bathhouses. The social aspect reinforced guild solidarity. Bathing together, literally, created bonds between guild members. It's hard to maintain excessive formality with someone you've seen naked in a communal bath, which probably helped guild meetings be more egalitarian than they might otherwise have been. Soap making itself became a significant medieval industry. Cities known for soap production exported their products across Europe. Marseille became famous for soap made with olive oil. Spanish soap makers developed specialized techniques. Venice produced luxury soaps perfumed with exotic spices from Eastern trade. The existence of an international soap trade proves there was substantial demand. You don't develop export industries for products nobody wants. Medieval people bought soap in sufficient quantities to support professional soap makers, distributors, and merchants. This wasn't a niche market serving a small elite. It was a mainstream industry. The linguistic evidence also supports regular medieval bathing. Most European languages have multiple words distinguishing different types of washing and bathing, inherited from medieval usage. These linguistic distinctions wouldn't exist if bathing were rare or unusual. Languages develop detailed vocabulary for important, frequent activities. The medieval period needed words for different bathing contexts because people bathed in different ways for different purposes. A quick wash before dinner wasn't the same as a thorough bath at the bathhouse, and the language reflected this difference. Religious practices reinforced bathing in various ways. Baptism obviously involved water, and while it was symbolic, it created positive associations between water and spiritual purification. Pilgrims often washed before entering holy sites, and some pilgrimage destinations had washing facilities for this purpose. Washing before prayer was common, paralleling similar practices in Judaism and Islam. Religious feast days might include communal bathing as part of preparation for celebrations. These religious connections meant bathing had spiritual significance beyond mere physical cleanliness, giving people additional reasons to maintain washing habits. Wedding customs often included ritual bathing. Brides prepared for their weddings with elaborate baths, sometimes attended by female friends and family who helped wash and perfume the bride. This wasn't just about physical cleanliness, it was a rite of passage, marking the transition from maiden to wife. The bath was part of the ceremony, as important as the dress or flowers. Grooms also bathed before weddings, though typically with less ceremony. The point is that important life events incorporated bathing as a meaningful ritual, not as an unusual or remarkable activity. Knights preparing for tournaments or battles also bathed, both for practical reasons and as part of ritualized preparation. A knight being invested or dubbed might undergo ceremonial bathing the night before, symbolizing spiritual cleansing and readiness for the responsibilities of knighthood. This wasn't just poetic symbolism, it was actual bathing, physical washing that served both practical and ceremonial purposes. The chivalric literature of the period describes these bathing rituals in detail, suggesting they were real practices, not invented symbolism. The concept of personal cleanliness was also tied to medieval ideas about honour and respectability. Being clean was associated with being civilized and honourable. Being dirty was associated with being base or degraded. This moral dimension to cleanliness meant people had social incentives to maintain hygiene. You didn't want to be the person everyone avoided because you smelled terrible. Medieval society was small and interconnected enough that reputations mattered, and your reputation could suffer if you neglected basic cleanliness. Social pressure enforced hygiene standards even when individual preference might have led to laziness. The development of linen undergarments in the later medieval period also improved hygiene. Linen was washable and could be changed more frequently than outer woolen garments. Wearing clean linen next to your skin kept outer clothing cleaner longer and was easier than washing heavy wool constantly. This innovation in clothing technology supported better hygiene by making it more practical to stay clean without wearing out expensive outer garments through constant washing. People could change their linen shirts regularly while washing their wool tunics less frequently, achieving acceptable cleanliness without destroying their wardrobes. Hair care was also more sophisticated than stereotypes suggest. Combs were common possessions across all social classes. People combed their hair regularly to remove tangles and lice. Herbal rinses made hair cleaner and more manageable. Women with long hair developed elaborate washing and grooming routines to keep it healthy. Hair was covered in public for both hygiene and modesty reasons, but underneath those head coverings, people maintained their hair with reasonable care. The idea that medieval people had perpetually matted filthy hair is contradicted by combs found in archaeological sites and depicted in artwork showing groomed hairstyles. Teeth cleaning was practiced, though less effectively than modern dentistry would prefer. People cleaned their teeth with cloth, occasionally salt or herbal preparations, and small sticks similar to primitive toothbrushes. This didn't prevent tooth decay, but it removed food particles and helped maintain fresher breath. Aromatic herbs were chewed to freshen breath, which was probably necessary given medieval diets, but still shows concern for oral hygiene. Dental care was rudimentary, but it existed. People recognized that teeth required maintenance, even if their methods were limited by available technology. The use of perfumes and aromatic substances also indicates concern with personal scent. Wealthy people used imported perfumes, rosewater, and scented oils. Less wealthy people used local herbs and flowers. Churches used incense extensively, creating associations between pleasant scents and holiness. This olfactory culture shows medieval people were sensitive to smells and preferred pleasant ones to foul ones, which seems obvious but contradicts the myth that they lived in constant stench and didn't care. They cared enough to develop entire industries around creating pleasant scents and masking unpleasant ones. Laundry was labour-intensive but regular. Clothing, bedding and linens were washed, often by professional laundresses who made livings washing other people's textiles. The existence of professional laundry services proves regular demand. Nobody pays someone to wash their clothes if they only wash them once a year. Laundresses worked in rivers or at public washing facilities, using soap, beating paddles, and physical effort to clean textiles. It was hard work, but it happened regularly enough to provide employment to numerous women in every town. Clean clothing was normal, not exceptional. The myth of medieval filth persists partly because it's useful for modern cleanliness industries. Soap companies, deodorant manufacturers, and hygiene product businesses benefit from the idea that we've only recently discovered cleanliness. It makes their products seem essential to civilization rather than incremental improvements on existing practices. The narrative that medieval people lived in filth until modern hygiene saved us is good marketing for products claiming to protect us from reverting to medieval conditions. Never mind that medieval people already knew washing was important. The marketing narrative requires them to be ignorant so we can feel enlightened. Educational materials perpetuate the myth through simplification. Teaching medieval history often focuses on dramatic elements, wars, plagues, castles, rather than mundane daily practices like bathing. Textbooks might mention bathhouses in passing, but emphasize plague and disease, creating impressions of overwhelming filth. Students remember the dramatic negative elements and forget or never learn about routine hygiene practices. This creates generations of people who confidently believe medieval people never bathed, based on incomplete education that highlighted problems while ignoring normal life. The visual representation of medieval life in media reinforces the myth. Movies and television shows depicting medieval settings often show characters covered in artfully smudged dirt, wearing deliberately tattered clothing in earthy tones. This creates visual drama and distinguishes medieval settings from modern ones, but it's not historically accurate. Medieval clothing was often colourful and well-maintained. People who could afford it wore clean, bright clothing. Even peasants mended and washed their clothes. The universal dirtiness we see on screen is aesthetic choice, not historical accuracy, but audiences absorb these images and assume they reflect reality. The complexity of the actual history also works against correction, explaining that medieval bathing practices varied by region, class, period, and circumstance requires nuance. Saying, they were all filthy, is simple. Simple narratives usually win against complex ones, especially when the simple narrative flatters the audience by suggesting they're cleaner and better than people in the past. Fighting this requires explaining bathhouse economics, regional variations, the post-medieval decline, and multiple other factors. That's a hard sell when the alternative is a simple myth that makes people feel superior. In conclusion, medieval people bathed regularly, maintained bathhouses as important social and economic institutions, produced and used soap, and generally practiced hygiene at levels that would surprise anyone who believes the filth myth. The real decline in European hygiene came after the medieval period, during the 16th and 17th centuries when bathhouses closed and medical advice turned against bathing. But somehow the later period's problems got attributed to the Middle Ages, creating a persistent myth that reverses actual historical trends. The next time someone claims medieval people never bathed, you can confidently correct them with about 6 different types of evidence. Whether they believe you is another matter entirely. Historical myths are stubborn things, much harder to wash away than medieval dirt ever was. Moving right along to another persistent myth that makes medieval people sound like they belonged in a dollhouse rather than actual human dwellings. Somewhere along the line, popular culture decided that everyone in the Middle Ages was approximately the size of a garden gnome, wandering around, bumping their heads on door frames and sleeping in beds designed for particularly short children. The image is almost charming in its absurdity. Tiny medieval people living in tiny medieval houses, like some historical theme park populated by people who'd struggle to reach items on modern supermarket shelves. Unfortunately for this entertaining mental picture, medieval people were not, in fact, a race of miniature humans. They were roughly the same size we are, give or take a few centimetres depending on nutrition and social class. Archaeological evidence makes this abundantly clear. Skeletal remains from medieval cemeteries across Europe show that average male height hovered around 170 to 173 centimetres, with women averaging about 158 to 160 centimetres. That's not dramatically different from modern averages in many countries, and it's certainly not small enough to justify the notion that medieval people were universally tiny. Individual variation existed naturally. Some people were tall, some were short, just like today. The skeletons of well-fed nobles and knights often show heights that would be unremarkable in a modern population. We're talking about people who could walk into a contemporary room without everyone stopping to marvel at their unusual stature. The better-fed classes, particularly nobility and successful merchants, often achieved heights that would be considered perfectly normal today. A knight preparing for battle wasn't a diminutive figure who needed a step stool to mount his horse. He was frequently a well-built man of average or above-average height, fed on diets rich in meat, dairy, and varied foods that supported healthy growth. Chronicles describing tournaments and battles occasionally mention particularly tall or imposing warriors, suggesting that exceptional height existed and was notable, but not so rare as to be shocking. If everyone were uniformly short, nobody would bother mentioning that someone was tall. The fact that height variations merited comment indicates a normal range of human sizes. Peasants and labourers, whose diets were more restricted and less reliable, tended toward the shorter end of the range. Chronic childhood malnutrition, periodic famines and disease could stunt growth. This wasn't unique to the Middle Ages. It's been true throughout history that poverty and poor nutrition affect physical development. But even among peasants, many achieved reasonable adult heights once they survived childhood and had access to adequate food during their growing years. The medieval countryside wasn't populated entirely by malnourished people barely surviving. Many peasant communities, particularly in good years with decent harvests, had adequate nutrition to support normal growth. So where did this myth of tiny medieval people come from? Part of the confusion stems from medieval architecture, specifically doorways. If you visit medieval buildings today, you'll notice doorways are often lower than modern ones. Modern people have to duck to enter medieval rooms, which creates the impression that the people who built them must have been shorter. This logic seems sound until you remember that doorways aren't always built to exactly match human height. Medieval builders designed low doorways for a very practical reason that had nothing to do with accommodating short people. They were trying to keep heat inside the building. Medieval heating technology was, to put it charitably, limited. You had fireplaces which heated immediately nearby areas quite well while allowing most of the heat to escape up the chimney. You had braziers, which provided localized warmth while producing concerning amounts of smoke indoors, and you had body heat, which helped if enough people crowded into a small space but wasn't exactly a comprehensive climate control solution. In this context, every architectural decision became a thermal calculation. Larger doorways meant more heat loss. Low doorways with thick frames reduced the amount of warm air escaping and cold air entering every time someone passed through. It was medieval insulation strategy, prioritizing heat retention over comfortable ceiling clearance. Windows operated on the same principle. Medieval windows were often small, not because people enjoyed living in dim spaces, but because large windows meant massive heat loss. Glass was expensive and not particularly effective at insulation. Shutters helped, but you were still creating a large opening in your wall where cold air could penetrate. Small windows limited heat loss while still providing necessary light. The result was buildings that were darker than modern ones but significantly warmer, or at least less catastrophically cold during winter. Medieval builders understood thermal dynamics better than they understood comfort, and their architecture reflects this priority. Ceilings in ordinary houses were also lower than modern standards, again for thermal reasons. A room with a high ceiling requires more energy to heat. When your heating technology consists of burn wood and hope, you don't want to waste effort heating empty space near the ceiling that nobody uses. Low ceilings meant the heat from your fireplace warmed the actual living space more efficiently. Yes, this made rooms feel more cramped. Yes, tall people probably spent a lot of time hunched over, but it also meant you didn't freeze to death during January, which seemed like an acceptable trade-off to people whose alternative was dying of cold. The thickness of medieval walls also relates to thermal management. Thick stone or timber and daub walls provided insulation, keeping heat in during winter and out during summer. This meant doorways through these walls became tunnels, often with depth equal to the wall thickness. Combine this with deliberately low door frames, and you get entrances that feel almost defensive, requiring people to bend and slow down as they pass through. This had security benefits. It's harder to rush through a low doorway while wearing armour and swinging a sword, but the primary motivation was simply keeping the building warm enough for human habitation. Castle architecture took this even further. Castles needed to be defensible, which meant narrow passages, low doorways, and deliberately awkward interior layouts designed to disadvantage attackers. But castles also needed to be livable during winter, which meant serious attention to heat retention in an era when heating a large stone building was nearly impossible. The combination produced castles with winding staircases, low passages, and small rooms that modern tourists find charming, but would have been uncomfortable by any standard. Medieval nobles didn't build this way because they enjoyed bumping their heads. They built this way because the alternatives were being easily invaded or freezing to death, both of which seemed worse than occasional architectural inconvenience. Churches and cathedrals show what medieval builders could achieve when thermal efficiency wasn't the primary concern. Gothic cathedrals have soaring ceilings, large doorways, and enormous windows filled with stained glass. These buildings were designed to inspire awe and demonstrate divine glory, not to provide comfortable winter living quarters. The fact that they're freezing cold during winter services didn't matter as much because people weren't living in them full time. You could tolerate being cold for a few hours during Mass if the rest of your time was spent in better heated spaces. Cathedrals prove medieval builders absolutely could construct tall, spacious buildings with high doorways. They chose not to in residential architecture because other priorities mattered more. The bed situation adds another layer to the height myth. Medieval beds surviving in museums and depicted in artwork are often noticeably shorter than modern beds. This has led to the assumption that people must have been correspondingly shorter. The reality is more interesting and considerably stranger by modern standards. Medieval people frequently slept in a semi-upright position, propped up on pillows and bolsters rather than lying flat. This practice was based on medical theories about how the body worked during sleep. Medieval physicians, working from ancient sources, believed that lying completely flat allowed dangerous vapours and humours to accumulate in the body, potentially causing illness or suffocation. Sleeping propped up supposedly allowed these vapours to drain naturally, keeping the body's humoral balance healthy. It sounds absurd to modern ears, but it was serious medical advice repeated in countless medical texts and health manuals. People genuinely believed that sleeping position affected their health, so they slept sitting partially upright even though it was probably less comfortable than lying flat. This meant beds didn't need to be as long because you weren't stretched out horizontally. You were reclined at an angle which required less length. The short beds weren't accommodating short people. They were accommodating a particular sleeping position based on medieval medical theory. This semi-upright sleeping position also explains why medieval beds often have elaborate headboards and footboards. These weren't just decorative. They provided support for maintaining the angled sleeping position. The pillows and bolsters piled against the headboard kept you propped up at the medically recommended angle. The footboard prevented you from sliding down the bed during the night. Without these structural supports, maintaining a semi-upright position while asleep would be difficult. The bed design reflects the intended use, which was different from how we use beds today. Wealthy people had the most elaborate sleeping arrangements, with beds that were essentially pieces of furniture built for display as much as function. These beds had curtains that could be closed around the sleeper, creating a smaller space that was easier to keep warm. The curtains also provided privacy in households where bedrooms might be shared, or where servants slept nearby. Inside the curtained bed, propped up on multiple pillows, a medieval noble could sleep in relative warmth and privacy. The whole arrangement was a solution to the problem of getting adequate sleep in cold buildings without central heating, while also following medical advice about proper sleeping position. Common people had simpler beds, often just straw mattresses on wooden frames or even on the floor. These might be shorter than modern beds because resources were limited and there was no point making furniture larger than necessary. But the sleeping position was similar propped up rather than flat because the medical beliefs about sleep were widespread across social classes. A peasant might not have the elaborate pillows and bolsters of a noble, but they'd still sleep partially upright, using bundled clothing or straw as improvised props. The practice was nearly universal, which is why so many medieval beds seem short to modern observers. Children's beds were obviously smaller, just as they are today. Cradles and youth beds were sized appropriately for growing children. But these shouldn't be confused with adult beds. The frequent depiction of small beds in medieval art sometimes shows children's furniture, not evidence that adults were unusually small. Context matters when interpreting historical artifacts and images. A cradle in a medieval painting doesn't tell us anything about adult height, yet images of medieval sleeping arrangements are sometimes used to support the tiny people myth without distinguishing between furniture for different ages. The medieval diet's role in determining height was complex and varied significantly by class and region. Nobles and wealthy merchants ate diets heavy in meat, particularly beef, pork, and game birds. They had access to fish, both fresh and preserved. They ate cheese, butter, and other dairy products. They consumed vegetables, fruits, and grain products. This varied diet provided adequate nutrition for normal growth, assuming childhood diseases didn't interfere. The well-fed medieval noble child had a reasonable chance of reaching their genetic height potential, probably within a few centimetres of what they'd achieve with modern nutrition. Peasants and labourers had less varied diets, typically centred on grain products, bread, porridge, and simple grain dishes formed the basis of most meals. They supplemented this with vegetables when available, particularly cabbage, onions, and root vegetables that stored well through winter. Dairy products appeared when accessible. Meat was occasional, often reserved for feast days, or obtained through poaching at considerable legal risk. This diet was less optimal for growth than what nobles enjoyed, but it wasn't necessarily catastrophically inadequate. In good years with successful harvests, peasants ate enough calories and had sufficient nutritional variety to support reasonable growth. The problem came during bad years. Famines, crop failures, and periodic food shortages meant periods of serious malnutrition. A child experiencing malnutrition during key growth years might end up shorter than their genetic potential would otherwise allow. This was a real phenomenon affecting many peasant children, but it's important to understand this as episodic rather than constant. Not every year was a famine year. Not every region experienced simultaneous crop failures. Many peasant children grew up during periods of adequate food supply and reached normal adult heights. The medieval peasantry included many reasonably tall individuals, alongside those whose growth was stunted by malnutrition. Regional variations in height followed patterns that would be familiar to modern observers. Areas with better agricultural conditions and more reliable food supplies tended to produce taller populations. Areas with marginal agriculture, frequent crop failures, or endemic poverty showed more stunted growth. Scandinavian populations with access to fish and pastoral products often achieved good heights. Mediterranean populations with varied diets, including olive oil, fish, and diverse vegetables, generally did well. Regions with severe poverty or frequent warfare showed more evidence of malnutrition affecting growth. These patterns make sense given what we know about nutrition and physical development. Military records provide useful evidence about medieval height because armies preferred taller, stronger men when they had choice about recruitment. Knights and men-at-arms came predominantly from classes with better nutrition, and their recorded heights, where they exist, show no evidence of unusual shortness. Some medieval armour surviving in museum collections can be measured, and while there are variations, much of it would fit modern people of average height. A few pieces are quite large, suggesting the owners were tall by any era's standards. The physical remains of soldiers buried after major battles show the same pattern's average heights, around 170 centimetres for men, with considerable individual variation. Chroniclers occasionally described people's physical appearance, including height. When they mention someone being unusually tall or short, the descriptions suggest a normal range of variation. Someone described as exceptionally tall might be noted as reaching 6 feet or more, which would be tall but not impossible in modern populations. Someone described as notably short might be 5 feet or less. The existence of these descriptions implies most people fell between these extremes, in a range that would be unremarkable today. If everyone were uniformly short, the chroniclers wouldn't bother mentioning height variations, because there would be nothing notable to record. The armour evidence is particularly revealing. Medieval armour was custom-fitted to the wearer because ill-fitting armour could get you killed in combat. This means surviving armour pieces tell us about the actual body sizes of people who could afford such equipment. Analysis of armour collections across European museums shows a wide range of sizes, from relatively small pieces to impressively large ones. The average falls within what we'd expect for modern populations. Some pieces are small enough to suggest their owners were short by any standard, but these are outliers rather than the norm. Most armour would accommodate people of normal modern heights, which strongly suggests medieval people were similarly sized. The myth of tiny medieval people probably persists partly because it's visually dramatic. Films and television shows can create easy visual shorthand for medieval by showing cramped spaces and low ceilings. Actors hunching through doorways immediately signals to audiences that we're in the past. This works as cinematography, even if it exaggerates reality. Unfortunately, audiences absorb these visual cues and assume they're historically accurate. The more you see actors ducking through medieval doorways on screen, the more you assume medieval people must have been shorter, even though the actual reason for low doorways had nothing to do with height. Tourist experiences at medieval buildings reinforce the myth. When you visit a medieval castle or house and have to duck through doorways, your immediate impression is that the people who lived there must have been smaller than you. This intuitive conclusion feels obvious, and most tourists don't stop to consider alternative explanations like thermal efficiency or defensive architecture. The physical experience of navigating medieval spaces creates a visceral sense that they were built for smaller people, and this impression is hard to shake even when presented with contrary evidence. The myth also fits into broader narratives about progress and improvement over time. If we're taller than medieval people, it suggests we're healthier, better fed, and generally superior. This flattering narrative makes the myth psychologically appealing. Correcting it requires admitting that medieval people weren't actually that different from us physically, which is less emotionally satisfying than believing we've improved dramatically. People generally prefer stories that confirm their pre-existing beliefs about progress and advancement, even when those stories aren't accurate. Educational materials often perpetuate the myth through simplified explanations. A textbook might mention that medieval people were generally shorter, without providing context about class differences, regional variations, or comparative statistics. Students remember the simple claim medieval people were short, without the nuance that would complicate the picture. This simplified version becomes the received wisdom, passed from generation to generation, until it's accepted as obvious fact that doesn't require evidence or examination. The sleeping position aspect of this myth is particularly interesting because it reveals how medical beliefs shape everyday behavior in ways that persist even when the beliefs change. We no longer think sleeping flat causes vapor accumulation, but we inherited the flat sleeping position as normal without remembering why it replaced semi-upright sleeping. Medieval people thought they had good medical reasons for sleeping propped up, just as we think we have good reasons for sleeping flat. Both positions work fine for actual sleep, but the choice reflects underlying assumptions about how bodies function. The short beds weren't evidence of short people. They were evidence of different medical theories producing different sleeping practices. The architectural evidence shows medieval builders were perfectly capable of constructing tall, spacious structures when that was the goal. The problem wasn't inability to build large doorways or high ceilings. It was that residential architecture had different priorities, primarily thermal efficiency and resource conservation. A wealthy merchant might have a house with relatively generous ceiling heights and doorways in rooms used for entertaining guests, showing off his status. But his private sleeping chamber would have lower ceilings and smaller doorways, because he wanted to sleep in a warm room during winter. The architecture reflected practical concerns, not the physical limitations of the inhabitants. Castle builders demonstrated sophisticated understanding of space and movement. They deliberately created uncomfortable passages for defenders' advantage, but this was strategic choice, not accommodation of small people. When castles included grand halls for feasting and ceremony, those spaces had impressive heights and doorways sized for armoured men to pass through comfortably. The contrast between defensive spaces and ceremonial spaces shows builders could create whatever proportions they wanted. They chose cramped spaces where that served defensive purposes and grand spaces where that served social purposes. Height accommodation wasn't the determining factor. The myth's persistence into modern times, despite abundant contrary evidence, shows how hard it is to dislodge established beliefs. Archaeologists have published countless studies on medieval skeletal remains documenting normal heights. Historians have explained the architectural reasoning behind low doorways and short beds. Museum curators have pointed out that surviving armour fits people of modern average size. None of this prevents the myth from continuing to circulate in popular culture, education, and casual conversation. Once a belief becomes established, it develops immunity to mere facts. This connects to how we imagine the past generally. We want medieval people to be different from us in dramatic, visible ways. If they look the same, dress in equivalent clothing, and inhabit similar-sized bodies, they become harder to position as primitive ancestors we've evolved beyond. Making them physically smaller creates immediate visual differentiation. It makes them seem less like us, which makes it easier to feel we've progressed significantly. The myth serves psychological needs that override historical accuracy. We believe it because it's comforting, not because it's true. The economic aspect of building also explains architectural choices. Timber, stone, and labour were expensive. Building larger structures required more materials and more work. If you could achieve your goals with lower ceilings and smaller doorways, you saved money. This was particularly important for ordinary people building homes on limited budgets. They didn't make doorways low because they were short. They made doorways low because higher doorways cost more and provided no practical benefit given medieval heating technology. It was economic rationality, not accommodation of physical stature. Modern building codes and expectations have shifted dramatically towards spaciousness and height. We expect high ceilings, large windows, and doors tall enough to walk through without ducking. This reflects our different priorities. We value light, space, and psychological comfort over thermal efficiency, because we have better heating and cooling technology. Medieval people made different choices because they faced different constraints. Neither approach is inherently superior. They're solutions to different problems. But the contrast makes medieval buildings feel cramped by our standards, feeding the impression that they were built for smaller people. The class dimension of this myth deserves emphasis. Wealthy medieval people, with access to better nutrition throughout their lives, often achieved heights that would be considered perfectly normal today. A noble lord or successful merchant standing 175 centimetres tall would not have been remarkable in his time or ours. But the myth tends to apply to medieval people as an undifferentiated mass, erasing class differences that significantly affected physical development. This flattening of medieval society into a single category makes it easier to make sweeping generalizations that ignore the actual diversity of medieval experiences. Labour patterns also affected physical development in ways we don't always consider. Manual labour, begun early in childhood for peasant families, could both stunt growth through overwork and malnutrition, while also building significant physical strength. A peasant who started working in fields at age 6 might end up shorter than ideal, but also significantly stronger than modern office workers. This creates a complicated picture where height isn't the only relevant measure of physical capability. Medieval labourers were tough by necessity, adapted to physical demands that would exhaust most modern people, regardless of their exact height. The myth also ignores the simple reality that height is normally distributed in populations. Every population includes short people, average people, and tall people. Medieval populations were no different. The average might shift slightly based on nutrition and health conditions, but the range remains. Medieval Europe included very tall individuals who would stand out even today, average height people who would blend into modern crowds, and short people who would have been considered short in their own time. This normal distribution gets lost when we talk about medieval people as though they were all identical. Climate and geography influence both architecture and physical development. Northern European populations adapted to cold climates partly through building techniques that prioritized heat retention. Southern European populations, facing different climate challenges, built differently. These regional variations in architecture reflected different environmental conditions, not different human sizes. A low-ceilinged house in Scandinavia and an airy house in Sicily both accommodated people of similar heights. The differences were about climate control strategies, not physical anthropology. In conclusion, medieval people were not miniature versions of modern humans. They were normal-sized people adapting to different environmental and economic constraints. Low doorways reflected heating technology, not stature. Short beds reflected sleeping positions, not height. The myth of tiny medieval people tells us more about modern assumptions and psychological needs than about medieval reality. Archaeological evidence consistently shows medieval people were roughly our size, give or take a few centimetres depending on nutrition and social class. The next time you duck through a medieval doorway, remember you're not accommodating the height of the original inhabitants. You're experiencing the thermal efficiency priorities of people who understood insulation better than comfort, which seems like a reasonable trade-off when your alternative is freezing to death every winter. Medieval architecture is a silent textbook, teaching us about the compromises people made to survive in an era before central heating, not evidence of a race of human collectibles who somehow shrank back to normal size after the Renaissance. The myth persists because it's simple and flattering, but reality is more interesting once you understand the actual reasoning behind medieval building practices and sleeping habits. Let's move on to perhaps the most ambitious lie ever told about the Middle Ages, the one that transforms 1,000 years of European history into a cultural black hole where nothing happened except ignorance and suffering. The Dark Ages narrative. According to this charming fiction, the Roman Empire fell and suddenly everyone forgot how to think. For the next millennium, Europe became an intellectual wasteland where peasants tilled mud, monks argued about how many angels could balance on a pinhead, and nobody did anything remotely resembling science, philosophy, or cultural achievement. Then, miraculously, the Renaissance arrived, and people remembered they had brains. It's a dramatic story with clear heroes and villains, a satisfying arc of decline and redemption, and absolutely no relationship to historical reality whatsoever. The medieval period produced universities, Gothic cathedrals that still make modern engineers nervous, mechanical clocks, spectacles, sophisticated agricultural innovations, and philosophical debates so complex they'd give modern academics headaches. People didn't stop thinking when Rome fell. They thought constantly, argued ferociously, and built institutions that preserved and expanded human knowledge under circumstances that were frequently terrible but never intellectually barren. The idea that medieval Europe was a 1,000-year intellectual coma is Renaissance propaganda that somehow became accepted historical fact, which tells you something about the power of good marketing over mundane truth. Let's start with universities, since they're inconveniently difficult to explain if you're trying to argue medieval people didn't value education. The university as an institution was invented in medieval Europe, not inherited from Rome, not imported from elsewhere, invented from scratch during the supposedly dark centuries when nobody cared about learning. The University of Bologna, founded in 1088, became the model for institutions across Europe. Paris, Oxford, Cambridge, Padua, Salamanca, and dozens of others followed. These weren't small operations serving tiny elites. They were substantial institutions with hundreds or thousands of students, formal curricula, degree programs, and faculty who spent their careers teaching and researching. Medieval universities had structure we'd recognize today. Students attended lectures, participated in disputations where they argued philosophical and theological questions, wrote theses, and earned degrees. Bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, and doctorates all originated in medieval universities. The academic regalia we still wear at graduations, the robes and hoods and ceremonial oddness, comes directly from medieval academic dress. When modern universities call their governing bodies faculties and organize knowledge into disciplines, they're using medieval terminology. The entire institutional framework of higher education is a medieval invention that somehow survived from the Dark Ages, when supposedly nobody cared about education. The curriculum was demanding. Students started with the trivium, grammar, logic, and rhetoric, which taught them to read Latin, construct arguments, and communicate effectively. Then came the quadrivium, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and music, covering what we'd now call mathematics and science. After mastering these 7 liberal arts, students could specialize in law, medicine, or theology. This wasn't casual study. It took years. A full course to doctorate might require a decade or more. Students lived in poverty, attended lectures in unheated rooms, and worked through texts so challenging that modern translations often need extensive footnotes. Not exactly the behaviour of a culture that had abandoned intellectual life. The philosophical debates in medieval universities were sophisticated to a degree that surprises people who assume medieval thought was simple. Scholars argued about universals and particulars, the nature of existence, causation, logic, ethics, and epistemology. They engaged with Aristotle, Plato, and other ancient philosophers, but didn't just repeat what the ancients said. They critiqued, extended, and sometimes rejected classical ideas. Thomas Aquinas spent years writing the Summa Theologica, a comprehensive philosophical and theological work that attempted to reconcile Aristotelian philosophy with Christian doctrine. Whether or not you agree with his conclusions, the intellectual ambition and rigour are undeniable. The scientific work happening in medieval universities also contradicts the no-science narrative. Scholars studied optics, producing sophisticated analyses of light, reflection, and vision. Robert Grosseteste in the 13th century wrote about optics and scientific methodology, arguing that observation and experimentation were necessary for understanding nature. His student Roger Bacon conducted optical experiments and wrote extensively about improving scientific knowledge through empirical investigation. These weren't isolated figures. They trained students who continued their work, creating intellectual lineages that preserved and advanced scientific knowledge across generations. Medieval scholars made advances in mathematics that we still use. Leonardo Fibonacci introduced Hindu-Arabic numerals to Europe through his 1202 book Liber Abaci, revolutionizing calculation by replacing Roman numerals with the decimal system we use today. Try doing long division with Roman numerals, and you'll appreciate why this mattered. Fibonacci also described the mathematical sequence that bears his name, which appears throughout nature and mathematics. Nicole Oresme in the 14th century developed graphical techniques for representing changing quantities, essentially inventing coordinate graphs centuries before Descartes usually gets credit for them. Astronomy flourished throughout the medieval period, driven partly by the practical need to calculate the date of Easter. This seemingly trivial religious requirement actually pushed substantial astronomical progress. Easter's date depends on both solar and lunar calendars, requiring precise astronomical observations and calculations to determine. The Church needed accurate astronomical tables to predict when Easter would fall each year, and this need funded observational astronomy across Europe. Monasteries and universities maintained astronomical instruments, observed celestial events, and compiled data tables. This wasn't theology disguised as science. It was actual observational astronomy, producing useful results for practical purposes. The challenge of calendar calculation led to detailed study of how the sun and moon actually move. Medieval astronomers knew these movements weren't perfectly regular. They developed increasingly sophisticated models to account for observed variations, testing their models against new observations and refining calculations. This is science. You observe, you create models, you test predictions, you revise when predictions fail. Medieval astronomers were doing exactly this, motivated by religious requirements but constrained by empirical observation. The calendar might have been a theological necessity, but solving the problem required real astronomical knowledge. The construction of Gothic cathedrals represents an incredible application of engineering and mathematics. These buildings push stone construction to its absolute limits, creating structures that seem impossibly tall and delicate. The architectural innovations required to achieve Gothic height and light, pointed arches, flying buttresses, ribbed vaults, represent sophisticated engineering solutions to complex structural problems. Medieval master masons understood load distribution, structural stress, and material properties well enough to build cathedrals that have stood for centuries despite appearing too fragile to survive. This wasn't trial and error. It was applied mathematics and engineering, passed through guild training systems that preserved technical knowledge across generations. The construction process itself required extensive planning and calculation. Master masons drew plans, calculated proportions, and supervised construction that might span decades or centuries. They invented architectural drawing techniques and geometric methods still studied today. The level of mathematical sophistication required to design a Gothic cathedral is substantial. You need to calculate forces, angles, proportions, and material requirements. You need to understand geometry well enough to translate designs into three-dimensional structures. The fact that these buildings still stand proves the calculations were accurate, which means medieval masons had real mathematical knowledge, not just lucky guesses. Mechanical clocks emerged in the late medieval period, representing a breakthrough in precision engineering. These weren't simple timekeeping devices. They were complex machines requiring sophisticated understanding of gears, escapements, weights, and oscillating mechanisms. Creating a clock that keeps accurate time requires precise manufacturing, careful calculation of gear ratios, and innovative solutions to mechanical problems. The fact that medieval craftsmen developed working mechanical clocks demonstrates advanced technical knowledge and manufacturing capability. These devices were so impressive that wealthy patrons competed to install elaborate clocks in their cathedrals and town halls, displaying their city's technical sophistication. The social organization of medieval intellectual life was complex. Monasteries served as knowledge repositories, scriptoria copying and preserving texts that otherwise would have been lost. This wasn't glamorous work. Scribes spent years copying manuscripts by hand, in cold rooms with inadequate light, suffering from cramped hands and failing eyesight. They did this because they believed preserving knowledge mattered, even knowledge from pagan sources they didn't necessarily agree with. Without monastic scriptoria, we'd have lost most of ancient Greek and Roman literature. The fact that we can read Aristotle, Plato, Virgil, and countless other classical authors is due to medieval monks, who spent lifetimes copying texts they often found philosophically problematic. The monastic preservation effort was selective, naturally. Monks prioritized religious texts but also copied classical works on philosophy, science, mathematics, and literature. They added commentary, cross-references, and corrections. They compared different manuscript versions and attempted to establish accurate texts. This is scholarly editing, textual criticism done with care and intellectual rigor. The stereotype of monks mindlessly copying texts they didn't understand is contradicted by the evidence of their corrections, notes, and editorial decisions. These were educated men who understood what they were copying and actively engaged with the content. The Church's relationship with learning was complex rather than simply oppressive. Yes, there were limits on acceptable inquiry. Questioning core theological doctrines could be dangerous, but within those limits substantial intellectual freedom existed. The Church funded universities, sponsored scholars, and maintained libraries. Many of the most important medieval intellectuals were clergy. This makes sense given that the Church was the primary institutional sponsor of education. If you wanted to study seriously, you often needed church support, which meant becoming clergy yourself or securing patronage from ecclesiastical institutions. The narrative of church opposition to science is largely a later invention. The medieval church didn't see science and religion as opposed categories. Natural philosophy, as science was then called, was understood as studying God's creation. Understanding how the natural world worked was considered a way of appreciating divine design. This theological framework could constrain certain types of inquiry, but it also motivated extensive study of nature. Medieval scholars weren't fighting against religious opposition to science. They were working within a framework where studying nature was religiously valuable, which created different constraints than modern science faces, but wasn't the blanket opposition later centuries imagined. Specific conflicts between church authorities and individual scholars did occur. These are often cited as evidence of systematic church opposition to learning, but they're actually evidence of church engagement with intellectual debates. The church cared enough about philosophical and theological questions to argue about them, sometimes quite fiercely. Condemning specific propositions or censuring particular scholars shows the church took ideas seriously enough to be concerned when they seemed theologically problematic. You don't bother condemning ideas you think are irrelevant. The condemnations prove intellectual life was vigorous enough to worry authorities, which is different from no intellectual life existing at all. The translation movement of the 12th and 13th centuries brought Arabic and Greek texts into Latin, dramatically expanding available knowledge. Scholars in Spain, Italy and Sicily translated works on mathematics, astronomy, medicine and philosophy from Arabic and Greek sources. This wasn't passive reception. Translators had to understand the material well enough to render it accurately in Latin, often creating new Latin terminology for concepts that didn't previously exist in European languages. They added commentaries explaining difficult passages. They compared multiple source texts and made editorial decisions about which versions were most reliable. This translation effort reveals several things about medieval intellectual life. First, there was demand for these texts. Scholars wanted access to more knowledge and were willing to invest substantial effort to obtain it. Second, there was institutional support. Universities, wealthy patrons and church authorities funded translation projects because they valued the knowledge being transmitted. Third, there was sufficient existing intellectual infrastructure to absorb and use these texts. You don't translate advanced mathematics texts unless you have mathematicians who can understand and teach them. The translation movement worked because medieval Europe had developed educational institutions capable of incorporating new knowledge. The practical applications of medieval learning are often overlooked. Agricultural innovations increased food production across Europe. The heavy plough, crop rotation systems, and better harnessing techniques all emerged or spread during the medieval period. These weren't accidental discoveries. They represented application of observational knowledge about soils, plants, and animal power to practical problems. Someone had to figure out that certain crop rotations maintained soil fertility better than others, then develop systems to implement this knowledge across large areas. This is applied science, using observation and experimentation to solve practical problems. Watermills and windmills spread across medieval Europe, providing mechanical power for grinding grain, fulling cloth, and other industrial processes. Building effective mills required understanding of mechanics, hydraulics, and materials. Medieval millwrights developed sophisticated designs that captured and transmitted power efficiently. The Domesday Book in 1086 recorded over 6,000 watermills in England alone, indicating this technology was widespread and economically important. This level of mechanical sophistication contradicts images of medieval technological stagnation. Medical knowledge in the medieval period was limited by modern standards, but not static or ignorant. Medical schools at universities trained physicians using translated Arabic texts that preserved and extended Greek medical knowledge. Medieval doctors understood anatomy reasonably well given the constraints on human dissection. They performed surgery, including surprisingly complex procedures like trepanation and cataract removal. Barber surgeons handled routine medical care for ordinary people, setting bones, treating wounds, and performing minor surgeries. Herbalists and apothecaries provided medicines based on extensive knowledge of plant properties. The system wasn't modern, but it wasn't ignorant either. Hospitals existed throughout medieval Europe, primarily run by religious orders. These weren't just places for the dying. They provided medical care, nursing, food, and shelter for sick people. The concept of institutional medical care, a place where sick people could receive treatment from trained practitioners, is medieval. Roman medicine was primarily private, wealthy people hiring physicians while poor people made do. Medieval hospitals created a system where even poor people could receive care, however limited. This represents social innovation driven by religious values about caring for the sick, but it also required medical knowledge to staff these institutions effectively. The preservation of Roman law and its revival in medieval universities had profound effects on European legal systems. Students at Bologna and other universities studied Justinian's legal codes, developing sophisticated understanding of legal principles. This training produced lawyers who could navigate complex legal systems and judges who could apply legal reasoning to novel situations. The development of canon law, the Church's legal system, created another body of legal scholarship and practice. Medieval Europe was thoroughly legalized, with complex systems of rules, courts, and procedures. This required substantial intellectual effort to maintain and develop. The concept of the corporation, a legal entity separate from its individual members, emerged in medieval Europe. Universities, guilds, and towns were corporations, with legal rights and responsibilities independent of their current membership. This legal innovation required sophisticated thinking about collective entities and their relationship to individuals. It enabled institutional continuity across generations and created frameworks for organized collective action. The modern business corporation descends directly from medieval legal innovations. This isn't scientific discovery, but it's intellectual achievement with enormous practical consequences. Medieval political theory included surprisingly sophisticated debates about legitimate authority, the relationship between secular and religious power, and the rights and duties of rulers. These weren't just abstract philosophical exercises. They had practical implications for how kingdoms were governed. Scholars argued about whether kings derived authority from God, from the consent of the governed, or from some combination. They debated limits on royal power and circumstances under which subjects might legitimately resist unjust rulers. These discussions laid groundwork for later political developments, including constitutional government and ideas about individual rights. The guild system, whatever its economic effects, represented an educational innovation. Guilds trained craftsmen through apprenticeship systems that transmitted practical knowledge across generations. An apprentice learned not just how to perform specific tasks, but the reasoning behind them, why certain techniques worked better than others, how to solve problems that arose. Master craftsmen accumulated knowledge over lifetimes and passed it to the next generation through structured training. This wasn't formal academic education, but it was systematic knowledge transmission that preserved and advanced practical skills. Artistic achievements of the medieval period are substantial and recognized as such, but they also represent intellectual achievement. Creating illuminated manuscripts required not just artistic skill, but knowledge of materials, chemistry of pigments, and techniques for working with parchment and gold leaf. The development of oil painting in the late medieval period required experimentation with binders and pigments. Musical notation emerged in medieval monasteries, allowing complex polyphonic music to be recorded and transmitted. These artistic innovations required thinking about how to solve technical problems, testing solutions, and refining techniques over time. The development of double-entry bookkeeping in medieval Italy created systematic methods for tracking complex financial transactions. This innovation enabled larger-scale commerce by providing reliable accounting systems. It required abstract thinking about assets, liabilities, and accounting principles. The fact that we still use variations of this system demonstrates its effectiveness. Like many medieval innovations, it solved practical problems but required genuine intellectual work to develop and refine. Navigation techniques improved throughout the medieval period, driven by expanding trade and maritime activity. Sailors developed more accurate charts, better compasses, and improved techniques for determining position. The astrolabe, inherited from Islamic sources, allowed measurement of celestial positions for navigation. Mediterranean portolan charts showed coastlines and ports with remarkable accuracy, given the available technology. Creating these charts required extensive observations, careful mapping, and mathematical calculations. Medieval cartography wasn't perfect, but it was constantly improving as new information accumulated. The stereotype of medieval people believing absurd things about nature is partially true but misleading. Yes, medieval bestiaries claimed bizarre things about animals, but these texts were primarily allegorical, using animals as symbols for moral lessons. The people reading them weren't necessarily believing the natural history literally. They were sophisticated enough to understand symbolic interpretation. Meanwhile, practical knowledge about actual animals, accumulated by hunters, farmers, and shepherds, was extensive and largely accurate. People who lived close to nature knew it well, even if formal texts sometimes prioritized symbolism over observation. The so-called Dark Ages label really applies primarily to the early medieval period, roughly 500 to 800 CE, and even then only in Western Europe. This period saw political fragmentation, economic disruption, and reduced literacy compared to Roman levels. But even during these centuries, intellectual life continued. Monasteries preserved texts, scholars like Bede in England produced historical and scientific works, and legal and administrative systems adapted to new political realities. It was a difficult period, but not a complete intellectual blackout, and by 800 CE, the Carolingian Renaissance was already underway, with Charlemagne sponsoring educational reforms and cultural revival. The later medieval period, from roughly 1000 onward, saw dramatic intellectual expansion. This is when universities were founded, Gothic architecture emerged, and translations of Greek and Arabic texts flooded into Europe. Population grew, cities expanded, trade increased, and literacy spread. This was a period of innovation and cultural achievement across multiple domains. Calling it dark requires ignoring vast amounts of evidence, yet the Dark Ages label persists, applied to the entire medieval millennium, because it serves narrative purposes that override historical accuracy. The Renaissance humanists who coined the term Dark Ages were engaged in competitive positioning. They wanted to claim they were reviving classical learning after a long sleep, which required portraying the intervening period as an intellectual wasteland. This was marketing for their own programs, emphasizing discontinuity with the immediate past while claiming direct connection to classical antiquity. It worked brilliantly as rhetoric, but was terrible history. The Renaissance built on medieval foundations. The universities where humanists taught were medieval institutions. The manuscripts they studied were preserved by medieval scribes. The intellectual tools they used were developed through medieval scholastic training. The Renaissance wasn't a break from medieval darkness, but a continuation and transformation of medieval intellectual traditions. Later centuries, particularly the Enlightenment, reinforced the Dark Ages narrative for their own purposes. Enlightenment thinkers wanted to position themselves as bringing light after religious obscurantism, which required portraying the medieval period as religiously oppressive. This served their anti-clerical purposes but distorted medieval reality. The Church had complex and sometimes contradictory relationships with learning, sponsoring scholarship while also constraining it in certain ways. But this complexity doesn't support simple narratives about religious opposition to knowledge. Protestant reformers also found the Dark Ages narrative useful. It allowed them to portray medieval Catholicism as having corrupted original Christianity, falling into ignorance and superstition before the Reformation restored truth. This theological polemic became embedded in historical understanding, particularly in Protestant countries, creating lasting impressions that medieval Catholicism was intellectually bankrupt. The fact that medieval Catholics had produced sophisticated theology, philosophy, and science got lost in sectarian disputes that prioritize contemporary religious conflicts over accurate historical understanding. The persistence of the Dark Ages myth into modern times partly reflects educational inertia. Textbooks repeat what previous textbooks said, teachers teach what they were taught, and curriculum frameworks change slowly. Once the Dark Ages became standard periodization, removing it required overcoming institutional momentum. It's easier to continue using familiar frameworks than to revise everything based on more accurate historical understanding. Academic historians have largely abandoned the term, but it remains common in popular usage and educational materials. The myth also serves psychological needs. It provides a satisfying narrative of progress, from Roman civilization through medieval darkness to modern enlightenment. This story flatters modern people by suggesting we've overcome ignorance and reached new heights. Recognizing that medieval people were intellectually sophisticated undermines this narrative. It suggests progress isn't linear, that different periods have different strengths and weaknesses, and that we haven't necessarily improved in all dimensions. This complexity is unsatisfying compared to simple stories of triumph over darkness. Visual representations reinforce the myth. When we picture the Middle Ages, we often imagine dim candlelit rooms, people hunched over manuscripts in cold monasteries, and an overall atmosphere of gloom. These images come partly from actual medieval conditions. Rooms were darker, monasteries were cold, but they're interpreted through modern assumptions equating dim lighting with dim thinking. The actual intellectual work happening in those cold, dark rooms was often brilliant, but the physical conditions make it easy to imagine intellectual darkness matching the literal darkness. The term medieval itself has become an insult, synonymous with backward, primitive, or barbaric. Calling something medieval means it's outdated, oppressive, or ignorantly traditional. This linguistic usage reinforces negative associations with the period. Every time someone uses medieval as a pejorative, they reinforce the idea that the Middle Ages were terrible, regardless of historical accuracy. Language shapes thought, and our language about the medieval period shapes how we understand it, usually negatively. Modern fantasy and popular culture often depict medieval settings as intellectually limited. Fantasy medievalism, the aesthetic borrowed from medieval imagery for stories and games, usually includes castles and knights, but not universities and scholars. This creates a skewed image where medieval trappings appear without medieval intellectual life. Audiences absorb these depictions and assume they reflect history, not recognizing they're simplified fantasies that strip away complexity in favor of dramatic simplification. The counter-narrative, recognizing medieval intellectual achievements, has been established by historians for decades, but hasn't fully penetrated popular consciousness. Academic medieval studies appreciate the period's complexity and achievements, but this scholarship hasn't displaced popular myths. Partly this reflects the gap between academic and popular history. Academic historians publish in journals and monographs that most people never read. Popular history, written for general audiences, often perpetuates traditional narratives because they're familiar and marketable. Nuanced historical arguments are harder to sell than simple stories about progress or decline. In conclusion, the Dark Ages narrative is Renaissance propaganda that became accepted historical fact through repetition, and because it served various groups' purposes across centuries. The actual medieval period produced universities, sophisticated philosophy, scientific inquiry, technological innovation, and cultural achievements across numerous domains. Intellectual life was vigorous, complex, and often impressive given available resources and constraints. The label Dark Ages tells us more about the people who invented it and why they found it useful than about medieval reality. The next time someone casually refers to medieval times as a 1,000-year intellectual blackout, you can point out they're repeating 500-year-old marketing copy, not describing historical reality. Whether they listen is another question entirely, but at least you'll know the difference between myth and history, which is more than can be said for the Renaissance humanists who started this whole mess. Now let's talk about medieval food, because if there's one myth that needs to be buried alongside all the others, it's the idea that medieval cuisine was nothing but grey porridge and despair. According to popular belief, medieval Europeans subsisted on boiled cabbage, stale bread, and regret, seasoning their meals with tears and perhaps a sprinkle of crushing poverty. The assumption is that food was uniformly bland, monotonous, and about as appetizing as eating cardboard that's been left in the rain. This image persists partly because we tend to focus on what peasants ate during famines, which is like judging modern cuisine entirely by what people eat during natural disasters. Not exactly representative of the full picture. The reality is that medieval kitchens, particularly in wealthy households but not exclusively, produced dishes so heavily spiced that your taste buds might file a formal complaint. We're talking about cuisine that used cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, ginger, pepper, and saffron, with the enthusiasm of someone who just discovered seasoning exists and wants to make up for lost time. These weren't occasional special occasion ingredients saved for once-a-year feasts. They were dumped into meat dishes, fish preparations, sauces, and even wine with an exuberance that would make modern chefs nervous. If you sat down to a wealthy medieval table expecting subtle flavours and delicate seasoning, you were in for a shock that might require medical attention. Spices in medieval cuisine served multiple purposes, most of which had nothing to do with masking the taste of rotten meat despite what you might have heard. That particular myth needs to be addressed immediately, because it's both persistent and nonsensical. The idea goes that medieval people used heavy spices to cover the taste of spoiled meat because they had no refrigeration. This is absurd for several reasons. First, spices were phenomenally expensive, often worth more than their weight in silver. Using expensive spices to salvage cheap rotten meat would be like throwing away a Ferrari because it has a scratch. Second, medieval people knew perfectly well what fresh meat tasted like, and could tell when meat had gone bad. They weren't idiots who accidentally ate spoiled food and thought, "This tastes terrible, better add some cinnamon." The actual reasons for heavy spice use were more interesting. Spices were status symbols. Using expensive imported seasonings demonstrated wealth and sophistication. A heavily spiced dish announced to everyone at your table that you could afford ingredients that had travelled thousands of miles from Asia, surviving pirate attacks, storms, and price markups that would make modern pharmaceutical companies envious. It was conspicuous consumption through cuisine, the medieval equivalent of wearing designer labels, except the labels were edible and made everything taste like a spice market exploded in your mouth. Beyond status signalling, medieval people genuinely enjoyed these intense flavours. Taste preferences are culturally conditioned, and medieval palates were accustomed to and appreciated strong, complex spice combinations that might overwhelm modern diners. They grew up eating heavily spiced food and developed preferences accordingly. Just as some modern cuisines use intense chili heat that seems excessive to outsiders but perfectly normal to locals, medieval European cuisine used spice intensity as a normal part of flavour profiles. The food wasn't spiced despite being unpleasant. It was spiced because that's how people liked it. Medieval recipes reveal the extent of spice usage. A typical sauce might include ginger, cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, pepper and saffron, combined with vinegar, wine or verjuice, and sweetened with honey or sugar. These weren't subtle background notes. They were dominant flavours creating complex, intense taste experiences. Modern attempts to recreate medieval recipes often reduce spice quantities because the original amounts seem excessive. But that reduction changes the dish from what medieval people actually ate. They really did use that much spice, and they enjoyed it, which tells you something about their palates and preferences. The spice trade itself was one of medieval Europe's most important economic activities. Merchants made fortunes importing pepper, cinnamon, cloves, and other spices from Asia. Venice and Genoa competed fiercely for control of eastern Mediterranean trade routes that brought spices from the east. The Silk Road carried spices alongside silk and other luxury goods. The economic importance of spices ultimately drove European exploration, with Portuguese and Spanish explorers seeking new routes to spice-producing regions, accidentally discovering the Americas in the process. The entire age of exploration was partly motivated by European desire for cheaper access to spices, which gives you some idea of how important these seasonings were to medieval and early modern cuisine. The theatrical aspects of medieval dining were equally important as the flavours. Wealthy households didn't just serve food. They staged elaborate culinary performances designed to impress guests and demonstrate the host's wealth, creativity, and cultural sophistication. These weren't simple meals. They were dinner theatre, with multiple courses, elaborate presentations, and displays that would make modern Instagram influencers weep with envy. The goal was to create memorable experiences that guests would talk about for months, enhancing the host's reputation and social position. One of the most famous theatrical dishes was roasted peacock or swan served with its feathers reattached. The bird would be carefully skinned with feathers intact, roasted, then the feathered skin placed back over the cooked meat so it appeared alive but was actually ready to eat. This required significant skill and effort, making it an impressive display of the kitchen's capabilities. The visual impact of a seemingly living bird on the table, surrounded by other dishes, created a moment of surprise and delight. It was pure spectacle, prioritizing visual drama over practical concerns like, does this make the food taste better? Or, is this a rational use of kitchen labour? Another theatrical favourite was the surprise pie, containing live birds or small animals that would fly or leap out when the pie was cut open. Yes, this is where 4 and 20 blackbirds baked in a pie comes from. And yes, people actually did this. The pie had a structural outer crust containing an empty chamber where birds were placed before serving. When cut open at the table, the birds would escape, creating chaos and entertainment. This presumably terrified the birds and startled the guests, but medieval nobles found it hilarious, which tells you something about medieval humour. The surprise element was the point, creating a memorable moment that guests would discuss and embellish in their retelling. Subtleties were elaborate sugar sculptures presented between courses at grand feasts. These weren't simple decorations. They were detailed sculptures depicting castles, ships, animals, or allegorical scenes, made entirely from sugar paste and often painted in bright colours. Creating these required specialised skills in sugarwork and sculpture. They were meant to be admired rather than eaten, though technically they were edible. The purpose was pure display, showing that the host could afford to have skilled artists create ephemeral sugar sculptures just for one meal. It's the medieval equivalent of ice sculptures at modern fancy events, except more expensive because sugar was far more costly than ice. The use of colour in medieval cuisine was deliberate and dramatic. Cooks used various ingredients to create vivid colours that made dishes visually striking. Saffron provided yellow and gold tones. Parsley and spinach juice created green. Sandalwood and alkanet root produced red. Ground almonds made white sauces. These weren't accidental aesthetic choices. Recipes specifically instructed cooks on achieving particular colours, treating visual appeal as equally important as flavour. A properly executed feast should be a visual spectacle, with dishes in multiple colours arranged to create impact. The medieval table was as much about aesthetics as nutrition. Sweet and savoury combinations were common in medieval cuisine, though they might seem strange to modern palates. Meat dishes often included dried fruits like raisins, dates, or prunes, combined with honey or sugar and heavy spices. This created flavour profiles where sweet, spicy, and savoury elements competed for attention. A chicken dish might be cooked with cinnamon, ginger, raisins, and honey, creating something closer to modern Moroccan cuisine than contemporary European cooking. These combinations reflected spice route influences, incorporating ingredients and flavour principles from Middle Eastern and Asian cuisines that medieval Europeans encountered through trade. The complexity of medieval haute cuisine is preserved in surviving recipe collections. The form of curry, compiled by King Richard II's master cooks in the late 14th century, contains nearly 200 recipes showing sophisticated cooking techniques. These aren't simple, boil everything instructions. They describe making complex sauces, properly roasting different meats, creating layered pastries, and combining ingredients in ways that require skill and understanding. Medieval master cooks were professionals who trained for years learning their craft, not unlike modern chefs completing culinary school and apprenticeships. Banquets could extend for hours, with multiple courses and numerous dishes per course. A major feast might include 20 or more courses, each containing several different preparations. This wasn't because people ate huge quantities of everything. It was about variety and display. Guests would sample from the dishes that interested them, leaving others untouched. The sheer abundance demonstrated the host's wealth and generosity. Having far more food than anyone could eat was the point, proving resources were so ample that waste was irrelevant. Leftovers would be distributed to servants and poor people waiting outside, but the initial display required excess. The social choreography of medieval dining was intricate. Seating arrangements reflected status precisely, with the most honoured guests closest to the host at the high table, raised above the rest of the hall. The host table would receive the best dishes first, with quality declining as you moved down the hierarchy. Service followed strict protocols, with specific officials responsible for different aspects of the meal. The carver was often a noble's son learning courtly service, not a mere servant. Presenting and carving meat properly required skill and was considered training for future leadership, because apparently learning to slice beef prepared you for military command and diplomatic negotiations. Table manners were codified in numerous courtesy books that provided detailed instructions on proper behaviour during meals. These weren't simple guidelines. They were comprehensive behavioural codes covering everything from how to wash your hands before eating to what to do if you needed to spit something out, which apparently happened often enough to require explicit rules. The existence of elaborate table manner instructions tells us that medieval nobility cared deeply about dining etiquette as a marker of social class. Eating properly separated gentlefolk from commoners, making mealtime a performance of social identity as much as a nutritional necessity. Common people obviously didn't eat like nobility. Their meals were simpler, less varied, and featured fewer expensive ingredients. But even peasant cuisine wasn't the flavourless monotony of stereotype. Rural households used local herbs extensively. Parsley, sage, rosemary, thyme, mint, and others were common garden plants that added flavour to otherwise plain dishes. These weren't rare luxuries requiring international trade. They were growing in the garden, free for the taking, and people used them liberally. A pot of beans cooked with onions, herbs, and a bit of bacon or salt pork could be quite flavourful, even if it wasn't drowning in imported spices. Ale and beer were dietary staples for common people, providing calories, hydration, and some nutritional value in a form safer than potentially contaminated water. Medieval ale was weaker than modern beer, consumed throughout the day by adults and children, functioning more like liquid bread than an intoxicating beverage. The brewing process killed waterborne pathogens, making ale safer to drink than water from questionable sources. Women typically brewed ale at home for household consumption or for sale, making brewing an important female economic activity. Alewives were common figures in medieval towns, identifiable by the distinctive poles or bushes they hung outside to advertise fresh ale. Fish was enormously important in medieval diet because of religious fasting requirements. The Catholic Church designated numerous fast days when meat was prohibited, requiring alternative protein sources. Fish filled this need, creating substantial demand and a sophisticated fish trade. Coastal areas had access to fresh fish, while inland regions relied on preserved fish, dried, salted, or pickled. Herring, cod, and salmon were major trade commodities. The Hanseatic League's wealth derived partly from controlling Baltic herring trade. Religious requirements created economic opportunities, driving commercial fishing operations and trade networks spanning Europe. The variety of fish preparations prevented culinary boredom during extended meatless periods. Fish could be grilled, baked, stewed, made into pies, or combined with sauces. Lamprey, eel, sturgeon, and other species now considered unusual were regular menu items. Porpoise was classified as fish because it lived in water, allowing its consumption during fasts, which is amusing biological classification but solved practical dietary problems. Medieval cooks developed numerous fish recipes because they had to feed people fish regularly, creating pressure to make it interesting rather than punishing. Dairy products provided important nutrition but had seasonal availability. Milk was abundant during spring and summer when cows were producing but scarce in winter. This led to heavy cheese production, converting milk into a form that could be stored long-term. Medieval cheese came in numerous varieties, from soft fresh cheeses eaten quickly to hard-aged cheeses that could last months. Butter was made regularly and either consumed fresh or preserved with salt. The availability of dairy products varied dramatically by season, making them more prominent in spring and summer meals than winter ones. Preserved foods were essential for surviving winter when fresh produce was unavailable. Root vegetables like turnips, carrots, onions and parsnips stored reasonably well in cool cellars. Apples and pears could last for months if carefully stored. Grains were dried and stored in bulk. Meat and fish were salted, smoked, or both. Vegetables could be pickled in vinegar or brine. These preservation techniques weren't perfect, and food quality declined over winter, but they prevented starvation during months when nothing grew. By late winter and early spring, preserved food was getting pretty tired, making the arrival of fresh spring vegetables genuinely exciting rather than just nutritionally important. Bread was the foundation of most people's diet, consumed at virtually every meal. The quality varied enormously by the flour used. White bread made from finely milled wheat flour was expensive and associated with the wealthy. Most people ate darker breads made from rye, barley, or mixed grains, which were coarser, denser, and more filling. During famines, bread might include ground beans, acorns, or other fillers to extend limited grain supplies. The type of bread you ate immediately signalled your social status, making bread consumption a visible marker of class position. Pottage, a thick stew made from grain, vegetables, and occasionally meat or fish, was probably the most common meal for ordinary people. This wasn't a single recipe, but a category of dishes that could include virtually any available ingredients cooked together until thick and filling. The advantage of pottage was flexibility. You could throw in whatever you had and produce something edible. It could be delicious or terrible depending on ingredients and cooking skill, but it was reliable, economical, and used resources efficiently. The stew pot could simmer for hours or days with ingredients added as available, making it practical for households where everyone worked and nobody had time for elaborate cooking. Seasonal variations in diet were dramatic, much more so than modern experience. Spring brought fresh greens after months of stored foods, a dietary shift people looked forward to eagerly. Summer provided abundant vegetables, fruits and dairy products. Autumn was harvest time, with plenty of everything before winter storage began. Winter meant preserved foods, dried grains, and whatever could be coaxed from cold storage, with quality declining as spring approached. These seasonal rhythms shaped eating patterns fundamentally, making the annual cycle of feast and scarcity a basic fact of life. Feast days provided breaks from routine diet, allowing even common people to eat better than normal. Religious feast days, seasonal celebrations and local festivals often included special foods, communal meals, or distributions of food by wealthy patrons. These occasions were anticipated eagerly, partly because they meant better eating. A harvest festival might include fresh meat, special breads, and ale in quantities beyond daily consumption. These celebratory meals created food memories and associations between holidays, and particular dishes that reinforced both religious and community bonds. The social aspects of eating were at least as important as nutrition. Meals were communal events where households, guilds, or communities gathered. Sharing food created and reinforced social relationships. Refusing to eat with someone was a serious insult, while accepting someone's hospitality created obligations of reciprocity and loyalty. The social meaning of meals made dining a fundamental part of medieval social structure, not just a biological necessity. Who you ate with, what you ate, and how it was served all communicated information about social relationships, status, and community membership. Market days brought variety to rural diets, offering opportunities to purchase ingredients not produced at home. Travelling merchants sold spices, dried fruits, and other goods not available locally. Urban residents had daily access to markets selling vegetables, bread, meat, fish, and prepared foods. Street vendors sold pies, pastries, and cooked meals for people who couldn't or didn't want to cook at home. This urban food economy created a restaurant-like industry, long before restaurants existed as formal institutions, providing food options for people with money, but limited cooking facilities or time. The stereotype of bland medieval food partly comes from misunderstanding how recipes worked. Medieval recipes rarely specified exact quantities or cooking times. They assumed readers were experienced cooks who understood basic techniques and could judge doneness without precise instructions. Modern attempts to follow medieval recipes literally often fail because the recipes were intended as reminders for skilled cooks, not step-by-step instructions for beginners. This makes medieval cooking seem more mysterious than it was. Medieval cooks knew what they were doing, even if they didn't write it down in ways that translate easily to modern kitchens. The development of medieval cuisine showed significant regional variation. Italian cooking developed differently from French, which differed from English, German, or Spanish traditions. These regional cuisines reflected local ingredients, cultural influences, and trade connections. Italian cuisine incorporated Mediterranean ingredients and showed Arab influences from Sicily. Northern European cooking relied more on dairy and preserved fish. Spanish cuisine blended Christian, Jewish, and Muslim influences. These regional differences created distinct culinary traditions that would eventually develop into modern European national cuisines. The emphasis on spices in wealthy medieval cuisine eventually declined in the early modern period, partly because exploration made spices cheaper and thus less prestigious. When spices became more affordable and widely available, they lost their status signalling value. Wealthy households shifted toward other ways of demonstrating culinary sophistication, eventually developing into the French haute cuisine tradition that emphasized technique and ingredients over heavy spicing. This shift had nothing to do with improved taste or better understanding of food. It was pure social positioning, abandoning spices once they became less exclusive. The myth of terrible medieval food serves similar purposes as other medieval myths. It makes modern food seem better by comparison and reinforces narratives about progress and improvement. If medieval food was uniformly awful, then modern cuisine represents dramatic advancement. Recognizing that medieval cuisine could be sophisticated, flavorful, and complex undermines this simple progress narrative. It's psychologically easier to believe our ancestors ate terrible food than to admit they might have enjoyed meals as much as we do. just with different flavour profiles and ingredients. The theatrical aspects of medieval dining also challenge modern assumptions about rationality and efficiency. We tend to think elaborate food presentations are frivolous, but medieval nobles understood they were investing in social capital. An impressive feast generated reputation, strengthened alliances, and demonstrated power more effectively than many other possible expenditures. From a political and social perspective, the theatrical feast was rational investment in status and relationships, not irrational waste. Modern corporate entertaining follows similar logic, using expensive meals to build business relationships, suggesting the medieval approach wasn't as alien as it might initially appear. In conclusion, medieval cuisine was vastly more sophisticated, varied, and flavourful than the bland gruel of popular imagination. Wealthy households produced elaborate, heavily spiced dishes, presented with theatrical flair that made dining an entertainment spectacle. Common people ate more simply but still used herbs, ale, and preserved foods to create variety in their diets. The medieval table was a social stage where status was performed, relationships were negotiated, and wealth was displayed through culinary extravagance. Spices weren't covering rotten meat. They were conspicuous consumption, medieval bling worn on your tongue rather than your neck. The next time someone claims medieval food was universally terrible, you can mention that medieval nobles were eating meals that would bankrupt modern diners just to purchase the spices, never mind the peacocks and surprise pies. Whether that sounds delicious or excessive is a matter of taste, but it definitely wasn't bland. Let's address one of the most visually persistent medieval myths, the notion that knights in armour were essentially helpless tin cans who needed cranes to mount their horses and lay on the ground like overturned beetles if they fell down. Popular culture loves this image. Movies show knights clanking around awkwardly, barely able to move, toppling over at the slightest provocation and flailing uselessly until someone helps them up. It's comedic gold, playing into our assumptions about medieval technology being primitive and ineffective. The only problem with this entertaining image is that it's completely, utterly, magnificently wrong. A knight in properly fitted plate armour was mobile, agile, and considerably more dangerous than someone wearing jeans and a t-shirt, which makes sense when you remember these weren't costumes for Renaissance fairs but functional military equipment designed to keep you alive while you tried to kill other people. Let's start with the weight, since that's usually the first objection. A full suit of medieval plate armour weighed approximately 20 to 27 kilograms, depending on the specific design and the wearer's size. That's roughly equivalent to a modern military combat load, what soldiers carry into battle today with ammunition, body armour, weapons, and equipment. It's also comparable to a loaded hiking backpack, the kind people voluntarily strap on to climb mountains for recreation. The difference is that armour distributed this weight across the entire body, rather than concentrating it on shoulders and hips. Every major body part bore some of the load, meaning no single area was overwhelmed. This distribution made armour feel less burdensome than carrying an equivalent weight in a backpack. Medieval armourers weren't incompetent craftsmen randomly hammering metal into shapes and hoping for the best. They were highly skilled specialists who understood biomechanics, weight distribution, and the need for mobility. Creating armour was a sophisticated craft requiring years of training. An armourer had to understand how bodies moved, where to place articulation points, how to shape plates so they didn't interfere with joints, and how to attach everything securely while allowing full range of motion. This wasn't medieval guesswork. It was applied engineering solving complex problems with impressive sophistication. A well-fitted suit of armour allowed remarkable freedom of movement. Knights could run, jump, climb, roll, and perform combat manoeuvres that would be challenging even without armour. Surviving training manuals show armoured fighters doing somersaults, grappling on the ground, mounting horses without stirrups, and performing athletic movements that would be impressive in any context. Modern recreationists wearing accurate replica armour routinely demonstrate these capabilities, running obstacle courses, doing cartwheels, and generally moving in ways that contradict every movie depiction of clumsy armoured knights. The articulation of plate armour was particularly sophisticated. Joints, shoulders, elbows, knees, hips needed full range of motion for combat effectiveness. Armourers achieved this through overlapping plates that slid past each other during movement, protected by careful shaping and strategic placement. The shoulder joints were especially complex, requiring three-dimensional movement while maintaining protection. Medieval armourers solved this problem centuries before modern engineers faced similar challenges in robotics and prosthetics. The solutions were elegant, functional, and demonstrated deep understanding of mechanical principles. The myth of immobile knights partly stems from confusion between combat armour and tournament armour. These were different equipment categories designed for different purposes. Combat armour prioritised mobility and overall protection, creating a balance between defence and manoeuvrability. Tournament armour, particularly for jousting, was heavier, more restrictive, and designed specifically for the limited movements of mounted lance combat. You didn't need much mobility to ride straight at your opponent with a lance. You needed maximum protection for the likely impact zones. Tournament armour was specialised sports equipment, comparable to modern hockey goalies' padding, not standard battlefield gear. Jousting armour could weigh 40 kilograms or more, significantly heavier than combat armour. It was bulkier, more restrictive, and often asymmetrical, providing extra protection on the left side where opponents' lances would strike. This armour was never intended for dismounted combat or extended wear. Knights changed into different armour for different tournament events and wouldn't dream of wearing jousting armour into actual battle. But Victorian-era historians and recreationists often confused tournament armour with combat armour, partly because tournament armour survived in better condition, being ceremonial equipment that saw limited use compared to combat armour that was actually worn in battle until it wore out or its owner died violently. The Victorian confusion got amplified by 19th century theatrical productions and later by film and television. Directors wanted armour to look impressive and distinctive, so they used the bulkiest, most ornate examples they could find, which were usually tournament pieces or decorative suits never meant for actual combat. These theatrical choices created visual expectations about how armour should look. Audiences got used to seeing immobile knights in oversized armour, and this image became the default mental picture, repeated across countless productions until it became accepted truth despite being historically inaccurate. Modern film and television continue this tradition, partly because it's visually easier to communicate medieval by showing actors moving awkwardly in armour. It's instant visual shorthand that audiences understand. Unfortunately, it's shorthand for something that never existed. Real knights moved with confidence and skill, their armour enhancing rather than hindering their combat effectiveness. But showing knights doing backflips and fighting acrobatically in armour might confuse audiences who've been conditioned to expect clumsy metal men, so productions stick with the familiar inaccurate depiction. The psychology of wearing armour is worth considering. Modern soldiers who wear body armour report feeling more confident and aggressive when armoured. The protection changes how you approach dangerous situations, making you more willing to take risks and advance toward threats. Medieval knights experienced similar psychological effects. Armour didn't just protect your body, it protected your mind, allowing aggressive combat tactics that would be suicidal without protection. This psychological dimension made armour valuable beyond its physical defensive properties. A confident, aggressive fighter in armour was dramatically more effective than a cautious, defensive fighter without it. Knights trained extensively in armour, practicing the specific movements and techniques needed for armoured combat. This training was rigorous and ongoing. Young nobles began martial training as children, gradually building strength and skill. By the time they received their knighthood and full armour, they'd spent years preparing their bodies and learning techniques. Armour wasn't something you put on occasionally, it was equipment you lived in during military campaigns, wearing it for hours or days at a time. Your body adapted, building the specific strength and endurance needed to fight effectively while armoured. The martial arts of armoured combat were sophisticated and well documented. Surviving fight manuals, called Fechtbücher in German tradition, show detailed techniques for armoured fighting. These include grappling, joint locks, throws, and striking techniques specific to opponents wearing armour. Knights didn't just swing swords randomly hoping to hit something. They used targeted techniques attacking armour's weak points, joints and gaps in protection where blades might penetrate. Half-swording, gripping your sword's blade to use it like a short spear, allowed precise thrusts at these vulnerable points. These weren't desperate improvised tactics, but trained techniques practiced systematically. Ground fighting in armour was a normal part of combat training. Medieval combat manuals show techniques for grappling, wrestling, and fighting from the ground, all while wearing full armour. Knights practiced these skills because battlefield conditions were chaotic. You might be knocked down by a horse, trip in mud, or deliberately take an opponent to the ground. Being able to fight effectively in any position was essential survival skill. The image of a fallen knight being helpless ignores the reality that knights trained specifically for this situation and had techniques for regaining their feet or fighting from the ground. Mounting a horse in armour was straightforward for anyone with practice. Knights didn't need cranes or stepladders. They mounted the same way anyone mounts a horse, by stepping into the stirrup and swinging their leg over. The weight of armour made this slightly more challenging than mounting unarmoured, roughly equivalent to mounting while wearing a heavy backpack, but it was well within the capabilities of physically fit men who'd been training for years. The crane myth probably comes from a misunderstood illustration showing armour being hoisted for storage or display, not someone being lifted onto a horse because they couldn't mount normally. The evolution of armour technology throughout the medieval period shows continuous improvement in design. Early medieval armour relied more on chainmail, which was flexible but heavy and less protective against impact. Plate armour emerged gradually, starting with pieces protecting vulnerable areas and eventually developing into full suits. Each generation of armour incorporated lessons from previous designs, improving articulation, reducing weight, and enhancing protection. This wasn't random development. It was systematic technological advancement driven by the life-or-death stakes of making armour that worked better than competitors' designs. Different armour styles emerged in different regions, reflecting various fighting styles, manufacturing traditions and aesthetic preferences. Italian armour tended toward rounded, elegant forms with emphasis on deflection. German Gothic armour featured pointed, angular designs with fluted surfaces. Each style had functional advantages and reflected different solutions to the same basic problems of protecting human bodies while allowing combat movement. The variety in armour design shows this wasn't a stagnant technology, but an active field with competing approaches and ongoing innovation. The expense of full-plate armour meant it was limited to wealthy warriors who could afford both the armour itself and the years of training needed to use it effectively. A suit of quality armour cost roughly what a modern luxury car costs relative to average income, a substantial investment restricted to the military aristocracy. This economic reality meant most soldiers fought in less complete armour, perhaps a mail shirt, helmet, and some plate pieces covering vital areas. Full plate was elite equipment, reserved for knights and wealthy men-at-arms who formed the heavy cavalry corps of medieval armies. The maintenance requirements of armour were substantial. Metal rusts, leather straps wear out, and articulation points require regular lubrication. Knights employed armourers and squires partly to maintain equipment. Proper maintenance was essential for armour to function correctly in combat. Neglected armour could seize up, rust through, or fail at critical moments. The maintenance burden added to armour's total cost, requiring ongoing investment in time and resources beyond the initial purchase. Combat damage to armour required professional repair. A dented breastplate or broken articulation point couldn't be fixed by anyone. It needed skilled armourer work to restore proper function. Knights on campaign brought armourers with them, or sought local smiths capable of repairs. This support infrastructure was necessary for armour's military utility. Without it, damaged armour became useless weight rather than valuable protection. The adaptation of combat tactics to armoured opponents drove weapons development. Maces, warhammers and poleaxes were designed specifically to defeat armour through impact trauma rather than cutting. These weapons could crush armour inward or deliver concussive force through metal plates, injuring the wearer even if they didn't penetrate. The arms race between armour and weapons meant both evolved continuously, each driving improvements in the other. Better armour led to more sophisticated weapons, which led to better armour again. Crossbows and later firearms gradually reduced armour's battlefield dominance. A crossbow bolt could penetrate plate armour at close range, particularly at joints or against weaker armour pieces. Early firearms were even more effective, though unreliable and slow to reload. As projectile weapons improved, armour faced increasing obsolescence. Knights responded by adding thickness and changing armour design, but eventually the weight required to stop bullets became prohibitive. Armour's decline wasn't sudden, but by the 17th century full plate was largely abandoned except for ceremonial purposes. The social and cultural significance of armour extended beyond military function. Armour symbolised knightly status and social position. Wearing armour marked you as part of the military aristocracy, a member of the class entitled to fight on horseback and bear arms. This symbolic dimension made armour important even when its military utility was declining. Knights continued commissioning elaborate armour for ceremonies, portraits and displays long after they stopped wearing it into battle. The armour became costume and status symbol rather than functional military equipment. Heraldry on armour served identification purposes on chaotic battlefields where everyone was covered in metal. Distinctive coat of arms, painted on shields and cloth coverings worn over armour, allowed commanders to identify units and individuals to recognise allies and enemies. Without heraldic identification, armoured forces would have trouble distinguishing friend from foe in the confusion of battle. The elaborate heraldic systems that developed partly served practical military communication needs, though they also became complex status symbols in their own right. The Romantic medieval literature and later Gothic revival movements in the 19th century created idealised images of knights that emphasised ornamental aspects, while downplaying practical military realities. Romantic poets and artists portrayed knights as noble figures in gleaming armour, not as professional soldiers wearing functional military equipment. This romanticisation influenced how later generations understood medieval armour, creating expectations of ornamental beauty rather than practical engineering. The reality that armour was primarily functional equipment designed by pragmatic craftsmen to solve specific problems got obscured by romantic fantasy. Modern medieval recreation movements, including combat reenactment and historical martial arts, have done substantial work recovering accurate understanding of how armour actually functioned. Practitioners wearing accurate armour reproductions demonstrate the mobility and combat effectiveness of properly designed medieval armour. These practical demonstrations prove what historical sources claimed, that knights were effective fighters precisely because their armour combined good protection with adequate mobility. The recovery of historical fighting techniques from medieval manuals has revealed sophisticated martial arts systems specifically designed for armoured combat. The variation in armour quality was substantial. A wealthy knight might commission custom-fitted armour from the best armourers, while a less wealthy man-at-arms might buy mass-produced pieces that fit adequately but not perfectly. Fit quality dramatically affected comfort and mobility. Custom armour shaped precisely to the wearer's body moved with him naturally. Poorly fitted armour, whether too large or too small, created pressure points, restricted movement, and was generally miserable to wear. The difference between custom and mass-produced armour was like the difference between tailored and off-the-rack clothing, but with much higher stakes since your life depended on your armour working correctly. The exhaustion factor of fighting in armour is often exaggerated, but wasn't trivial. Wearing 25 kilograms of metal and fighting vigorously is physically demanding. Knights trained to build the specific endurance needed for sustained combat. Medieval battles weren't continuous fighting for hours. They involved periods of intense combat alternating with pauses for rest and reorganisation. Knights fought in shorter engagements than popular imagination suggests, partly because sustained combat in armour was exhausting even for trained, fit men. The physical demands created a premium on ending fights quickly, encouraging aggressive tactics designed to achieve decisive results before fatigue became overwhelming. The transition from armour to modern military equipment followed logical progression as technology changed. Armour protected against the weapons of its era reasonably well. When weapons technology advanced beyond armour's protective capacity, continuing to wear increasingly heavy armour became counterproductive. Modern soldiers wear body armour that protects against fragments and handgun rounds, but can't stop rifle bullets, accepting this limitation because the weight required to stop rifles would make soldiers too slow and exhausted to function effectively. Medieval knights faced similar calculations, balancing protection against mobility and endurance. In conclusion, medieval plate armour was sophisticated military technology that provided good protection while allowing remarkable mobility for trained warriors. The image of clumsy, immobile knights is a myth created by confusion between combat and tournament armour, amplified by Victorian theatrical traditions and perpetuated by modern film and television that prioritise visual stereotypes over historical accuracy. Real knights in proper armour could run, jump, fight, and perform athletic manoeuvres that contradict every movie depiction of helpless tin men. The armour was carefully engineered equipment designed by skilled craftsmen solving complex problems of protection and mobility. Its effectiveness is proven by centuries of successful use in medieval warfare. The next time you see a movie knight topple over and struggle like a beetle on its back, remember you're watching entertainment based on 19th century theatre conventions, not anything resembling medieval military reality. Real knights would have looked at that performance shaken their heads at the historically illiterate nonsense, and probably challenged someone to a duel just to demonstrate what properly armoured combat actually looked like. And then they would have won that duel decisively, because they were highly trained professional warriors wearing functional equipment, not extras in ill-fitting costumes pretending to be helpless for comedic effect. We need to talk about one of the most persistent and politically convenient myths about the Middle Ages, the idea that the Catholic Church systematically opposed science and spent centuries trying to suppress human knowledge. According to this narrative, medieval clergy were anti-intellectual obscurantists who banned inquiry, burned books, and tortured anyone who dared to think about the natural world. Science supposedly couldn't flourish until brave Renaissance thinkers threw off religious shackles and rediscovered reason. It's a dramatic story that fits neatly into modern cultural conflicts about religion and science. The only problem is that it bears almost no relationship to what actually happened during the medieval period, which was considerably more complex, nuanced, and frankly more interesting than the simplistic warfare narrative suggests. Let's start with an inconvenient fact that complicates the simple story. Most medieval scientists were clergy, not despite being religious, but often because of it. The Church was the primary institutional sponsor of education and intellectual life throughout the medieval period. If you wanted to pursue learning seriously, you generally needed church support, which often meant becoming a monk, friar, or priest yourself. This created a situation where the supposed oppressors of science were actually the people doing science, which is awkward for narratives that require clear separation between religious faith and scientific inquiry. The clergy as scholars reality wasn't accidental. Religious orders, particularly Benedictines, Dominicans, and Franciscans, explicitly valued learning as part of their spiritual mission. The Benedictine motto, ora et labora, pray and work, included intellectual labour in scriptoria, copying texts and studying accumulated knowledge. Dominican friars were founded partly as an educated order, capable of preaching and teaching effectively, which required substantial learning. Franciscans produced major scholars including Roger Bacon and William of Ockham, both of whom made significant contributions to philosophy and natural science while remaining committed friars. The institutional support churches provided for learning was substantial and systematic. Monasteries maintained libraries, often the only libraries in their regions, preserving texts that would otherwise have been lost. Monastic scriptoria employed monks full-time copying manuscripts, maintaining knowledge transmission across generations. Cathedral schools provided education for clergy and sometimes lay people. Universities, as we've discussed, were church-founded institutions operating with church funding and authority. This infrastructure wasn't created accidentally. It represented deliberate investment in education and knowledge preservation by an institution supposedly hostile to learning. The practical needs of the church created demand for specific types of knowledge. Calculating Easter required astronomical observations and mathematical computations. The church needed accurate calendars, which meant funding astronomers and mathematicians to develop them. Medical care for monks, pilgrims, and the poor required trained physicians and herbalists. Church hospitals employed medical practitioners and developed medical knowledge through practical experience. Brewing beer for monasteries, a significant economic activity, an important source of safe beverages, required understanding fermentation. These practical requirements meant the church had self-interested reasons to support various forms of natural knowledge. The famous case of Galileo, which often gets cited as proof of church opposition to science, actually occurred in the early 17th century, well after the medieval period ended. It also involved specific theological and political circumstances that don't generalize to systematic opposition. Galileo's conflict was with particular church officials over how heliocentric theory should be presented and taught, occurring during the Counter-Reformation, when church authorities were especially concerned about challenges to doctrine. It was a specific dispute in a particular context, not representative of medieval church attitudes toward natural philosophy. Using post-medieval conflicts to characterize medieval church-science relationships is anachronistic and misleading. The medieval church did set boundaries on acceptable inquiry, certainly. Some questions were off-limits, or could only be approached within certain theological frameworks. Denying fundamental Christian doctrines like the Trinity or the resurrection would get you in serious trouble. Claiming the world was eternal rather than created, or that the soul died with the body, contradicted church teaching and could result in condemnation. These boundaries were real and sometimes enforced harshly, but they created a corridor for discussion rather than a blanket prohibition on thinking. Within that corridor, substantial intellectual freedom existed, and that corridor was actually quite wide for most areas of natural philosophy. The condemnations that did occur often reveal the Church taking ideas seriously enough to engage with them. In 1277, the Bishop of Paris condemned 219 philosophical propositions, many derived from Aristotelian philosophy as interpreted by various scholars. This condemnation is sometimes cited as anti-intellectual repression. But look closer, and it's more complicated. The Church was engaging with sophisticated philosophical arguments, taking them seriously enough to worry about their theological implications. The condemnations weren't stop thinking, they were think within these parameters. Scholars continued debating most of these topics, just more carefully about how they framed their arguments. The translation and study of pagan and Islamic texts demonstrates the Church's complex relationship with non-Christian knowledge. Medieval scholars eagerly sought out Greek and Arabic works on philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. These texts came from non-Christian sources, sometimes explicitly contradicting Christian doctrine. The Church could have banned them entirely as dangerous pagan corruption. Instead, Church institutions funded translation projects, incorporated these texts into university curricula, and engaged seriously with their contents. This required intellectual flexibility, distinguishing between useful knowledge and problematic doctrine, accepting value in texts produced by other traditions. Thomas Aquinas spent much of his career synthesizing Aristotelian philosophy with Christian theology, a massive intellectual project that required deep engagement with pagan philosophical texts. His work was controversial initially, with some church authorities suspicious of Aristotelian influence, but eventually his synthesis became mainstream Catholic theology, taught in universities and accepted as orthodox. This shows the Church's capacity for intellectual adaptation, incorporating new frameworks when they could be reconciled with core doctrine. It wasn't rigid opposition to change, but rather careful evaluation of how new ideas fit with existing commitments. The preservation of classical texts by monastic scriptoria deserves emphasis because it's such clear evidence of Church commitment to knowledge preservation. Monks spent lifetimes copying manuscripts, including pagan texts they might personally find philosophically problematic. They did this because they believed preserving knowledge mattered, even knowledge from non-Christian sources. Without this preservation effort, we would have lost most of ancient Greek and Roman literature. The medieval Church, supposedly hostile to secular learning, was actually the institution that saved secular learning from oblivion. That's a complicated legacy that doesn't fit simple narratives about religious opposition to knowledge. The practical bent of much medieval Church-supported science is worth noting. Church institutions needed practical knowledge for their operations. Agricultural knowledge helped manage monastery estates. Medical knowledge helped care for the sick. Astronomical knowledge helped maintain calendars. Engineering knowledge helped build and maintain churches. This practical orientation meant the Church supported applied sciences directly relevant to their needs. While this might seem mercenary, it created stable funding for various forms of inquiry that might not have been sustainable otherwise. Monastic medicine was particularly important. Monasteries maintained infirmaries for their own members and often provided medical care for surrounding communities. Monks studied medical texts, grew medicinal herbs in monastery gardens, and developed practical medical knowledge through experience treating patients. Some monasteries became famous for particular medical specialties. This practical medical work required understanding anatomy, pharmacology, and disease processes. The Church wasn't suppressing medical knowledge. It was actively producing and applying it, motivated by religious commitments to caring for the sick. The brewing of beer in monasteries represents another practical science that flourished under Church patronage. Brewing requires understanding fermentation, temperature control, ingredient selection, and preservation. Monastic brewers developed sophisticated techniques, creating various beer styles still produced today. Belgian Trappist brewing traditions descend directly from medieval monastic brewing. This wasn't frivolous activity. Beer was an important nutritional source and safer to drink than potentially contaminated water. The Church's practical need for good beer meant supporting the science and craft of brewing, producing genuine expertise that advanced fermentation knowledge. The development of hospitals demonstrates church institutional commitment to practical care and the knowledge it required. Medieval hospitals, primarily run by religious orders, provided medical care, nursing, and food for sick and poor people. These institutions required medical knowledge to operate effectively. They employed physicians and surgeons, maintained pharmaceutical supplies, and developed nursing practices. The hospital system created demand for medical education and practice, encouraging development of medical knowledge. Without church-run hospitals, medieval medicine would have been primarily private practice for wealthy clients, with less institutional support for developing medical expertise. The church's role in education created pipeline for scholars. Cathedral schools and monastery schools taught reading, Latin, mathematics, and theology to boys intended for church careers. Some students showed particular aptitude for advanced study and continued to universities. This educational infrastructure meant potential scholars could be identified young and given resources to develop their abilities. Without church education, most talented people from non-wealthy backgrounds would never have received the training needed for scholarly work. The church's educational mission created opportunities for intellectual development that broadened beyond purely religious purposes. The question of why the church bothered supporting learning at all is interesting. Cynically, one might argue it was about control, keeping intellectual life within church structures to prevent dangerous ideas from spreading uncontrolled. There's probably some truth to this. But it's also true that Christianity as a religion placed value on text, interpretation, and theological understanding. These commitments naturally encouraged literacy, textual study, and intellectual traditions. The tension between wanting educated clergy who could understand complex theology and worrying about where inquiry might lead created the complex, sometimes contradictory church relationship with learning. Natural theology, the idea that studying nature reveals God's design, provided religious justification for scientific inquiry. If the natural world reflects divine creation, then understanding nature helps understand God. This framework made natural philosophy religiously valuable rather than threatening. It didn't eliminate tensions when specific findings seemed to contradict Scripture, but it created space for inquiry as spiritually meaningful activity. Medieval scholars could pursue natural philosophy partly as religious practice, studying creation to appreciate the Creator. This theological framework supported scientific inquiry in ways that don't fit simple opposition narratives. The limits the Church did impose were real and sometimes enforced brutally. Challenging fundamental doctrine could be dangerous. The threat of accusations of heresy hung over controversial scholarship. Some scholars faced condemnation, forced recantation, or worse for ideas that threatened church authority. These constraints were genuine and affected what could be openly discussed. But they didn't prevent intellectual life from flourishing within boundaries. Scholars learned to phrase controversial ideas carefully, using technical language and philosophical distinctions to explore ideas while maintaining plausible orthodoxy. The dance between inquiry and orthodoxy shaped medieval intellectual culture in complex ways. The distinction between natural philosophy and theology mattered for what counted as acceptable inquiry. Questions about the natural world, how things physically worked, what properties various materials had, were generally acceptable subjects for investigation. Questions about theological doctrine were more constrained. You could study the stars, but claiming the stars controlled human fate through astrology might be problematic because it seemed to deny free will and divine providence. The boundaries weren't always clear or consistently enforced, but they existed and scholars navigated them with varying success. Regional and temporal variations in church attitudes toward learning are important. Different bishops and church officials had different attitudes toward scholarship. Some were enthusiastic patrons who supported learning generously. Others were suspicious of intellectual activity as distraction from spiritual concerns. The political and religious context mattered. During stable periods, intellectual inquiry flourished. During religious conflicts or social upheaval, authorities tightened control over potentially dangerous ideas. These variations mean generalizations about the church and science, oversimplify a relationship that changed across times and places. The rivalry between religious orders sometimes encouraged learning. Dominicans and Franciscans competed for intellectual prestige, each order wanting to produce the best scholars and theologians. This competition encouraged both orders to support education and scholarship. Universities sometimes became battlegrounds for inter-order disputes. with scholars from different orders arguing philosophical positions that aligned with their order's traditions. This intellectual competition within the church created pressure towards scholarly achievement that benefited learning generally, even when the disputes themselves were partly about organisational prestige. The church's wealth enabled patronage of learning and arts. Church institutions had resources to fund scholars, commission manuscripts, build libraries, and support education. Without this patronage, much medieval intellectual life would have been impossible. Individual scholars rarely had personal wealth sufficient for independent study. They needed institutional support, and the church was the primary institution providing it. This economic reality made the church's attitude toward learning crucial. Had the church genuinely opposed intellectual activity, medieval learning would have been impossible simply from lack of funding. The copying of manuscripts in scriptoria deserves closer attention because it reveals so much about church priorities. Scribes copied religious texts primarily, naturally, but they also copied classical literature, scientific treatises, medical texts, and philosophical works. The decision about what to copy reflected judgments about what knowledge was worth preserving. Church officials could have restricted copying to purely religious material. Instead, they authorized copying of diverse texts, creating libraries with mixed religious and secular contents. This bibliographic diversity preserved knowledge that might otherwise have disappeared. The physical labor of copying was substantial. Scribes worked in cold, poorly lit rooms, using quill pens and homemade ink to copy texts onto expensive parchment. A major text might require months or years to copy. Hand cramps, failing eyesight, and numbed fingers from cold were occupational hazards. Scribes did this work partly from religious devotion, seeing it as service to God, but they were also consciously preserving human knowledge for future generations. The dedication required to maintain manuscript copying across centuries shows commitment to preservation that goes beyond simple religious obligation. The development of universities required church approval and support, but created institutions with some independence from direct church control. University faculty had autonomy within their sphere, debating questions and teaching students without constant oversight. This institutional independence, though limited and always potentially revocable, created space for intellectual development. Universities could become centres of debate and inquiry precisely because they weren't directly controlled by suspicious bishops, worried about every controversial idea. The Church's creation of universities paradoxically reduced its direct control over intellectual life. The concept of academic freedom has medieval roots in university privileges that protected scholars from outside interference. University members had legal protections and internal governance structures that limited external control. These privileges weren't unlimited, and church authorities could intervene when they felt doctrine was threatened. But the existence of institutional protections for scholars shows medieval understanding that intellectual inquiry needed some protection from immediate outside pressures. This wasn't modern academic freedom, but it was a predecessor recognizing that learning required space for debate. Student life in medieval universities was often rowdy and irreligious, despite church sponsorship. Students drank heavily, got in fights with townspeople, and generally behaved like unsupervised young men throughout history. Church authorities periodically cracked down on student misbehaviour, but couldn't eliminate it without eliminating universities. This tension between university culture and church expectations shows the limits of church control even in institutions it founded and funded. The church could set curriculum and approve faculty, but it couldn't fully control the intellectual and social culture that developed. The practical joke of claiming medieval people believed in flat Earth is particularly ironic, because the church taught round Earth theory as part of standard education. Church scholars knew and taught that Earth was spherical. Church-sponsored astronomical observations required understanding Earth's spherical shape. Church calculations of Easter used astronomical tables assuming spherical Earth. The institution supposedly suppressing scientific knowledge was actually preserving and teaching accurate geographical and astronomical information. The flat Earth myth's persistence despite this says more about modern misconceptions than medieval reality. The translation movement that brought Arabic texts into Latin Europe occurred with church support and participation. Christian scholars travelled to Spain and Sicily, learned Arabic, and translated scientific and philosophical texts into Latin. The church could have prohibited this, viewing Islamic learning as dangerous contamination. Instead, it recognized value in these texts and supported their translation and dissemination. This required intellectual humility, acknowledging that Islamic scholars had knowledge worth acquiring. It also required confidence that Christian theology could withstand encounter with alternative intellectual traditions. The encyclopedic tradition in medieval scholarship represents an impulse toward comprehensive knowledge collection that doesn't fit anti-intellectual stereotypes. Scholars like Vincent of Beauvais compiled enormous encyclopedias attempting to organize all available knowledge. These works included natural history, geography, medicine, and various other subjects alongside theology and religious material. The encyclopedic impulse shows desire to understand and systematize knowledge comprehensively, not to restrict it. These works were laborious to compile and required access to numerous sources, demonstrating substantial scholarly infrastructure. The relationship between experience and authority was complex in medieval thought. Church tradition emphasized authoritative texts, particularly scripture and church fathers, as sources of truth. But medieval scholars also recognized the value of direct observation and experience in certain domains. Medical practitioners learned from treating patients, not just reading Galen. Architects learned from building experience, not just studying geometry. Natural philosophers increasingly emphasized observation alongside textual authority. This wasn't modern empiricism, but it recognized multiple legitimate sources of knowledge beyond pure textual authority. The gradual shift toward empirical observation in late medieval natural philosophy occurred within church-sponsored institutions. Roger Bacon advocated for experimental investigation while remaining a Franciscan friar. Robert Grosseteste argued for mathematical and observational approaches to natural phenomena while serving as Bishop of Lincoln. These weren't rebels against church authority. They were church officials advancing methodological arguments about how natural philosophy should proceed. Their work happened because of, not despite, their positions within church institutions. In conclusion, the medieval church's relationship with learning and natural philosophy was complex, often supportive within certain bounds, and fundamentally different from the warfare narrative that depicts systematic opposition between faith and reason. The Church founded universities, preserved classical texts, supported scholars, and funded various forms of inquiry. It did set boundaries on acceptable conclusions, particularly regarding theological matters, and sometimes enforced those boundaries harshly. But most medieval science happened because of church patronage, conducted by clergy within church institutions. The simple story of church opposition to science collapses when confronted with the reality that the church was the primary institutional supporter of medieval intellectual life. The next time someone claims the medieval church banned science, you can point out that claim requires ignoring most medieval scholars, all medieval universities, monastic scriptoria, church hospitals, cathedral schools, and basically the entire institutional infrastructure that made medieval learning possible. The Church's complex legacy includes both supporting inquiry and constraining it, creating spaces for learning while limiting what could be said, producing scholars while occasionally silencing them. That's messy and complicated, which makes it historically accurate but rhetorically inconvenient for people who need simple narratives about religion versus science. Reality, as usual, refuses to cooperate with our preference for straightforward stories. Let's tackle one of the most misleading statistics ever weaponized against medieval people: the claim that life expectancy was 30 years. You've probably heard this one at dinner parties, in documentaries, or from that one person who really enjoys feeling superior to the past. The narrative goes that medieval people were dropping dead at 30 like mayflies hitting a windshield, that reaching 40 was a miracle comparable to winning the lottery, and that old age was essentially a myth. According to this story, medieval society was populated entirely by teenagers and young adults, with the occasional ancient 35-year-old elder dispensing wisdom before shuffling off to an early grave. It's dramatic. It makes modern life seem like a triumph of progress, and it's catastrophically wrong in ways that reveal fundamental misunderstandings about how statistics work. The number 30, or sometimes even lower figures like 25 or 28, comes from calculating average life expectancy at birth across entire populations. This average includes everyone who was born, regardless of how long they survived. And here's where the statistical sleight of hand happens. Medieval infant and child mortality rates were brutal. A significant portion of children didn't survive their first year. More died before age 5. These early deaths dramatically pull down the average life expectancy because averages weight all data points equally. A child who dies at 1 year and an adult who dies at 65 average out to 33 years, even though one of them lived a long life and the other barely started. Let's do a thought experiment to understand how this statistical quirk works. Imagine a village of 10 people. 5 infants die before their first birthday. The other 5 live to be 65. What's the average life expectancy? You add up all the ages at death and divide by 10. That gives you 32.5 years. Now, does this mean people in this village typically died at 32? Absolutely not. It means half died as infants and half lived to retirement age. But the statistic, taken without context, suggests everyone died around 30, which is completely misleading about the actual lived experience in this village. This is exactly what happens with medieval life expectancy statistics. The averages are mathematically accurate but experientially deceptive. They tell you something about overall population mortality, particularly the horrifying rates of infant and child death. They don't tell you how long adults typically lived once they survived childhood. And that distinction matters enormously for understanding what medieval life was actually like for people who made it past the dangerous early years. If you survived childhood in the medieval period, your prospects for a reasonably long life improved dramatically. Making it to age 5 meant you dodged the most dangerous period. If you reached 20, you had decent odds of seeing 50 or even 60. Skeletal remains from medieval cemeteries show substantial numbers of people who lived into their 50s, 60s, and even 70s. These weren't rare exceptions that shocked contemporaries. They were normal parts of the demographic landscape. People who grew old, complained about their joints, and dispensed questionable advice to younger generations, just like elderly people throughout history. Historical records support this skeletal evidence. Medieval documents mention elderly people constantly. Grandparents appear in wills, property transfers, and court records. Chronicles describe elderly kings, bishops, and nobles. Account books record pensions for aged servants. Legal documents discuss care arrangements for elderly parents. If everyone died at 30, these elderly people wouldn't exist in sufficient numbers to generate extensive documentary evidence. Their presence in records reflects reality, that many people lived long enough to become someone's grandparent, which requires surviving well past 30. The existence of vocabulary for different life stages also indicates people commonly reached advanced ages. Medieval languages had specific terms for the elderly, words that wouldn't exist if old age was vanishingly rare. Legal systems had special provisions for aged people, recognizing their different capabilities and needs. Social customs included respect for elders and their accumulated wisdom. You don't develop elaborate social structures around old age unless old age is common enough to require structured responses. The pattern of causes of death varied dramatically by age. Infants and young children died primarily from infectious diseases, accidents, and conditions modern medicine handles easily, but medieval medicine couldn't treat effectively. Childbirth was dangerous for both mothers and babies, killing many women during their reproductive years. Epidemic diseases like plague killed people of all ages, but particularly affected children and young adults. Accidents, violence, and warfare took predominantly young men. But if you avoided these age-specific risks, you could reasonably expect to live into middle age and possibly beyond. The class dimension of medieval mortality was significant. Wealthy people with better nutrition, living conditions, and access to medical care lived longer on average than poor people. Nobility and wealthy merchants frequently reached their 60s or 70s. Kings and high nobility sometimes lived remarkably long lives considering the era. Edward I of England lived to 68. Eleanor of Aquitaine reached 82, an impressive age in any era. These weren't miraculous outliers. They were the upper end of a distribution that included many people living to what we'd consider normal retirement age. Peasants and labourers faced harder lives with worse nutrition and more physically demanding work, which affected longevity. But even among peasants, many people reached old age. Village records show elderly peasants owning land, paying taxes, and participating in local governance. Manor court rolls mention aged tenants and their property arrangements. These documentary traces reveal elderly peasants were common enough to require legal and social systems accommodating them. The idea that peasants uniformly died young ignores substantial evidence of rural elderly populations. Occupational hazards affected mortality patterns differently across society. Soldiers and knights faced obvious combat risks that killed many young men, but surviving soldiers who retired from active service could live many years afterward. Miners and some craft workers faced occupational diseases that shortened lives. Sailors risked drowning and shipwreck, but many occupations weren't particularly dangerous beyond normal illness and accident risks, allowing workers to potentially reach old age if they survived childhood and avoided epidemic disease. The impact of major epidemics, particularly the Black Death, complicates mortality statistics. Plague outbreaks killed enormous numbers of people in short periods, dramatically affecting life expectancy calculations for plague years. But between epidemics, mortality rates were lower. Looking at life expectancy during plague years and concluding everyone always died young would be like calculating modern life expectancy during a pandemic year and assuming it represented normal conditions. Plague years were catastrophic exceptions, not normal demographic conditions, though they recurred frequently enough to significantly impact overall medieval mortality. Warfare's impact on life expectancy varied by time, place, and social position. Soldiers obviously faced elevated mortality risks during campaigns. But most medieval people weren't soldiers most of the time. Warfare was episodic rather than continuous for most regions. Peasants might live entire lives with minimal direct warfare exposure, especially in areas away from contested borders. The risk of dying in war was real but unevenly distributed, affecting primarily young men of military age during active conflicts, rather than entire populations constantly. Childbirth mortality for women was a significant risk that shortened female life expectancy, compared to men who survived to adulthood. Each pregnancy carried dangers from complications, infections, and hemorrhage that medieval medicine couldn't effectively address. Women who had many children faced repeated exposure to childbirth risks, but women who survived their childbearing years often lived long lives. Postmenopausal women appear frequently in medieval records, managing property, running businesses, and serving as respected community members. The grandmother who'd survived multiple childbirths was a recognized social role, indicating enough women reached this status to make it culturally significant. The seasonality of death affected mortality patterns. Winter brought increased death from cold, malnutrition, and respiratory diseases. Spring sometimes saw mortality spikes as stored food ran low and nutritional deficiencies weakened people. Late summer and fall, after harvest, tended to be healthier seasons with better nutrition and warmer weather. These seasonal variations meant mortality risk fluctuated throughout the year, with certain months more dangerous than others. Understanding these patterns helps explain why medieval people celebrated harvest festivals so enthusiastically. Survival through another winter depended on successful harvest. Medical care, limited as it was by modern standards, did help some people survive conditions that might otherwise have killed them. Bone setting for fractures allowed broken bones to heal, enabling recovery from injuries that could have been fatal if poorly treated or infected. Herbal medicines provided symptomatic relief and occasionally effective treatments. Surgical interventions, though risky, could address some acute conditions. The existence of elderly people with healed fractures, treated wounds, and evidence of medical intervention suggests some medical care was effective enough to contribute to survival into old age. Nutrition's role in longevity varied by social class and local conditions. Well-fed people lived longer than malnourished ones, unsurprisingly. Wealthy people with varied diets including meat, dairy, fruits, and vegetables got better nutrition than poor people subsisting primarily on grain. But even peasants in good years with successful harvests could achieve adequate nutrition. The variability of food supply meant some years and regions supported health better than others, creating geographic and temporal differences in life expectancy that complicate simple generalizations. The concept of old age existed as a recognized life stage with associated characteristics. Medieval people understood aging as a process that changed bodies and capabilities. Medical texts described aging and its effects. Legal systems made provisions for elderly people's diminished capacity for physical labor. Social customs included respect for elders' experience and wisdom, at least theoretically. The existence of elaborate cultural frameworks around aging indicates it was common enough to require structured social responses, not a rare phenomenon affecting only extraordinary individuals. Archaeological evidence from skeletal remains provides detailed information about medieval aging patterns. Bones show markers of age like joint degeneration, bone density changes, and dental wear, Analysing large cemetery populations reveals age distributions that include substantial numbers of elderly individuals. These skeletal populations show that reaching 60 or 70 wasn't miraculous. It happened frequently enough that medieval cemeteries consistently contained bones of elderly people, alongside those of children, adolescents, and younger adults. The interpretation of skeletal age at death requires some caution, because aging markers vary between individuals and can be affected by lifestyle factors. Heavy physical labour ages joints prematurely. Poor nutrition affects bone development. Disease can leave traces that complicate age estimation. But despite these complications, skeletal analysis consistently shows medieval populations included numerous elderly individuals, confirming documentary evidence that old age was a normal, if not universal, life stage. Pension and retirement systems, though informal by modern standards, existed for some medieval workers. Elderly servants might receive housing and food from former employers. Guilds sometimes provided support for aged members. Monasteries accepted elderly people as lay brothers or sisters, providing care in exchange for property donations. These arrangements indicate society had systems for managing elderly people who could no longer work, which wouldn't be necessary if everyone died before reaching old age. The existence of retirement mechanisms proves old age was common enough to require institutional responses. Family structures accommodated elderly members, with multi-generational households being common. Grandparents lived with their children's families, contributing what they could while receiving care as needed. Property transfers often included provisions for elderly parents to retain use of part of the land or receive support from heirs. These arrangements appear regularly in wills and property records, showing that elderly people living with younger family members was normal practice, requiring legal and economic planning. The wisdom literature of the medieval period, advice books and moral texts, frequently addressed relationships between generations. Discussing duties of children to elderly parents and wisdom elders could offer youth. This literature wouldn't exist if old age was rare enough to be negligible. The concern with intergenerational relationships reflects social reality, where multiple generations commonly interacted, requiring guidance on how these relationships should function. Modern misunderstanding of medieval life expectancy statistics partially stems from misapplying demographic measures. Life expectancy at birth is a useful population-level statistic for comparing overall health conditions between societies or time periods. It's less useful for understanding individual life course expectations. If you want to know how long medieval people typically lived, you need to look at conditional life expectancy, how long people who reach certain ages could expect to live further, not just overall average at birth. Conditional life expectancy tells a different story. A person who reached age 21 in medieval England could expect to live, on average, into their 50s. That's not 30 total years of life. That's 30 more years after reaching 21. The distinction is crucial but often lost in popular discussions that cite the birth-to-death average and assume it represents typical adult lifespan. Statistical literacy matters for understanding history, and the medieval life expectancy myth shows what happens when statistics get misinterpreted. The psychological impact of high childhood mortality on medieval parents is worth considering. Losing children was tragically common, affecting most families. This doesn't mean parents didn't grieve or value their children, despite some older scholarship suggesting otherwise. Medieval sources show parental grief over children's deaths. The frequency of loss didn't make it less painful, just more expected. Parents bonded with children while knowing many wouldn't survive, creating complicated emotional landscape we can only partially understand from available sources. The demographic consequences of high childhood mortality meant women needed to have many children to ensure some survived to adulthood. This drove patterns of early marriage and frequent childbearing, both of which carried health risks for mothers. The demographic system was brutal but functionally stable, producing enough surviving children to maintain population most of the time, though plague and famine could disrupt this balance catastrophically. Comparing medieval to modern life expectancy shows dramatic improvement, certainly. Modern medicine, sanitation and nutrition have approximately doubled human lifespan at birth in developed countries. This is genuine progress worth celebrating. But the comparison isn't between medieval people dying at 30 and modern people dying at 80. It's between medieval people facing high childhood mortality and moderate adult mortality versus modern people surviving childhood almost universally and living long adult lives. The nature of the improvement is different than crude statistics suggest. The class and gender gaps in medieval life expectancy deserve emphasis. Rich men had longest life expectancies, benefiting from good nutrition, less dangerous work, and better living conditions. Poor men faced shorter lives from hard labour, worse nutrition, and more dangerous occupations. Women faced childbirth risks that shortened female life expectancy compared to men of equivalent class. But even poor women who survived childbearing could reach old age, and rich women with access to better care during childbirth sometimes lived very long lives, like Eleanor of Aquitaine's 82 years. The urban-rural divide in mortality is complex. Cities were more dangerous in some ways, with higher population density facilitating disease transmission, and worse sanitation creating health hazards. Rural areas had cleaner environments but less access to medical care and markets. Which environment was healthier varied by specific circumstances, time period, and social position. Neither urban nor rural life guaranteed longevity or early death. Both environments included elderly people, indicating that location alone didn't determine life expectancy overwhelmingly. The role of luck in medieval survival can't be overstated. You might do everything right, maintain good health, avoid dangerous situations, and still die from an epidemic, accident, or random violence. Conversely, you might take risks, live recklessly, and survive to old age through fortunate circumstances. This randomness meant individual life expectancy varied enormously, even among people of similar class, occupation, and location. The statistical averages smooth out this variation, but lived experience included dramatic differences between individuals. In conclusion, the claim that medieval life expectancy was 30 years is technically true but profoundly misleading. It's an average pulled down by catastrophic infant and child mortality, not a typical age of death for adults. Medieval people who survived childhood could reasonably expect to reach their 50s or 60s, with many living into their 70s or beyond. The medieval world included grandparents, elderly workers, retired soldiers, and aged clergy in numbers sufficient to make old age a normal social category, requiring institutional and cultural accommodation. The next time someone confidently states that medieval people died at 30, you can explain that this statistic describes infant mortality's impact on demographic averages, not adult life expectancy, and that medieval society included plenty of elderly people complaining about kids these days and reminiscing about how things were better when they were young, which suggests humans haven't changed that much despite improvements in not dying as infants. The statistic isn't wrong, but using it to claim medieval adults typically died young demonstrates either statistical illiteracy or willful misrepresentation of demographic data for rhetorical purposes. Medieval life was hard, and death came earlier than modern standards, but it wasn't the 30-year death sentence the statistics superficially suggest. Now let's address one of the most condescending myths about medieval society: the idea that peasants were essentially property with no rights, agency, or ability to resist their lord's arbitrary demands. According to this narrative, medieval peasants were voiceless mud-dwellers who existed in a legal void where lords could do whatever they wanted without consequence. It's a story that positions feudalism as unconstrained tyranny, with powerless peasants ground under the boot of oppressive nobility. This makes for dramatic storytelling and satisfying moral outrage, but it bears little resemblance to how medieval society actually functioned. Peasants had rights, and they defended those rights with remarkable tenacity, sometimes successfully enough to make their lords seriously regret picking fights with people who controlled the food supply. Medieval peasants operated within a complex legal framework that recognized their status as human beings with enforceable rights, even if those rights were far more limited than what we'd consider acceptable today. The key institution for peasant legal activity was the manorial court, a local judicial body that handled disputes and regulated community life. These courts met regularly, usually monthly or every few weeks, presided over by the Lord Steward or bailiff, but including peasant jurors who understood local custom. The manorial court wasn't a theatre where lords dictated verdicts. It was a functional legal system where peasants could bring complaints, settle disputes, and even sue their lords for violating customary rights. The existence of manorial courts reveals something important about medieval power structures. If lords had absolute power to do whatever they wanted, courts would be unnecessary. You don't need legal proceedings when you can simply impose your will by force. The fact that medieval society invested substantial resources in maintaining local courts, with written records and formal procedures, indicates that power operated within legal constraints, however imperfect. Lords needed legal justification for their actions, and peasants could challenge actions that violated established customs and rights. Court rolls, the written records of manorial court proceedings, survive in enormous numbers from medieval England and other regions. These documents provide detailed evidence of peasant legal activity. We can read cases where peasants sued each other over property boundaries, debt disputes, defamation, and assault. We can see peasants challenging fines they considered unjust, disputing labour obligations they claimed exceeded customary requirements, and defending their rights to use common resources. These weren't desperate people with no options. They were legal actors navigating a system they understood, using established procedures to protect their interests. The concept of customary rights was central to peasant legal protection. Medieval society operated largely on precedent and tradition rather than written law codes. What had been done in the past established what should be done in the future. Lords couldn't arbitrarily change obligations or eliminate rights without facing legal challenges based on custom. If peasants could prove that their ancestors had certain rights or paid specific amounts, they could resist demands for more. This created a conservative legal culture where innovation was difficult, but existing arrangements were protected, which favoured peasants more than you might expect since it prevented lords from constantly increasing demands. Common rights were particularly important to peasant survival and fiercely defended. The commons, land held collectively rather than individually owned, provided crucial resources. Peasants had rights to gather firewood from common forests, graze animals on common pastures, fish in common waters, and collect various wild products. These rights weren't trivial courtesies. They were essential economic resources that made peasant households viable. Without access to firewood, you couldn't heat your home or cook food. Without pasture for animals, you couldn't maintain livestock that provided dairy, meat, and labour. Denying common rights could mean the difference between survival and destitution. Lords periodically tried to restrict or eliminate common rights to maximise their own profits from resources. They might attempt to fence off parts of the common pasture for their exclusive use, prohibit firewood gathering, or charge fees for previously free access. Peasants resisted these encroachments systematically and often successfully. Court records show numerous cases where peasants collectively sued lords for violating common rights, sometimes winning judgments that forced lords to restore traditional access. The legal principle that custom created enforceable rights gave peasants leverage against encroachment attempts. The forest rights disputes were particularly contentious because forests provided diverse resources peasants depended on. Firewood, construction timber, wild game, mushrooms, nuts, berries, and grazing for pigs all came from forests. Royal forests, areas claimed by the Crown for hunting, imposed restrictions that peasants constantly violated and disputed. The conflict between royal forest law and peasant customary rights generated endless litigation and occasional violence. Poaching was epidemic because peasants rejected the premise that lords should monopolise forest resources. The persistence of poaching despite harsh penalties shows peasants were willing to risk punishment to maintain access they considered rightfully theirs. Peasant obligations to lords were supposed to be fixed by custom, creating predictability that protected both parties. A peasant household owed specific amounts of labour, produce, or money based on the land they held. These obligations were substantial and burdensome, certainly, but they were defined and limited. A lord couldn't simply demand arbitrary amounts without violating custom. This predictability allowed peasants to plan their economic activities, knowing what they owed and what remained for their own use. When lords attempted to increase demands beyond customary levels, peasants could and did resist through legal challenges and sometimes collective action. The labour services owed by peasants, days spent working on the lord's land rather than their own, were particularly contentious. Peasants tried to minimise these obligations while lords wanted to maximise them. Disputes arose constantly over exactly what labour was owed, when it should be performed, and whether specific demands exceeded customary requirements. Court records show peasants challenging excessive labour demands, arguing that custom required fewer days or different types of work. Some of these disputes went on for years, with both sides marshalling evidence about what previous generations had done, treating feudal obligations as contracts that could be interpreted and contested rather than absolute commands. Peasant mobility was more extensive than stereotypes suggest. While serfs were legally bound to manors and theoretically couldn't leave without permission, in practice, enforcement was imperfect. Peasants regularly travelled to markets, fairs, and nearby towns. Some sought seasonal work on other estates or in urban areas. Running away was risky, but common enough that laws specifically addressed fugitive serfs and the penalties for harbouring them. The existence of these laws proves that peasants did leave, often successfully. Some migrants were captured and returned, but others disappeared into towns or distant regions where their status wouldn't be questioned, effectively achieving freedom through flight. Seasonal labour patterns created legitimate reasons for movement. Harvest time required extra workers, drawing peasants from surrounding areas to help bring in crops. Skilled workers like carpenters or blacksmiths might travel between manors offering services. Participation in fairs and markets meant regular travel for trade. Pilgrimage provided religiously sanctioned long-distance travel that exposed peasants to regions beyond their immediate locality. These movement patterns, while not complete freedom, were far from the chained to one village forever stereotype. Peasants knew about other places, had contacts in other regions, and understood the world extended beyond their manor boundaries. The development of money rents gradually transformed peasant obligations. Instead of providing labour or goods, peasants increasingly paid cash rents for land. This monetization gave peasants more control over their own time and production decisions. You could organise your work however you wanted as long as you paid the rent. Money rents also made lords less directly involved in managing peasant labour, reducing daily supervision and control. The shift toward cash transactions was slow and uneven, varying by region and period, but it generally increased peasant autonomy and reduced the personal dependency characteristic of earlier feudal relationships. Peasant communities had internal governance structures that managed local affairs with minimal lord involvement. Village meetings made decisions about agricultural practices, settled minor disputes, and organised collective activities. Peasants elected officials like reeves and constables, who represented community interests and dealt with lords' officials. These community institutions gave peasants collective voice and some control over local conditions. A united peasant community could negotiate effectively with lords, using collective action threats to moderate demands or protect rights. Lords who pushed too hard risked losing cooperation, which could devastate estate productivity. The solidarity within peasant communities was both strength and constraint. Communities could protect individuals from lords' demands through collective resistance, but communities also enforced conformity, punishing members who violated local norms or cooperated too closely with lords against community interests. Social pressure within villages was intense, with reputation mattering enormously in small communities where everyone knew everyone else's business. This created complex dynamics where peasants simultaneously cooperated against external threats and competed among themselves for resources and status. Economic differentiation within peasant communities complicated class solidarity. Some peasants were relatively prosperous with substantial landholdings, livestock and hired labourers. Others were poor cottagers with tiny plots barely supporting survival. These economic differences created different interests and relationships with lords. Wealthy peasants might serve as lords' officials, collecting rents and enforcing obligations on poorer neighbours. This created resentment and conflict within peasant communities, preventing complete unity against lords. The divisions within peasant classes sometimes benefited lords by preventing effective collective action. Markets provided peasants opportunities to engage in trade beyond subsistence agriculture. Peasants with surplus production sold it at markets, acquiring cash and goods unavailable locally. Some peasants specialised in craft production, brewing ale, producing textiles, or making tools for sale. Others bred and sold livestock. These commercial activities created economic opportunities beyond pure agricultural labour, allowing some peasants to accumulate resources and improve their positions. The existence of peasant market activity shows they weren't trapped in pure subsistence, but participated in broader economic networks, however limitedly. Guild membership was occasionally accessible to prosperous peasants or their children, providing pathways toward urban crafts and commercial activities. A peasant family that apprenticed a son to an urban craft might establish connections to town life and escape agricultural labour. Daughters might enter service in urban households, gaining skills and contacts useful for marriage or employment. These opportunities weren't available to everyone, but they existed as potential escape routes from peasant status. The fact that some peasants successfully transitioned to urban life shows the boundaries between rural and urban, peasant and craftsman, were permeable rather than absolute. Religious institutions provided some protection and support for peasants. Monasteries employed peasant labourers and sometimes offered more favourable conditions than secular lords. The Church's teachings about Christian charity and justice, however imperfectly applied, created moral pressure on lords to avoid extreme oppression. Priests, who often came from peasant backgrounds themselves, sometimes advocated for their communities against lords' demands. The Church's institutional presence created a counterweight to purely secular power, giving peasants alternative sources of authority to appeal to when conflicts arose. Peasant revolts, though ultimately suppressed, demonstrate that peasants could organise effective resistance when pushed too far. The English Peasants' Revolt of 1381, the French Jacquerie, and numerous smaller uprisings show peasants weren't passive victims, but could mobilise collective violence against perceived injustice. These revolts were often brutally crushed, but their occurrence forced lords to recognise limits on exploitation. A lord who pushed too hard risked violent resistance that could destroy property and disrupt production. Fear of rebellion created incentives for moderation, making extreme oppression potentially counterproductive. The rhetoric of peasant revolts is revealing. Rebels didn't typically demand revolution or social transformation. They demanded return to traditional rights and customs they claimed lords were violating. This conservative framing positioned rebels as defenders of legitimate order against lords' innovations. By appealing to custom and tradition, rebels sought to legitimize their actions and attract broader support. The strategy was often effective at building coalitions and framing issues in ways that resonated with medieval values about proper social relationships and mutual obligations. The legal aftermath of revolts sometimes included negotiations and concessions, even when rebels were militarily defeated. Lords needed peasants to work the land and had practical incentives to restore productive relationships after suppressing resistance. Some post-revolt settlements included confirmations of customary rights, reductions in contested obligations, or pardons for rebels in exchange for returning to normal work. These negotiations show that even defeated peasants retained some bargaining power based on their economic importance. You can kill rebels, but you still need someone to plant and harvest crops. The Black Death's demographic catastrophe dramatically shifted power dynamics between peasants and lords. With population reduced by a third to half, surviving peasants became scarce and valuable. Lords competed for labourers, offering better terms to attract workers. Peasants leveraged this scarcity to demand higher wages, better conditions, and reduced obligations. Lords attempted to legislate wage and price controls to prevent peasant gains, but enforcement was difficult against market forces favouring workers. The post-plague period saw substantial improvements in peasant conditions in many regions, demonstrating how demographic changes could alter power relationships fundamentally. The long-term trend across the later medieval period was generally toward increased peasant freedom and reduced feudal obligations. Serfdom declined in Western Europe, with more peasants achieving free status or at least reduced obligations. Money rents replaced labour services. Peasants gained more control over their land and labour. These changes weren't inevitable or uniform, and some regions saw increased oppression, but the general trajectory favoured peasant interests more than you'd expect if lords had absolute power. Market forces, demographic changes, and peasant resistance all contributed to this gradual improvement in conditions. The existence of written custumals, documents recording manor customs and obligations, provided peasants with reference points for defending their rights. When disputes arose about what was owed, both sides could consult the custumal to establish precedent. Lords maintained these records partly for their own administrative needs, but their existence also constrained lords' ability to make arbitrary changes. If the custumal specified certain obligations, deviating from them required explanation and potentially legal challenge. Written documentation created a form of contractual relationship, limiting flexibility but providing security for both parties. Inheritance customs affecting peasant land were complex but generally favoured family continuity. Peasant holdings typically passed from parents to children according to local custom, whether primogeniture, where the eldest son inherited, or partible inheritance, where land was divided among heirs. These customs gave peasant families security that their labour improving land would benefit their descendants. Lords couldn't simply confiscate holdings when a tenant died, though they collected inheritance fees and had some control over who succeeded to holdings. The ability to pass land to children gave peasants investment incentives and family stability. Women's property rights varied by region and status, but included some protections. Widows often retained rights to portions of their deceased husband's holdings, providing economic security. Manorial court records show women buying, selling and inheriting property, suing and being sued, and generally participating in legal and economic life. These activities were more restricted than men's, certainly, but they weren't non-existent. Peasant women had some economic agency and legal standing, however limited compared to modern standards or to their male contemporaries. The village commons functioned as an early form of collective property, with shared governance and mutual obligations. Communities developed rules about common resource use, when to let animals graze, how much wood individuals could take, and how to maintain common facilities. These rules were collectively created and enforced, representing a form of communal self-governance. Violating common rules brought community sanctions ranging from fines to social ostracism. The commons created interdependence and required cooperation, forcing community members to negotiate shared resource management in ways that anticipated later collective bargaining and democratic governance. In conclusion, medieval peasants weren't rightless property, but legal actors with recognized rights they actively defended through courts, custom, collective action, and occasionally violence. Their rights were limited by modern standards and enforced imperfectly, but they existed and mattered. Manorial courts, customary rights, common resources, and the ability to travel and trade gave peasants tools to resist extreme exploitation and maintain some control over their lives. The feudal system was oppressive and hierarchical, certainly, but it operated within legal and customary constraints that prevented absolute lord domination. Peasants understood these constraints and used them strategically to protect their interests. The next time someone confidently states medieval peasants had no rights, you can point to manorial court records, common rights disputes, and the general fact that peasants regularly sued lords and sometimes won, which wouldn't be possible in a system of absolute tyranny. The medieval peasant experience was grim by modern standards, but more legally complex and agency-permitting than stereotypes suggest, revealing that even in deeply unequal societies, the powerless often find ways to exercise limited but meaningful resistance and self-protection. That's not romanticism about oppression, just recognition that human agency persists, even in constrained circumstances, and medieval peasants exercised theirs with impressive determination. Let's address one of the most visually misleading myths about medieval architecture, the notion that castles were perpetually grey, grim fortresses looming over the landscape like architectural expressions of depression. We imagine medieval castles as monochromatic stone monuments, all bare granite and weathered limestone, projecting an atmosphere somewhere between maximum security prison and funeral home. Modern tourists visit castle ruins, see exposed grey stone, and assume that's how they always looked. Film and television reinforce this image, depicting castles in muted greys and browns to signal medieval to audiences. The problem with this ubiquitous mental picture is that it's completely wrong. Medieval castles were often explosions of colour that would make modern interior designers reach for their sunglasses. They were whitewashed, painted, plastered, decorated and draped with textiles in ways that created visual impact far removed from the bare stone aesthetic we associate with them today. The transformation of colourful castles into grey ruins happened gradually over centuries as paint faded, plaster fell away, textiles rotted, and the decorative layers that made castles visually striking simply disappeared. What survives today is essentially the skeleton, the structural stone stripped of all the cosmetic treatments that made it impressive when new. Archaeologists and art historians have spent decades documenting evidence of original castle appearance, analysing pigment traces, studying medieval accounts of decorating practices, and examining surviving examples of castle decoration. The picture that emerges is radically different from the bare stone ruins tourists photograph. Medieval castles were designed to impress, intimidate, and communicate their owners' wealth and power through visual magnificence, which required colour, lots of it. Whitewashing was one of the most common treatments for castle exteriors. Lime wash, made from lime, water, and sometimes additional pigments, could be applied to stone walls, creating a brilliant white surface that stood out dramatically in the landscape. A whitewashed castle gleamed in sunlight, visible for miles, announcing its presence and importance. The practical benefits included reflecting heat and providing some weather protection for stone, but the primary motivation was visual impact. A white castle looked clean, imposing, and expensive, all qualities that castle owners wanted to project. The Tower of London was famously whitewashed, giving it the name White Tower that persists, even though the whitewash is long gone and modern tourists see only grey stone. Beyond simple whitewashing, castle walls were often painted in colours. Red, yellow, and ochre pigments were relatively affordable and frequently used. Some castles featured walls painted in multiple colours, creating patterns or highlighting architectural features. Blue, though more expensive, appeared on important buildings. These weren't subtle pastel shades. Medieval pigments were often quite bold, creating strong visual statements. A castle painted in bright colours projected confidence and wealth, telling anyone approaching that the owner had resources to spend on decorative flourishes beyond basic functionality. It was conspicuous consumption in architecture, using colour as a form of display similar to expensive clothing or jewellery. Interior walls received even more elaborate treatment. Plaster-covered interior stone, providing smooth surfaces that could be painted with murals, decorative patterns, or solid colours. Many castle rooms featured painted decoration ranging from simple geometric patterns to elaborate scenes depicting hunts, battles, or religious subjects. These paintings transformed castle interiors from cold stone chambers into decorated spaces with visual interest and colour. The great halls where lords entertained guests were particularly likely to feature elaborate wall paintings that demonstrated artistic patronage and cultural sophistication. Fragments of these paintings survive in some castles, giving glimpses of original appearance that contradicts the bare stone interior of typical castle ruins. Tapestries and textiles provided another major source of castle colour. Wealthy castle owners hung tapestries on walls, both for decoration and to reduce drafts. These weren't simple wall hangings. They were elaborate woven artworks depicting complex scenes, created by skilled artisans and costing enormous sums. A set of high-quality tapestries representing months of skilled labour and expensive materials could cost as much as a small estate. Displaying such tapestries advertised wealth and taste, while making castle interiors significantly more comfortable and visually appealing. The tapestries added reds, blues, greens, golds, and other colours to rooms, creating rich visual environments far from bare stone simplicity. Heraldic banners and flags provided splashes of colour throughout castles. Every noble family had heraldic colours and symbols that appeared on flags, banners, shields, and painted decorations. These weren't subtle. Heraldry used bold, contrasting colours precisely to be visible and distinctive. A castle might display multiple banners representing the owner's family, alliances, and affiliations, creating a colourful display that communicated political relationships and family history to anyone who understood heraldic symbolism. During ceremonies, tournaments, or visits from important guests, castles would be dressed with additional banners and decorations, transforming them into even more colourful spectacles. Floors in important castle rooms were often tiled rather than bare stone. Medieval floor tiles came in various colours and patterns, from simple two-colour designs to elaborate mosaic-like arrangements featuring heraldic symbols, religious imagery, or geometric patterns. These tiles added colour at ground level, complementing painted walls and hanging textiles. The tiles were practical, easier to keep clean than bare stone and more comfortable than cold rock, but they also contributed to overall visual richness. Surviving medieval floor tiles found in castle ruins and archaeological excavations show the variety and quality of medieval decorative tile work, though most castle floors have lost their original tiles to time and damage. Wooden furnishings added warm tones to castle interiors. Tables, benches, chairs, chests, and other furniture were often painted, carved, or both. Wealthy owners had furniture decorated with bright colours, gilding, and intricate carving. Even relatively plain furniture added wood tones that contrasted with stone walls and contributed to interior colour palettes. Beds, particularly important pieces of furniture for medieval nobility, were often elaborate constructions with carved posts, painted decoration, and textile hangings, creating colourful focal points in sleeping chambers. The furniture's visual impact has been lost as wooden pieces deteriorated, burned, or were removed, leaving castle ruins empty of the furnishings that once filled them. Stained glass windows provided jewel-like colour in castle chapels and important chambers. While not every castle window had stained glass, wealthy castle owners invested in coloured glass for chapel windows and sometimes secular spaces. Stained glass wasn't just decorative. It told stories through images, provided religious instruction, and demonstrated patron wealth and piety. Sunlight streaming through coloured glass created dramatic lighting effects, projecting coloured patterns onto interior surfaces and transforming spaces throughout the day as light angles changed. Most medieval stained glass has been lost to destruction, weathering, or removal, but surviving examples and fragments show the quality and beauty of castle glass decoration. Painted ceilings added colour overhead. Wooden ceiling beams might be painted with patterns or left natural, but either way they added visual interest above. Some castle rooms featured painted decorations on ceiling vaults, creating the effect of looking up into decorated space rather than simple stone arches. These painted ceilings required skilled artists working in awkward positions to create decorations that viewers would see from below, demonstrating the importance placed on comprehensive visual treatment of important spaces. The desire to decorate every visible surface shows how seriously medieval castle owners took visual presentation. The evolution of castle decoration over time reflected changing tastes, technologies, and economic conditions. Early medieval castles were simpler and less elaborately decorated than later ones, partly because they were purely military structures built quickly for defence. As castle building became more sophisticated and as noble families accumulated wealth, castles became more elaborate residences where comfort and display mattered, alongside defensive capability. Late medieval castles, built when gunpowder was rendering traditional fortifications obsolete, sometimes prioritised residential comfort and visual impression over military utility, resulting in highly decorated structures that were castles in name but really fortified palaces. Regional variations in castle decoration reflected local materials, artistic traditions, and cultural preferences. Italian castles showed Mediterranean influences with brighter colours and classical design elements. German castles featured different decorative vocabularies, influenced by local artistic traditions. English castles developed distinctive styles, reflecting insular tastes and continental influences, filtered through English interpretation. Spanish castles in areas with strong Islamic influence showed Moorish architectural and decorative elements. These regional differences meant medieval castles weren't uniform in appearance, but varied considerably in how they were decorated and what visual messages they conveyed. The seasonal transformation of castles added temporary colour through decorative preparations for festivals, ceremonies, and important visits. During Christmas, Easter, or other celebrations, castles would be decorated with greenery, flowers, and additional textiles, creating festive environments. Royal visits required elaborate decorating efforts to honour guests appropriately, with temporary decorations supplementing permanent features. Tournaments and other spectacles involved decorating castle grounds and buildings with colourful banners, pavilions, and temporary structures. These occasional bursts of extra decoration showed that castle appearance wasn't static, but changed to suit circumstances, with colour intensity varying throughout the year. The contrast between castle exteriors and interiors was often intentional. Exteriors might be relatively austere, projecting military strength and defensive capability, while interiors were comfortable and decorative, showing wealth and refinement. This visual distinction communicated different messages to different audiences. Approaching enemies saw formidable fortifications, while guests and residents experienced comfortable, decorated living spaces. The ability to maintain this duality, presenting both military strength and domestic refinement, demonstrated the comprehensive capabilities of successful noble families. The decay of castle decoration happened gradually but inevitably. Paint and plaster exposed to weather deteriorated, requiring regular maintenance to preserve appearance. When castles were abandoned, damaged in war, or simply allowed to decline as families' fortunes changed, maintenance stopped and decorative elements disappeared. Textiles rotted, wood burned or decayed, tiles were removed or broken, and painted surfaces faded and flaked away. What remained was structural stone, the only element durable enough to survive centuries without maintenance. The ruins tourists visit today represent only the most permanent layer of original castles, stripped of everything that made them visually impressive when inhabited and maintained. Reconstruction efforts at some castles attempt to suggest original appearance through partial restoration of decorative elements. Whitewashing walls, installing replica furnishings, hanging reproduction tapestries, and other interpretive treatments help visitors imagine how castles once looked. These reconstructions are necessarily incomplete and somewhat speculative, but they're based on documentary evidence, archaeological findings, and surviving examples of medieval decoration. The effect can be startling for visitors accustomed to bare stone ruins, revealing how dramatically different castles appeared when actually used as residences rather than tourist attractions. The archaeological investigation of castle decoration requires specialized techniques. Paint analysis identifies pigments used on walls, allowing reconstruction of color schemes. Microscopic examination of plaster reveals layers of decoration and changes over time. Ground-penetrating radar and other technologies map destroyed or buried decorative features. Documentary research in medieval accounts, inventories, and descriptions provides textual evidence of decoration that material remains no longer show. This multidisciplinary approach gradually builds detailed pictures of specific castle appearance, though many questions remain unanswerable due to incomplete evidence. The cost of castle decoration was substantial, representing significant investment beyond basic construction. Quality pigments, particularly blues and purples derived from expensive sources, cost enormous amounts. Skilled painters commanded high wages. Tapestries required months of specialized labor and expensive materials. Carved and painted furnishings involved multiple craftsmen's work. The cumulative expense of decorating a major castle, appropriately for a noble family's status, could rival the cost of the structure itself. This expense made decoration a form of conspicuous consumption, displaying wealth through beautiful but economically unproductive spending that demonstrated resources far beyond subsistence needs. The maintenance requirements of castle decoration created ongoing expenses beyond initial installation. Paint needed periodic refreshing. Plaster required repair when damaged. Textiles wore out and needed replacement. Tiles broke and required replacement. Maintaining castle appearance at appropriate standards demanded continuous financial commitment and attention. Families experiencing economic difficulties often let decorative maintenance lapse, resulting in declining appearance that signaled reduced circumstances to observers. The castle's visual state communicated family fortunes, making maintenance politically important beyond aesthetic concerns. The symbolic meaning of castle colours and decorations conveyed messages to medieval viewers that we can only partially reconstruct. Certain colours had associations with virtues, qualities, or allegiances. Heraldic symbols communicated family identity and claims. Religious imagery displayed piety and divine favour. The visual vocabulary of castle decoration was sophisticated and meaningful to contemporary audiences who could read these symbolic messages fluently. Modern viewers see decorative beauty or historical interest, but miss layers of meaning that medieval observers would have understood immediately. Recovering these lost meanings requires careful study of medieval symbolic systems and cultural contexts. In conclusion, medieval castles were colourful, decorated structures that deliberately used visual magnificence to communicate power, wealth, and status. The grey stone ruins we associate with medieval architecture represent only the structural skeleton, stripped of all decorative treatments that made castles visually impressive. Whitewashing, paint, plaster, murals, tapestries, heraldic banners, decorated furnishings, coloured floor tiles, stained glass, and painted ceilings transformed castles into environments rich with colour and visual interest. The misconception that medieval buildings were uniformly grey stems from seeing ruins without their decorative layers, and from modern media representations that perpetuate this error. Understanding medieval castles as they actually appeared requires imaginative reconstruction of disappeared decoration, recognising that visual impact was central to castle function, as symbols of authority and centres of noble life. The next time you see a medieval castle in film or photography depicted as bare grey stone, remember that the original owners would have considered that appearance incomplete and inadequate, roughly equivalent to showing up at a royal ceremony in your underwear, technically covering the basics but missing all the elements that communicate appropriate status and refinement. Medieval nobles didn't build impressive fortifications just to leave them looking like abandoned construction sites. They decorated them enthusiastically, creating visual statements that unfortunately didn't survive the centuries, as well as the stone walls that supported them. Now let's talk about one of medieval justice's most theatrical elements, trial by combat, because if Hollywood has taught us anything, it's that medieval courts settled every dispute by having people beat each other with swords until someone died or gave up. According to popular imagination, medieval justice was basically organised violence with legal paperwork, where any disagreement from property disputes to accusations of theft could be resolved by sanctioned murder in a muddy field. It's dramatic, it makes for excellent cinema, and it bears almost no resemblance to how medieval legal systems actually functioned. Trial by combat existed, certainly, but it was rare, heavily regulated, expensive, socially awkward, and usually avoided in favour of boring legal procedures involving documents, witnesses, and arguments that wouldn't look out of place in a modern courtroom, just with worse lighting and more Latin. The theoretical basis for trial by combat was appealingly simple. If two parties had a dispute that couldn't be resolved through normal evidence, they could appeal to divine judgment through combat. God, being omniscient and just, would ensure the righteous party won the fight, revealing truth through violence. This theological reasoning sounds absurd to modern ears, but it made sense within medieval Christian frameworks that assumed God actively intervened in human affairs. The problem was that this logic required believing God consistently took sides in property disputes and commercial disagreements, which even medieval people found questionable. A suspiciously large correlation existed between righteousness and better at fighting, suggesting perhaps divine judgment aligned conveniently with combat skill. The legal framework surrounding trial by combat was complex and restrictive, designed to prevent it from being invoked casually. You couldn't just challenge someone to combat over any disagreement. Specific types of cases might allow combat as an option, primarily serious criminal accusations or certain property disputes where other evidence was insufficient. Even when combat was theoretically available, numerous procedural hurdles existed. You had to formally issue the challenge in court, post bonds guaranteeing you'd appear, obtain approval from judicial authorities, and follow elaborate procedures for arranging the combat. The bureaucratic requirements alone discouraged casual violence. The expense of trial by combat made it impractical for most people. If you were wealthy enough to afford proper weapons and armour, you could fight personally. If not, you needed to hire a champion to fight on your behalf, which was expensive and raised obvious questions about divine judgment supposedly determining the outcome. A poor person hiring a professional fighter to represent them in supposedly divine adjudication created theological complications that medieval legal scholars debated extensively. If God was judging righteousness, did it matter who actually swung the sword? The practical answer seemed to be that wealthy people rarely lost trials by combat, suggesting God had predictable class preferences or perhaps professional fighters were just better at winning fights. Champions, professional fighters who represented parties in judicial combat, were controversial figures who complicated trial by combat's theological justification. These men made livings fighting other people's battles in legal proceedings, raising obvious moral and practical concerns. If you hired a champion and he won, did that prove your righteousness, or just that you could afford a good fighter? The legal system tried to regulate champions through licensing, requiring oaths and prohibiting certain practices, but the fundamental contradiction remained. Trial by combat was supposed to reveal divine truth, but hiring mercenaries to do the fighting undermined this premise so obviously that even medieval people found it problematic. The actual conduct of judicial combat followed strict rules quite different from the dramatic free-for-all depicted in movies. Combat took place in a regulated space, often a marked arena within a field or courtyard. Weapons were specified and sometimes provided by authorities to ensure fairness. Time limits existed. Combatants couldn't leave the arena. Specific actions constituted yielding or losing. Judges and officials supervised the fight, enforcing rules and determining outcomes. This wasn't street brawling. It was ritualized violence conducted according to detailed protocols that attempted to make the process fair and legitimate, rather than simply letting people murder each other legally. Judicial combat wasn't necessarily to the death, despite what movies suggest. Many trials by combat ended when one party yielded, was too injured to continue, or was judged to have lost by the overseeing officials. Death certainly occurred in some cases, and the possibility of dying made combat a serious deterrent to false accusations. But killing your opponent wasn't always required or even desired. The point was determining truth through combat, not producing corpses. Once the outcome was clear, continuing to fight might be prohibited. This made trial by combat somewhat less horrifying than popular depictions suggest, though still quite violent and dangerous for participants. The decline of trial by combat began well before the medieval period ended. By the 13th and 14th centuries, it was already becoming rare in most regions. Legal systems developed more sophisticated evidence procedures, reducing reliance on divine judgment through violence. The Church expressed increasing skepticism about trials by combat, questioning whether God really determined outcomes of fights between hired champions. Monarchs restricted combat's availability, preferring legal systems they could control more effectively than divine judgment. By the 15th century, trial by combat was largely obsolete in most of Europe, surviving mainly as an archaic legal curiosity rather than regular judicial practice. The famous late example of trial by combat, the 1386 duel between Jean de Carouge and Jacques Le Gris in France, was remarkable precisely because such trials were already rare by that period. This case, involving an accusation of rape, became a major public spectacle attended by thousands. It was newsworthy because judicial combat had become unusual enough to attract enormous attention. The fight was brutal, ending with Le Gris's death, and the case became famous enough to inspire books and films centuries later. But its fame came partly from being an exception, a throwback to earlier practices rather than a typical example of how 14th century justice worked. England technically retained trial by combat as an available legal procedure until 1819, creating the absurd situation where a medieval legal mechanism survived into the industrial age. The reason for this long survival was simple neglect. Nobody used trial by combat, so nobody bothered officially abolishing it. The law stayed on the books like forgotten legislation nobody remembers to repeal. In 1819, someone actually tried to claim right to trial by combat in a legal case, presumably more as a stunt than serious legal strategy. Authorities were horrified to discover this medieval relic was technically still legal and promptly abolished it, finally removing trial by combat from English law after centuries of obsolescence. The vast majority of medieval legal disputes never came close to trial by combat. They were handled through normal judicial procedures that would be recognizable to anyone familiar with modern courts. Plaintiffs filed complaints, defendants responded, witnesses testified, documents were presented, lawyers argued, and judges or juries decided outcomes based on evidence and legal principles. This boring, bureaucratic process resolved far more cases than combat ever did. Medieval people, contrary to popular belief, preferred legal arguments to risking death in judicial duels. They hired lawyers, filed motions, challenged procedures, and generally behaved like litigants throughout history who want to win cases without getting stabbed. The appeal to witnesses was the most common form of evidence in medieval courts. People testified about what they'd seen, heard, or knew about disputed matters. Witness testimony was evaluated for credibility, cross-examined by opposing parties, and weighed by judges or juries. This is fundamentally how courts still work. The procedures were less formalized than modern rules of evidence, and medieval people probably lied on the stand as often as modern witnesses, but the basic structure of establishing facts through testimony was similar. Most cases were decided based on whose witnesses were more credible, not whose champion was better at violence. Documentary evidence played an increasing role in medieval justice as literacy spread and written records became more common. Property disputes might be resolved by examining charters and deeds. Commercial cases involved contracts and account books. Legal authorities kept written records of proceedings, creating documentation that could be referenced in later disputes. The development of documentary evidence made justice more reliable and less dependent on memory, oral testimony, or divine judgment. It also made law more complex and bureaucratic, requiring specialists who could read, interpret, and produce legal documents. Oaths were another crucial element of medieval legal procedure. Parties might swear oaths affirming the truth of their claims. Oath helpers, people who swore to support another's oath, provided a form of character testimony. Breaking an oath was considered perjury with both legal and spiritual consequences, creating pressure toward truthfulness. The oath system wasn't perfect. People certainly committed perjury when they thought they could get away with it. but it provided a mechanism for establishing facts without violence. Most legal disputes were resolved through some combination of oaths, witness testimony, and documentary evidence rather than combat. The jury system emerged during the medieval period, creating another non-violent method of determining legal outcomes. Juries of local people who knew the parties and circumstances could evaluate evidence and reach verdicts. This put fact-finding in the hands of community members rather than professional judges or divine intervention through combat. Jury trials became increasingly common, particularly in England, displacing other forms of proof, including combat. The development of jury trials represents medieval legal innovation, moving away from violence and toward more sophisticated evidence evaluation. Compurgation, the practice of swearing to the truthfulness of a claim supported by oath helpers, seems strange to modern observers, but functioned as a form of community testimony about character and credibility. If you could find enough respectable people willing to swear you were telling the truth, courts might accept your claim without further evidence. This essentially asked the community to vouch for you, making reputation and social standing relevant to legal outcomes. It wasn't perfect. Influential people could probably find oath helpers more easily than marginal ones, but it provided a resolution mechanism that didn't require violence or extensive investigation. Ordeal, another form of proof that sounds barbaric, was actually more nuanced than popular descriptions suggest. Ordeals involved subjecting accused persons to painful or dangerous tests, like holding hot iron or being submerged in water, with outcomes supposedly revealing guilt or innocence through divine intervention. However, ordeals were administered by clergy following specific procedures, and evidence suggests priests sometimes manipulated results to achieve outcomes they believed just. The system wasn't purely random or cruel. It provided a resolution mechanism when other evidence was insufficient, and it probably prevented some violence by channeling disputes into regulated procedures rather than private vengeance. The Church's role in limiting trial by combat was significant. Ecclesiastical authorities grew increasingly skeptical of combat as proof, questioning whether God reliably intervened to ensure just outcomes. The Fourth Lateran Council in 1215 forbade clergy from participating in ordeals, effectively ending that form of proof. The Church couldn't directly prohibit secular courts from using combat, but clerical opposition reduced its legitimacy and availability. As the Church promoted alternative forms of proof and evidence, trial by combat became less common and less acceptable, even where technically legal. The development of professional legal systems reduced reliance on combat and ordeal. As trained lawyers became more common and legal procedures more sophisticated, courts had better tools for evaluating evidence and reaching decisions. Professional judges with legal training could analyze complex evidence and apply legal principles without resorting to divine judgment through violence. This professionalization made justice more predictable and less dependent on physical prowess or willingness to risk death, improving access for people who weren't warriors or wealthy enough to hire champions. Regional variations in trial by combat's availability and use were substantial. Some areas used it more than others based on local legal traditions. Some restricted it to specific types of cases or classes of people. Some abolished it earlier than others. These variations meant medieval legal experience differed considerably by location and time period. Generalizations about medieval justice must account for this diversity, rather than assuming uniform practices across all of medieval Europe throughout the period. The social implications of trial by combat deserve consideration. It favoured men over women, since women rarely fought personally and had to hire champions. It favoured warriors over merchants, peasants, or clergy who lacked combat skills. It favoured wealthy people who could afford good weapons, armour, and professional champions. These biases meant trial by combat reinforced existing power structures rather than providing equal justice. The decline of combat as proof probably improved justice for non-warrior classes who benefited from legal procedures that didn't require violence. The literary representation of trial by combat in medieval romance and chivalric literature bears limited relationship to actual legal practice. Stories emphasize dramatic single combats where heroes proved their righteousness through martial prowess, creating entertaining narratives that reinforced ideals about knightly virtue and divine justice. These stories influenced how later generations understood medieval justice, creating expectations of frequent judicial combat that didn't match historical reality. The literary tradition shaped modern misconceptions about trial by combat, being common when it was actually rare. In conclusion, trial by combat was a real but marginal element of medieval justice, available in limited circumstances, heavily regulated, expensive, and increasingly rare as the medieval period progressed. The vast majority of legal disputes were resolved through testimony, documents, oaths, and other evidence procedures that would be recognisable in modern courts. Medieval justice was primarily bureaucratic and documentary, rather than violent and theatrical, though it retained archaic procedures like trial by combat that modern audiences find fascinating. The persistence of trial by combat in popular imagination, despite its limited historical use, shows how dramatic exceptions capture attention while boring routine gets ignored. The next time you see a movie depicting medieval justice as primarily combat in muddy fields, remember that actual medieval courts were mostly tedious proceedings involving documents, testimony, and legal arguments, much like modern courts, but with worse heating and more religious oaths. The drama was exceptional, the paperwork was normal, which tells you something about what makes good entertainment versus what constitutes actual historical experience. Medieval people, given the choice between legal arguments and potentially getting killed in sanctioned duels, generally chose the arguments, suggesting they weren't that different from modern people, who also prefer boring legal procedures to ritualized violence, though medieval procedures came with more Latin and fewer briefcases. So we've spent quite a bit of time dismantling the grim picture of medieval life, peeling back the layers of Victorian moralizing and Renaissance propaganda that painted the Middle Ages as one long funeral procession, interrupted only by the occasional plague outbreak. But now comes the part that really deserves attention, the part that rarely makes it into textbooks or documentaries filmed on rainy days in abandoned castles. Medieval people, despite everything history threw at them, knew how to celebrate. They threw festivals that would exhaust a modern party planner, told jokes that would get you kicked off social media, and generally found more ways to enjoy themselves than anyone living without Netflix had any right to. The image of the perpetually miserable medieval peasant, trudging through mud while contemplating mortality, is about as accurate as claiming they all died at 30. Yes, life was hard. Yes, winters were brutal. Harvests could fail, and your neighbour's goat might eat your entire cabbage patch. But human beings have never needed perfect conditions to find joy. In fact, we're rather good at celebrating precisely because life is difficult. When you can't binge-watch television or scroll through your phone for dopamine hits, you get creative. And medieval people were nothing if not creative when it came to having a good time. The calendar itself was structured around celebration. The Christian liturgical year provided a framework of feast days, saints' commemorations, and seasonal festivals that punctuated the rhythm of work with regular intervals of rest and revelry. This wasn't optional leisure time that you had to earn through productivity metrics. It was mandatory. The Church, which gets blamed for making medieval life miserable, actually enforced more holidays than most modern employers would tolerate. Estimates vary, but medieval workers enjoyed somewhere between 80 and 100 feast days per year, not counting Sundays. That's roughly one day off every 3 or 4 days, which puts your current vacation policy to shame. Of course, not every feast day meant you got to sleep in and ignore your responsibilities. Some were more solemn, requiring church attendance and reflection. But many, especially the major festivals, were genuine holidays in the fullest sense. Christmas, Easter, Pentecost, Midsummer, Michaelmas, and dozens of local patron saint days all came with their own traditions, foods, games, and rituals. To modernise, this might seem like a lot of religious obligation dressed up as fun. But for medieval people, the line between sacred and celebratory wasn't a hard boundary. You could honour a saint and get spectacularly drunk on the same day without feeling contradictory about it. The church hierarchy occasionally grumbled about excessive revelry during holy seasons, but their complaints suggest that most people weren't spending feast days in quiet contemplation. Take Christmas, for example. The modern version, with its sanitised carols and family-friendly movies, barely captures the medieval original. Christmas in the Middle Ages was a 12-day festival that started on December 25th and ran through Epiphany on January 6th. 12 solid days of feasting, drinking, gift-giving and entertainment. If you worked during Christmas, you were either deeply unfortunate or possibly being punished for something. The wealthy celebrated with elaborate banquets featuring roasted meats, spiced wines, and entertainment that ranged from musicians to acrobats to performers called mummers who wore masks and costumes while staging plays or mock battles. These weren't polite dinner theatre productions. Mama plays could be bawdy, satirical, and occasionally blasphemous, poking fun at local authorities, the nobility, and even clergy. The tradition of wassailing, going door to door singing for drinks and food, was less about spreading holiday cheer and more about communal extortion with a cheerful melody. Peasants would show up at the lord's manor or wealthy merchants' homes and basically refuse to leave until they'd been properly fed and watered. This was considered normal and expected. If you tried to close the door on a group of wassailers, you'd likely find your reputation severely damaged and possibly your fence mysteriously broken come morning. Even the poorest families tried to make Christmas special. Work animals got extra feed. Children received small gifts, perhaps a carved toy or a sweet pastry. Tables that usually held bread and porridge might feature a chicken or goose, saved for months specifically for this occasion. The smell of baking filled cottages as families prepared special breads and cakes, some incorporating dried fruits or nuts hoarded since autumn. It wasn't opulence, but it was deliberate joy carved out of scarcity. The fact that people who lived on the edge of subsistence still found ways to celebrate suggests something important about medieval priorities. Joy wasn't a luxury reserved for the wealthy. It was a necessity, like bread or warmth, something you made room for even when room was scarce. Easter brought its own carnival of celebration, though it was preceded by Lent, 40 days of fasting and penance that made the eventual feast even sweeter. The contrast was deliberate. Lent meant giving up meat, dairy, and other rich foods, which for peasants often just meant their already modest diet got even more modest. But Easter Sunday exploded with colour and flavour. Churches that had been stripped bare for Lent suddenly bloomed with flowers, candles, and decorated cloths. The smell of roasting lamb filled the air. Eggs, forbidden during Lent, reappeared in abundance, often dyed bright colours using natural pigments from plants and vegetables. These weren't just decorations. They were symbols of renewal, fertility, and the resurrection central to the holiday. And after 40 days of culinary deprivation, they probably tasted absolutely magnificent. Easter Monday and the days following featured games and contests. Egg rolling, where hard-boiled eggs were rolled down hills until they cracked, was popular among children and adults alike. The person whose egg travelled farthest without breaking won a small prize, usually more eggs or a bit of cheese. It wasn't exactly high-stakes gambling, but it was communal entertainment that cost nothing and required only a hill and some eggs. Other Easter games included hare hunting, not for food but for sport, as hares were associated with springtime fertility. Young people organised races, wrestling matches and archery contests. These weren't formal tournaments with elaborate rules. They were spontaneous celebrations of energy after a long winter and a longer Lent. But perhaps the most uninhibited celebrations came during the period leading up to Lent, known variously as Carnival, Shrovetide, or Fastnacht, depending on where you were in Europe. This was the medieval equivalent of purging your system before a cleanse, except instead of smoothies it involved consuming everything you wouldn't be allowed to eat for the next 6 weeks. Fat Tuesday, or Mardi Gras, earned its name because families used up all their butter, lard, eggs, and meat before Lent began. Pancakes became traditional, not because they were particularly festive, but because they were an efficient way to use up forbidden ingredients. Still, anything consumed in large quantities by an entire village takes on festive dimensions pretty quickly. Carnival season featured public spectacles that would make modern event planners nervous. Mock battles, cross-dressing, satirical plays, mocking authority figures, and general role reversals were common. Peasants dressed as nobles, men dressed as women. The young mocked the old. Social hierarchies, normally rigid and enforced, were temporarily suspended. A peasant could dress in fancy robes and pretend to issue decrees, and for those few days nobody was supposed to take offence. This wasn't accidental chaos. It was ritualised disorder, a pressure valve that allowed people to blow off steam by playfully inverting the social order. Authorities tolerated it, mostly, because once Lent arrived everything snapped back to normal. Though one imagines some particularly creative insults during Carnival were remembered long after the costumes came off. Towns organised elaborate parades featuring giant puppets, costumed dancers, and musicians. The noise alone must have been extraordinary. Drums, pipes, bells, singing, shouting, all layered into a cacophony of celebration that announced to everyone within earshot that normal rules were suspended. Food vendors set up stalls selling fried dough, roasted nuts, and spiced wine. Jugglers and acrobats performed in town squares. Unofficial drinking contests broke out. By the time Ash Wednesday arrived, marking the beginning of Lent, a significant portion of the population was probably nursing hangovers and wondering if they'd said anything regrettable while dressed as a bishop. Weddings were another major occasion for communal celebration, and medieval weddings could last for days depending on the family's resources and social standing. The ceremony itself might be relatively brief, conducted at the church door rather than inside, with a priest blessing the union. But the feast afterward was the main event. For wealthy families, weddings were opportunities to display status through extravagant hospitality. Multiple courses, exotic spices, entertainment, and gifts for guests were expected. A noble wedding might feature a subtlety, an elaborate decorative centerpiece made of sugar, marzipan, or pastry shaped into castles, ships, or mythological creatures. These weren't meant to be eaten, exactly. They were edible sculptures designed to impress guests and demonstrate the host's wealth and sophistication. Even modest weddings involve significant celebration. Families saved for months or even years to ensure their child's wedding feast would be memorable. Neighbours contributed food, labour, and entertainment. A pig might be slaughtered, barrels of ale brewed, and the village baker commissioned to produce special breads. The couple would be paraded through the village in a procession featuring music, dancing, and ribald songs, offering dubious marriage advice. These songs could be spectacularly inappropriate by modern standards, filled with sexual innuendo and jokes about what the couple would be doing later. This was considered normal wedding entertainment, not scandalous. Medieval people had a remarkably earthy sense of humour, and few topics were genuinely off-limits during celebrations. The wedding feast itself brought together everyone in the community. Tables were set up in the largest available space, whether that was the Lord's Hall, a barn, or simply outdoors if weather permitted. Food was served in waves, with guests expected to eat, drink, and socialise for hours. Musicians played throughout, transitioning from background music during eating to dance music as the evening progressed. Dancing at medieval weddings ranged from sedate circle dances to vigorous line dances that left participants breathless and sweating. The bride and groom were expected to dance with as many guests as possible, which in a large gathering could be exhausting. But the celebration wasn't really about the couple. It was about the community affirming bonds, renewing friendships, and marking a significant transition in the social fabric. After the feast came the bedding ceremony, which sounds more formal than it was. Guests, often quite drunk by this point, would escort the couple to their sleeping chamber with much singing, teasing, and bawdy commentary. The couple would be undressed, or partially undressed, and put to bed while guests offered final pieces of advice, made jokes, and generally delayed their departure as long as possible. Once the couple was finally alone, the guests would continue celebrating outside, sometimes for hours more. This tradition, which seems invasive to modern sensibilities, was considered a vital part of the community's blessing of the union. Everyone had witnessed the marriage, participated in the feast, and now collectively acknowledged that the couple would begin their life together. Privacy, in the medieval sense, was a communal achievement, not an individual right. Beyond the major religious and personal celebrations, medieval life featured a calendar of seasonal festivals tied to agricultural cycles and pre-Christian traditions that the Church had grudgingly absorbed rather than eliminated. May Day, celebrating the arrival of spring, featured the raising of a maypole decorated with ribbons and flowers. Young people would dance around it, weaving the ribbons into intricate patterns while musicians played. The symbolism, featuring a tall pole and fertility imagery, wasn't exactly subtle. Church authorities periodically tried to ban May Day celebrations as too pagan, too rowdy, or too likely to result in pregnancies. These attempts generally failed because people enjoyed May Day too much to give it up for theological correctness. Midsummer, around the summer solstice, brought bonfires, dancing, and staying up all night to greet the sunrise. This was considered a magical time when the boundary between the ordinary world and the realm of spirits grew thin. Protective herbs like St. John's wort were gathered, flowers woven into crowns, and young people engaged in divination games to predict their future spouses. Some villages organised elaborate mock battles between teams representing summer and winter, with summer always winning because nobody wanted to jinx the harvest. The losing winter team would be symbolically driven out of the village, sometimes literally chased by the winners throwing old vegetables. This wasn't bullying, it was ritual, and everyone knew their role. Harvest festivals, usually in late September or early October, celebrated the successful completion of the most critical work of the year. Once the grain was safely stored, the community could finally relax. Harvest feasts featured the best food of the year, drawn directly from the recent bounty. Fresh bread from new grain, vegetables at their peak, and meat from animals slaughtered because winter feed was limited all appeared on tables. The lord of the manor typically hosted a harvest supper for his workers, a tradition with practical roots. Well-fed workers were more likely to return next year, and public generosity enhanced the lord's reputation. But for the workers themselves, this feast was a hard-earned reward for months of back-breaking labour. They weren't going to waste it on quiet gratitude. Harvest celebrations could be raucous, with drinking, singing and dancing extending late into the night. Markets and fairs provided regular opportunities for celebration beyond the liturgical calendar. Larger towns held weekly markets where merchants sold goods, but annual fairs were something else entirely. These multi-day events attracted traders from across regions and sometimes from other countries. You could buy spices from the East, wool from England, wine from France, and leather goods from local craftsmen all in the same market square. But fairs weren't just commercial, they were entertainment. Travelling performers knew that fairs meant large crowds and loose purse strings. Jugglers, musicians, dancers, puppeteers and storytellers set up in any available space, competing for attention and coins. Some performers specialised in trained animals, bears that danced, dogs that performed tricks, or birds that could pull tiny carts. These acts drew huge crowds, especially children who had few other opportunities to see such novelties. Mystery plays and morality plays were performed at fairs and on feast days, often by guilds or travelling theatre troupes. These weren't quiet, reverent productions. They were loud, colourful, and frequently funny, even when depicting biblical stories. The play of Noah's Ark, for example, traditionally featured Noah's wife as a comically stubborn character who refused to board the ark until her husband promised she could bring her friends. This wasn't in the Bible, but audiences loved it. Devils in mystery plays were often portrayed as buffoons, slipping on stage, making crude jokes, and generally providing comic relief between more serious theological moments. Audiences heckled performers, threw food if the show was bad, and cheered enthusiastically when it was good. Theatre was participatory, not passive. Music permeated medieval life in ways that might surprise modern listeners accustomed to thinking of the period as silent except for Gregorian chants. Yes, religious music was important, and monasteries developed sophisticated musical traditions. But secular music, the songs people actually enjoyed, was everywhere. Travelling minstrels moved from town to town, performing songs about love, heroism, tragedy, and current events. These weren't always family-friendly. Many medieval songs featured explicitly sexual content, satirical attacks on authority figures, or drinking ballads celebrating excess. Audiences loved them precisely because they were edgy and irreverent. Instruments ranged from simple pipes and drums to more complex creations like lutes, harps, and hurdy-gurdies. The hurdy-gurdy, a stringed instrument played by turning a crank while pressing keys, produced a distinctive droning sound that was wildly popular for dance music. You could hear one from a considerable distance, which made it perfect for outdoor festivals. Bagpipes, despite their later association with Scotland, were common across medieval Europe and served similar purposes. Loud, portable, and impossible to ignore, they were ideal for leading processions or accompanying dancing. Dancing itself was both entertainment and social glue. Circle dances allowed large groups to participate together, reinforcing communal bonds. Partner dances gave young people opportunities to interact under socially acceptable circumstances, though the amount of hand-holding and eye contact involved probably scandalised some parents. Line dances required coordination and cooperation, turning individual dancers into a collective performance. The steps weren't written down in the way modern choreography is recorded. They were learned through observation and practice, passed from generation to generation as living traditions. Some dances had specific purposes. Morris dancing, featuring costume performers with bells and sticks, was believed to bring good luck and fertility. Sword dances, where men performed intricate patterns with linked blades, demonstrated skill and coordination, while also serving as a kind of ritualized martial display. games and sports provided another outlet for medieval energy and competitive spirit. Football, though it barely resembled the modern sport, was wildly popular and spectacularly violent. Entire villages would play against each other with goals that might be miles apart and rules that were more suggestions than regulations. The ball could be kicked, carried, or thrown. Tackling was enthusiastic. Injuries were common. These matches could involve hundreds of participants and last for hours, leaving fields trampled and players exhausted. Authorities periodically tried to ban football because it was too dangerous, distracted workers, and sometimes led to riots. These bans were universally ignored. Archery contests were popular, especially in England, where laws required men to practice regularly with longbows. What started as military training became competitive sport and entertainment. Villages organised tournaments with prizes for the best archers. Targets range from traditional straw circles to more creative options like hanging vegetables or wooden birds. Wrestling, running, and stone-throwing contests tested strength and skill. These weren't elaborate productions with formal rules and referees. They were spontaneous challenges that emerged whenever young men gathered, and someone said something along the lines of, "I bet I can throw that rock farther than you." The ensuing competition would draw spectators, bets, and commentary from anyone nearby. Children had their own games, many of which would be recognisable today. Tag, hide and seek, and versions of hopscotch appear in medieval illustrations and texts. Hoops were rolled with sticks. Balls made of leather or stitched cloth were kicked and thrown. Dolls and toy animals, carved from wood or sewn from scraps, entertained younger children. Medieval parents didn't have access to toy stores or educational theories about play-based learning, but they understood that children needed to play. And children, as they have throughout history, found ways to turn anything into a game. A stick became a sword. A puddle became an ocean. Imagination required no materials and cost nothing, making it the most democratic form of entertainment available. Storytelling occupied a special place in medieval entertainment. In a largely illiterate society, stories were the primary way knowledge, values, and history were transmitted. Professional storytellers travelled from place to place, reciting epic poems, romances, and legends. The tales of King Arthur, Charlemagne's paladins, and various saints' lives were enormously popular, repeated so often that audiences knew them by heart but never tired of hearing them again. A skilled storyteller didn't just recite words. They performed, using different voices for characters, gestures for emphasis, and dramatic pauses to build tension. The best could hold an audience spellbound for hours, taking listeners on journeys to distant lands, impossible adventures, and moral dilemmas that resonated with their own lives. But storytelling wasn't limited to professionals. Around evening fires, during long winter nights, or while working at repetitive tasks, ordinary people told stories. Local legends about ghosts, fairies, and strange occurrences in nearby woods. Family histories embellished over generations until ancestors became larger than life. Jokes, riddles, and humorous anecdotes that made the time pass faster. These informal storytelling sessions were bonding experiences, knitting communities together through shared narratives and laughter. The stories changed with each telling, adapting to new audiences and circumstances. There were no copyright concerns or canonical versions. A story belonged to everyone who told it, and everyone who heard it. Riddles held particular appeal, appearing in everything from casual conversation to formal entertainment at noble courts. Some were simple wordplay suitable for children. Others were sophisticated puzzles requiring knowledge of literature, history, or natural philosophy. Riddle contests, where two people took turns posing increasingly difficult riddles, could become the evening's main entertainment. The riddles that survive in medieval manuscripts range from innocent to shockingly bawdy, with double meanings that would make modern audiences blush or laugh, depending on their sensibilities. Feast days also meant special foods appeared that weren't available ordinarily. Gingerbread, spiced with expensive imported ginger, was a treat associated with festivals and markets. Vendors shaped it into elaborate forms, animals, knights, or decorative patterns, sometimes gilded with gold leaf for wealthy customers. Candied fruits, nuts roasted with honey, and fruit preserves offered concentrated bursts of sweetness in a diet where sugar was rare and expensive. Pastries filled with meat or cheese, roasted chestnuts, and fresh bread still warm from the oven all contributed to the sensory richness of celebration. The smells alone must have been intoxicating, especially for people whose daily diet rarely varied beyond bread, pottage, and occasional vegetables. Ale and wine flowed freely during celebrations, and medieval people drank quantities that would alarm modern health authorities. Water was often unsafe, and alcohol provided both hydration and calories. But beyond practical considerations, drinking was social activity and celebration enhancer. Sharing a cup created bonds. Toasts honoured guests, celebrated milestones, and invoked blessings. The line between cheerful drinking and problematic excess was acknowledged. Church sermons regularly condemned drunkenness, but during festivals a certain amount of overindulgence was expected and tolerated. After all, you couldn't properly celebrate if you remained completely sober and sensible. Where was the joy in that? Communal labour also transformed into occasions for celebration. Barn raisings, where neighbours gathered to construct a new building, combined necessary work with socialising. The family receiving help provided food and drink, turning the work into a feast. Tasks were completed faster with many hands, and the social aspect reinforced community bonds. Similar patterns appeared in harvesting, where groups moved from farm to farm helping each bring in crops. The work was hard, but it was also an opportunity to catch up on gossip, share news, and enjoy company. Songs made repetitive tasks bearable and helped workers maintain rhythm. Some of these work songs were surprisingly complex, with call and response patterns that required skill to perform while actually working. Women gathered for spinning and sewing sessions that combined productivity with socialising. These gatherings, often held in the evening after other work was complete, allowed women to share news, offer advice, and teach skills to younger participants. The work of preparing wool, spinning thread, and creating cloth was labour-intensive and time-consuming. Doing it in company made it bearable and even enjoyable. Conversation flowed freely, ranging from practical household matters to local scandals to deeper discussions about life, relationships, and the future. These sessions weren't officially celebrations, but they served similar social functions, creating space for connection and community. Religious pilgrimages, though undertaken for spiritual reasons, also functioned as medieval tourism. Travelling to a distant shrine offered opportunities to see new places, meet different people, and experience adventure while earning spiritual merit. Pilgrims travelled in groups for safety, forming temporary communities on the road. Evenings at pilgrim hospices or inns featured storytelling, as Chaucer famously depicted in the Canterbury Tales. These weren't sombre journeys of pure penance. They were adventures, chances to escape routine and experience something beyond the narrow boundaries of daily life. Yes, pilgrims faced dangers, discomfort, and expense, but they also returned with stories, relics, and badges that marked them as travellers, raising their status in communities where most people never journeyed more than a few miles from home. The persistence of celebration despite hardship reveals something fundamental about medieval society, and perhaps about human nature. Joy wasn't contingent on comfort or security. It was actively created, carved out of scarcity through communal effort. When material resources were limited, people invested in social and cultural resources instead. A village that celebrated together, that maintained traditions and created shared memories, was more resilient than one that didn't. The festivals, games, music and stories weren't frivolous distractions from the serious business of survival. They were essential components of survival, providing the psychological and social glue that held communities together through disasters, famines, and losses. Modern people sometimes romanticize medieval celebrations, imagining them as innocent and wholesome compared to contemporary entertainment. But medieval festivals could be crude, violent, and excessive. They featured drunkenness, fighting, sexual license, and behaviour that would earn arrest today. The point wasn't wholesomeness. It was release, the temporary suspension of normal restrictions that allowed people to blow off steam before returning to the rigid hierarchies and constraints of everyday life. Church authorities understood this, which is why they tolerated behaviour during Carnival that would be scandalous at other times. Better to have structured outlets for chaos than unstructured rebellion. Other aspects of medieval celebration now seem strange or disturbing. Animal baiting, where dogs were set upon bears or bulls for entertainment, was popular. Mock executions, where effigies of unpopular figures were burned or hanged, provided cathartic release. Charivari, noisy demonstrations outside the homes of people who'd violated social norms, remarried widows, cuckolded husbands, or couples with large age gaps enforced community standards through public humiliation disguised as festival. These traditions remind us that medieval joy coexisted with cruelty, just as medieval hospitality coexisted with warfare. People were complex, capable of genuine warmth and generosity alongside behaviours we now find unacceptable. Yet even acknowledging the rougher edges, the fundamental impulse toward celebration deserves recognition. Medieval people, living in circumstances we would find unbearable, managed to create rich cultural lives. They sang, danced, told stories, played games, and marked life's passages with rituals that transformed ordinary time into something special. They understood, perhaps more clearly than we do in our age of individual entertainment and digital distraction, that joy is collective. It's created through participation, not consumption. A medieval feast wasn't something you attended passively. You were part of it, contributing your voice to the songs, your energy to the dancing, your presence to the gathering. This collective approach to celebration also meant that social divisions, while never eliminated, could be temporarily softened. During major festivals, lords feasted with peasants, men danced with women across class lines, and the rigid hierarchies that structured daily life relaxed slightly. These moments of equality were brief and carefully bounded, but they mattered. They reminded everyone that beneath the social roles and economic differences, they shared common humanity. The ability to laugh together, to enjoy the same song or cheer the same wrestler, created bonds that might not have existed otherwise. As we've seen throughout this exploration of medieval myths, the reality was far more nuanced than the stereotypes suggest. Medieval people weren't primitive, ignorant, or uniformly miserable. They were people, with the same fundamental needs and desires we have. They wanted to be warm, well-fed, and secure. They wanted to love and be loved. They wanted to laugh, to be amazed, to experience beauty. And when circumstances allowed, even when circumstances barely allowed, they found ways to create those experiences. The festivals, celebrations, music, and games that filled the medieval calendar weren't luxuries enjoyed only during rare moments of prosperity. They were constants, threads woven through the fabric of life that gave it colour and meaning. The resilience of medieval celebration culture offers perspective on our own times. We live in an age of unprecedented material comfort and entertainment options. Yet many modern people report feeling isolated, disconnected, and unable to find joy despite abundance. Perhaps the medieval approach, where celebration required participation and created community, has something to teach us. Maybe joy isn't something you buy or consume. Maybe it's something you make together, with whatever resources you have available. A medieval peasant celebrating May Day with a flower crown and a simple dance probably experienced more genuine connection than a modern person scrolling through social media posts about other people's parties. This isn't to romanticize poverty or hardship. Medieval life was objectively harder than modern life in nearly every measurable way. But within those constraints, people created meaning and joy through social and cultural practices that we've largely abandoned. The trade-offs are complex. We gained comfort, safety, and individual freedom. We lost some of the communal cohesion and shared celebration that made medieval life bearable despite its difficulties. There's no going back, and few would want to even if we could. But remembering that joy once flourished under much harsher conditions might help us appreciate our own advantages, while also recognizing what we've lost. As we close this exploration of medieval life, myths, and realities, one truth stands out clearly. The people who lived through those centuries deserve better than the caricatures that persist in popular imagination. They weren't simpler or more naive than us. They weren't uniformly religious zealots, or unwashed peasants or armoured brutes. They were humans facing challenges with intelligence, creativity, and remarkable resilience. They built cathedrals that still inspire awe. They created art, literature, and music that still moves us. They developed technologies and social structures that shape the modern world. And yes, they celebrated, loudly and often, because they understood that joy isn't a reward for perfect circumstances. It's a choice you make and a gift you give yourself and your community. So the next time someone repeats a tired myth about medieval life, that they thought the earth was flat, that they never bathed, that they died at 30, or that life was nothing but misery and mud, you'll know better. You'll understand that the real Middle Ages were far stranger, more interesting, and ultimately more human than the simplified versions we've inherited. And perhaps you'll also carry forward some of that medieval wisdom, the understanding that celebration is worth the effort, that community matters more than comfort, and that even in the darkest times there's always room for music, laughter, and dancing under the vast sky. Now it's late, the night has grown quiet, and this journey through medieval myths and realities has come to its end. May your own celebrations be joyful, your community strong, and your sleep peaceful. Good night, and sweet dreams. Until we meet again for another exploration of the surprising truths hiding behind history's most persistent legends,